Entombed in my mind, can't seem to break away. Lost in time, thinking about better days. Do you ever get used to the pain? 'Cause I don't know if I can do this again. Now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Lullabies of you still in my head. Bloodshot eyes, can't sleep, I'm rotting in my bed. Even the drugs don't faze me. I don't think you understand, I gave you everything I had. When did shit go wrong? And now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these your body lead your mind. Can't deny, 'cause it was written in the sky. Come alive for one night. Let your body lead your mind. Can't deny, 'cause it was written in the sky. I think it's dawned on me that you ain't coming back. I've lost my chance to see us find our way back. And in the end, amidst these trying times, I'll always try to find you. I'll lie to you to find the truth that you hold back. So stay with me. You know that I'll follow. I can't breathe. Together we'll fall apart. Stay here right in my arms, and we'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. We'll fall apart, I know that we're a mess. And I know that you try your best. And you're calling me to over dramatically talk to me. And it's so funny, you're all I wanted. And I can't talk, want you out of my life, so just say none. I'll wait for days if you ain't one. I'll just say none. So stay with me. You know that I'll follow. I can't breathe. Together we'll fall apart. Stay here right in my arms, and we'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. Just stay here right in my arms, and we'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. me here, you'll never be lonely. It's oh so clear, I've always been falling through a life that's upside down. Somehow you turn me around. So stay another night, 'cause all we have is time. Keep you close and savor the moment. You raise my hopes and don't even know it. In a life that's upside down, somehow you turn me around. So stay another night, 'cause all we have is time.
Hands go up and the lights go out. Pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long. Hands go up and the lights go out. Pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long, 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 all night long. lights go out, pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long.
Down with the sinking. I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction, only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause you're tonight. It's electric. It's electric. Children used to run and play. Look at all the mess we made. Guess I'll never know where it went wrong. Sometimes I feel like all that's sad, 'cause viral then people forget. In this crazy world I don't belong. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning but I'm fine. I am nobody. The future feels so unsure. Didn't we deserve more? The burden that you left is way too heavy for me. Do you ever feel like the world would die out? My anxiety's off the roof, I cry out. We have gone too far, take me back right now. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning but I'm fine. I am nobody.
And welcome in, everyone, to the Windy City Valorant Open. I'm J Turbo, joined alongside Time to Light, as we're about to get into our second half of matches, and we're going to be starting things off with Core versus 10X in Group E.
Let's take a look at Group E just to break things down and give you the lowdown on who's in this. This will be our first and third matches in our first of 2 blocks in the later stages of our broadcast. We'll start things off with Core and Tenax. We'll clean things up with Tenax against Equinox Cobalt, and then in between we'll head down to Group F for Schaumburgers and Illini Esports Orange. First matchup though, let's break it down. We have Core and Tenax. Let's first take a look at our Core roster. Across the board, I love the Core roster, have for seemingly every iteration of it, even since like Nerd Street Champs back in the summer of last year. Snarly, Flipsy, Alvarx, Cheat Code, and JSP.
Yeah, and this roster, I was taking a look at some of their footage when they're playing up against YFP, who we saw earlier today. And YFP, one of the strongest teams in this tournament, and Core put up a good fight against them. And we're really looking towards Snarly to be their main controller, but also JSP. Had some really impressive performances on Jet in that matchup, so expecting to see some more flashy plays out of the main duelist for Core, and of course the rest of the roster. Flipsy, more of a flex player, has those Sentinel options, and then Alvarez and Cheat Code, both of them very accomplished initiators, and of course can flex when necessary. But heading over into Tenax, this is a newer team. We don't have as much information on them, but Dragokar, Revenge, Danny's, and Solar, they've got some good support behind them, and I think they're going to be a pretty formidable opponent.
They've played a few matches as of somewhat recently. The CCE UCX main event, Knights Monthly Gauntlet, as per most teams do. They did unfortunately get grouped in that matchup. They lost to Entertainment District, for all of you who may be curious. But I have to say, as a new team, they're looking pretty good. They're on the up and up. They have had some difficulties against middle tier opponents, and this would be a good team to show how good they are up against. It's entirely possible they just have a different playstyle, and that could entirely counter their playstyle. It's just up to how they perform against Core, and this is an important early match. Again, round robin, 4 teams, everybody plays everybody. Top 2, I believe, make it out of each and every group, and then we have a 32-team single elimination bracket playing tomorrow. But let's take a look at our map, see where we are headed. Unlike most best of ones, here we have a little bit of a different map pick and ban selection. Team 1 bans twice, Team 2 bans twice, and then Team 1 then picks the map of the remaining 3, with Team 2 picking side. So that leaves us with Haven as our one map of play.
Yeah, and Haven, of course, from the beta, the original 3-site map. Get out of here, Lotus. We're going back to the OG for Haven, and I'm always intrigued to see whether or not teams are just going to go to stock standard compositions, or if they might try to mix things up, right? You can always pick the Sova, always try to just play like Sova, Omen, KJ, Jet, and then throw in a third initiator of your choice. But seeing some adjustments, teams trying to stay away from that Sova. So either way, I think depending on the direction of especially the initiator meta going forward, that's going to be the real question on these compositions. Is so far looking pretty standard.
Yeah, we talked about Core picking the map. With the side selection, Tenax will, in the most unsurprising thing to happen in 2023, pick the defensive side on Haven. I can't say that's too out of the blue. But taking a look at your agent compositions, you were talking about nothing really standing out. This looks to be a mirror composition, and understandably so. There are obviously your little niche picks where some players prefer a Cypher to come in on this map. Occasionally you'll see a Brimstone, but not as much anymore with the prevalence of teleports used by the Shrouded Steps on the Omen. But other than that, it's information gain as a standard. Fade has fallen out of the main composition in the recent couple patches, but I mean, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. A Jet being played for both teams. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, crazy, right? Saw the Raze hover for a second, and that's another thing that you've seen, but as Fade has fallen out of favor, and since Viper isn't super viable on Haven, you don't see many ways to get those paint shell combos off. Of course, there's still just the breach stun, but it's not as consistent as it used to be when you don't have the tether alongside it. So yeah, both teams just stock standard, sticking with that core setup, and just making sure that they're not bringing in any extra variables that they don't need to. Stick to what you've practiced, and I'm expecting that we're going to see a really great game between these two squads. And it's just going to come down to that execution as we're loading in.
A conversation again about format, just to keep everybody informed. Again, top 2 of every group, all 8 will make it through. 16-team single elimination. I swear I'm smart, I promise. But that's best of threes tomorrow. We will start at 8 a.m. Eastern, or 7 a.m. Central, where the event itself is being hosted. If you do want to go hang out, by the way, it's hosted at Belong Arenas in Schaumburg, hence the reason there's a team named Schaumburgers in Chicago, Western Chicago, for all of you, if you'd like to go head out there. But I have to say, J-Turbo, I really wish I was still in Illinois, because I was about 3.5 hours from Belong last night, and then I had to move back home. And now
you could have been there. You could have been here. Just ready to go and see these guys performing live as we're getting into our second half of broadcast, and straight off the bat, already seeing some recon darts and some cautious play out of both teams. Some early mid presence as expected, but already this crunch coming out from Garage by 10x. Have to see if JSP's ready for that one. He's gonna peek in, does spot Solar, looks for the continuation, runs out off the flashpoint. But the counter paranoia will slow things down, and on the other side, some Sova on Sova action as Danny takes down Alvarez.
Alvarez quickly taken care of. Revenge needs to be cleared in this close corner. Could be a problem if they are not. JSP aware of the possibility, but will not directly go for the take. And Core's in an odd position. Man disadvantage, and most importantly, your Sova, a lack of information as you try to, quite literally, initiate, pun intended, on either of these three sites. And 10x has some level of comfortability, but they don't have as much HP, nor at this point map control. They've fully relinquished A. They've almost certainly relinquished all of C as well, but what does Core try to do with this? They have a lurker over towards A, maybe as a bait. They could very well set up towards C, but they have to walk into a predominant part of a stack.
Yeah, I really like this. I think that they could have made a little bit more noise, C, to really sell it, but already just those couple of shots, bringing everybody over to just this B-Link, this BC Link area, and it's just a wide open A site, no heaven smoke needed. Danny will spot out that there's some forward presence, and that'll be the call for this rotate. But still, 10x caught sleeping for a second, and Core able to get the read just off the back of their lurking. Some really great team play to start things off, but this is still going to be a 5-man retake to watch out for. JSP sitting under hell, likely will just get taken out from the aftershock. And here's the next step up, as Drago already getting a kill. It's 3v5, but two very low health bars for 10x to watch out for. JSP playing time, but now it's all up to Snarly, as everyone else has fallen in just a few seconds, and it's a good retake, and 10x take round number 1.
Cohesive retake as well. You combine a lot of utility, not only forcing players out of position, but then catching them with information gain and guns at the exact same time. Not allowing repositions, not allowing re-engagements in different areas. A all well put together retake from 10x, and exactly what they needed. They disengaged from the site, they played for a late engagement, and on this Sony in-zone replay, you'll see exactly how they did it. Snarly trying their best, but will find just 2 kills. And just like that, 10x walks away with this round victory, and a pretty clean one at that.
Yeah, and this top-down view really does show just the coordinated strike that came through from 10x. So they're hitting every angle with 2 members, not allowing any spots that they could just get hit with a 1v1 and slowed down. And already we're seeing just a little more patient play, not just this the rush straight out when you've only got classics to work with from Core. But overall, I think 10x, they just want to keep this clean.
Again, a disengagement. And my favorite playstyle on the defensive side of any map is disengage for original takes and play for a retake if required. Shock Dart, that does not bounce, so it will not find any damage. Snarly's more than happy to play for that one. But best case scenario here for Core, again, a spike plant, maybe you do some economic damage and force 10x to reinvest into a bonus round or play with lesser weaponry. Then you have a better shot at taking it, but you can't afford to rely on those little niche setups. Sonar quickly taken care of, and this should be a quick take for Core, but also a quick whittle down from their defensive side as well.
Oh, and just looking the wrong way. But Carr not completing the kill. That's a lot of information, and also just seeing the Vandal this early on, always a little scary, as you can see the standard buy up on round number 2 from Drago with that stinger in hand. Just showing advantage, but 30 seconds to go, and Core still unsure. And it seems that this bait has worked out. They're expecting from the initial presence, A, that they'd run away, but instead, just hold on, find the plant, and this is already a good look.
I'm getting some deja vu, though. There's going to be a spike plant. It's going to happen. The problem is 10x has all the weaponry they need, and almost certainly most of the utility they do as well. J-Turbo, what I'm expecting, a similar retake. Information gain, aftershock from above, and a retake in through CT. Wait for core to be collapsed upon off of the entirety of this utility being used, because Danny just had their recon be built up.
Yeah, it's super practiced, and Revenge already getting rid of Snarly. That's one of your sheriffs out of the picture, but they're looking the wrong way as JSP gets some damage dealt. And if anything, that's a couple kills that aren't going to be coming through. His cheat code underneath nearly had it. But oh, Drago coming up over top wins the duel, but what an expensive round put together by Core.
Single sheriff shot is the difference in that round. That's how close things were. Core barely invested, and they walk away with 4 kills and a spike plant. Look at the money for 10x. If you buy here, you're not going to have a buy into what is usually seen as the first full gun round of the game. So what's most likely going to happen, they're going to keep that rifle, Car's going to play hero rifle, and everybody else is going to buy pistols. This should be one of the freer rounds for Core in this best of one, because they have the rifles of their choice, the weaponry of their choice, with Vandals or Phantoms, full shields, and I think most importantly, utility and confidence with how well that previous round went. That was scary, considering it was an eco.
Yeah, that was a very, very scary eco. And it just comes down to the initial patience from Core, right? Not allowing themselves to just run away once they see some upper-level weaponry. And now we're seeing the quick rotate through from 10x. They're conceding this C site. They will try to play retake, but with the range advantage Core is going to have, this is such a difficult round to even just do damage on.
Better weaponry this time around, and most importantly, information to work off of as well. There will be a little bit of a flank, but I believe that's being cut off in towards mid. You can see the Killjoy sitting in window, finds 1 kill, courtesy of Flipsy. Looking for a second onto their Killjoy counterpipe, we'll find that as well. Revenge has Revenge taken on them, and in comes the push from this 10x squad, but it's going to find very little. 2 kills is all they pick up, and Core's very happy with that round, only losing a couple rifles, more than happy to reinvest, and they pick up their first of the game.
Yeah, and those kills weren't clean gameplay. It was just consistent work, and it was just that one rifle that was actually impacting things. So if you're only losing kills to a rifle, I think you're in a pretty happy spot.
Now, first full gun round, with the bonus not even happening for 10x, because they just didn't have weapons from their conversion round. This is where they have to pick up a round and set themselves up for success. Car's already transferred over, and may not have been seen, but considering the spray through, they may very well have been. A headshot lands, a first kill into Snarly, and they could back away. Maybe not with their life, but no, they do disengage with only 28 points of health.
Oh, and that is very, very big for Core, as this is the first true gun round that we're seeing out of both of these teams, and it'll be a better reflection of how they're going to go. Now, there's Alvarez and Flipsy, and I mean, Flipsy has been such a difference maker. Round 1 on the flank, and now, ooh, right around the corner, straight onto Revenge. Just holding these flanks so well for Core. Eventually broken down, but quickly traded, and this is the battle sentinel you want to see.
Oh, there's a flank coming through as well. Danny's not going to survive this. Even if they find a kill as they walk in, Fault Line's going to force them out of position, and the walk-in from behind JSP is going to find the easiest kill of their Valorant career. No information whatsoever for Danny, and Core a very clean finish to what was already a very well set up round.
Yeah, and we've seen that these last 2 gun rounds have looked very, very commanding for Core. Of course, first one, not super even footing, but that last round, and we're going to see on the in-zone replay, just so much that can be set up really from Flipsy. And the fact that your KJ is able to be that X factor at times, you're not relying on JSP to create these flashy zones, you're taking advantage of the space given to you by 10x, really big deal. Moving forward, is we're just seeing aggressive mid pressure taken once again, in this patience from Core, knowing they're against a save. Always love to see that.
The difference is, Core actually has to worry about A lobby. Keep an eye on that side of the map as just the walk-in comes through, but no, Alvarez has found Danny, and there is still Car on this side, but they have only, well, now a Sheriff in hand, but 45 health. Not really going to do all that much, let's be completely honest with each other here. Core, clean anti-eco, and exactly what they need. Patience, and most importantly, discipline. When they take some of these fights, they do so together as a squad, and they play for trades if required, but they're just straight up winning fights, so they don't even require the trades they're fairly well set up for.
Yeah, And Flipsy, once again, grabbing one onto Drago. And now, just Car, just with a pistol. That Sheriff, he can get a couple headshots here or there, but Core, well on their way to a flawless. They'll have every ultimate up next round as well, so that's some extra oomph that they'll have going into the next gun round. Try and keep this momentum rolling. And I will say, Core coming into this tournament, one of the more practiced squads is they have been competing in Nergy. They've been competing in other tournaments around the block. And when you have that practice against those upper level teams, it just works wonders when you find yourselves in these kinds of settings.
And it's been more consistent as well for Core. The extent of what 10x has played in over the last, well, the entirety of this calendar year, in order, or in reverse chronological order: CCE UCX, Knights Monthly March, Mythic Singularity Series, Knights Monthly January, and the VCL North American qualifiers. And they haven't done all so well throughout. Car, with the first operator of the game, will find an opening kill, but a quick re-engagement works out, and now Hunter's Fury being used on this attacking side doesn't find all that much payoff, actually finds nothing. And Alvarez is in a 1 versus 4 with a Vandal only, and they're quickly taken care of. Nice put together round, second buy round, a round for 10x.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, Car on the operator, giving some confidence, some much needed confidence over to 10x, is they were able to just step up. And when we think about the investment of that last round, right, you've got the Hunter's Fury, you've got the Blade Storm, you've got the Omen Teleport, all used and all just completely broken down by 10x from this attempted B site take that just did not work for Core. And now we're seeing the ult economy sort of flip on its head, where both teams have that Rolling Thunder plus lockdown. But the thing is, 10x actually has the Hunter's Fury to try and counter their opponent's lockdown, should that come into play.
We're back out with the operator, and on the correct side of the map, Rolling Thunder goes through. We'll find 2 players, most importantly Car, who's forced off the site, and this will be the full disengage again from 10x. Watch for them, though. They are already on the cusp of the site. As soon as this spike goes down, they're either going to try and re-engage beforehand, or with this Rolling Thunder, engage right prior to that spike being planted.
Yeah, but I'm not sure about this decision from Core. They're committing the lockdown as well. With no Hunter's Fury, that means it'll be a lot easier to confirm that. So we do still see some lineups coming in from over top. Is Car going to be first point of contact off of the defending lockdown, and Alvarez taking early contact, and it's a flurry of blows across the backside. And somehow Core wind up on top. Drago trying to even the tides, but gets spotted out. Danny S bring this one back.
Flank.
And oh, there's a cut around the corner. Snarly putting down so much work, and now Drago all alone. The clock's working against you, but Flipsy just shuts it down before the clock comes into play, and Core snatch back the lead.
Pretty good awareness as well. Even though Drago loses that fight, the wherewithal to know that Flipsy hasn't swung from long and isn't sitting in the garage hallway, knowing that defensive side has to be occupied, and it was, especially considering that flank that was seen prior. It almost worked, we'll see here on the end zone replay, but Drago not finding the kill, only a small and, well, negligible amount of damage. It's Core with, again, a round victory, and a clean one, all things considered. That was a chaotic round, but still one that they picked up about as clean as they could have.
Yeah, very, very well done. And, oh, Car trying to get aggressive, but all the utility immediately dropped. I mean, Snarly will happily take that kill, but I think what's also important is 10x just not able to get much of a break. They win 1 round and immediately get reset as Core just building up their bankrolls, and they're becoming that much harder to stop round after round. So we've got a slower approach. JSP trying to get a little information. Danny S, again, trying to confirm if this is still going to be an A hit. Seems Core is still figuring that one out.
Certainly an odd position for 10x to be in as well. Man down, you only have 1 player on both B and in the general vicinity of C, not even technically on the C site. You're giving up most of secondary mid control as well, and Revenge is just patiently waiting towards Gong. Danny does bring a kill back, so Snarly being taken care of. The controller advantage now in the favor of 10x, but there's been a cross. Revenge, I think, has already noted this, though, and is now looking to get aggressive. They clear this corner, and Flipsy's quickly taken care of. 1 brought back, almost a second, but Alvarez will find the trade.
Oh, and I really like that recognition coming through from Revenge. Just that Flipsy is going to be that first player forward. and try to take these flanks aggressively as Drago and Solar each finding a kill of their own to bring back the numbers advantage for 10x. Cheat code! Oh my! He's punched one in off the headshot collat.
You know, when you swing together, you're not supposed to stare at your teammate's head. That's exactly why. Unfortunate co-swing from 10x's retake, and you needed it, just in a different way. Play for the immediate trade, not play for shooting your teammate in the back of the head. And on the Sony end zone replay, you'll see exactly why. JSP actually on the flank is taken care of. That's really what set this up for cheat code. And the swing, you could see Danny prepping it, waiting for Drago, but the swing together is what cost them. Cheat code finds one through the other, and of course the other in tandem. That's an unfortunate round that I think 10x is going to want back.
Yeah, I think so. That's a spot where you're trying to play together, and they had the right idea, but just some slightly off execution. And going into this, of course, on a mirror map, on the original, most practiced map that's never really left the competitive pool, it is just coming down to those slight moments of execution as, Car just misses the timing to maybe try and get a one-tap, and he's about to walk into a bunch of members, but still manages to keep the trade going and deal a little damage back. So, net win so far on this save for 10x, but there's a lot of round to go.
Closer rounds get in lesser than ideal economic situations, the better the odds are for the team with said lesser than ideal economic situations. 10x being broke, the closer this round becomes, the better off they shall be. But the problem is they're rotating the wrong way. They had a really good stack going on that C side, but with the rotation going off, English is hard, they're going the wrong direction. They even take full C control here on the core side. Drago, I think, needs one kill, but it's a dupe to a dupe. They're going back to A? What? Why is the spike... Why is the spike going through mid? Where is the spike going?
I don't know, and then footsteps get caught. Flipsy gets shut down. I'm not sure what Core's doing here. Of course, Alvarez is able to take down Drago, but still, this isn't great control. Revenge getting rid of Snarly. The clock's working against you, Core. Now it's just Alvarez. He's got that Hunter's Fury, but now he's paranoid. He can't see much. He's going to try and take this fight around the corner. Peeks into both and manages to get both. A couple 2v1s, one off the back of a couple mistakes, and Core, they're keeping it going.
I'll take rounds you shouldn't have won for 500, Alex. That's
and
one.
TNX is agreeing. They're checking the book. They're looking down the category because you need a reset after that one.
Yeah, what in the world just happened? Core had the entirety of the C site and were like, I think we should go the other direction for no apparent reason. And there was no rhyme or reason to that either. We have X-ray vision, and there was nothing given over that would suggest, hey, we should go to A, except for maybe a rotation scene inside of the B site. But even then, you have better weaponry, and you should have known it considering the earlier engagements. Going through our Sony in-zone replays for our match thus far, giving you the TLDR and what's going on, and I think the chaotic part of this is, Core still won it, even though they definitely should not have. But you're looking at a round and saying, that's one that is similar to round 2, where it's closer than it should have been by a very large margin, yet still won by the team that technically should have won it as we introduce things.
Yeah, and I think that what these replays also give us a really good indicator of is how we saw 10x very early into this map. They have practiced set pieces, they have good retakes, but it just come down to a couple of moments, just like that one from Cheat Code, where you miss your execution by just a bit. You line up a little too tight, and these Core players are practiced, and they're going to be able to punish those kinds of mistakes. So I think for 10x, reset, stick to your set pieces, and make sure that everyone's on the same page, because when they get scattered, that Core seems to really enjoy these kinds of positions. As already, we're seeing a little more aggression, a little more fight for this A lobby position. And seems Core doesn't want to over-engage after that initial spread of util.
Can't particularly blame them for it. Core is just playing a little bit more patiently than what we've seen in prior rounds, but the difference here is they're also playing a little bit more singularly. Not everybody is in separate positions, as we've seen notably most of their defaults. Mostly C control, a little bit of mid control as well, but this time they're fully sending it on to A, and understandably so. They have a decent bit of information to work off of. Car, left alone with the operator in hand, can't see a dang thing, and now quickly taken care of, but a 1-for-1 trade good enough, 2 for 2 just the same.
Keeping it close. Now questions for 10x if they're going to try and keep this going, as we see the Rolling Thunder coming out of Core, and now member down as Flipsy once again caught a little too deep on the flank without an angle to be held. Drago just a flashpoint to work with. I believe Paranoia has already been used this round as well, so we're going to see that teleport used for some information. Doesn't catch much, and this clock keeps ticking away. Peek out from Alvarez, looking to press the tempo. Might not even need to, as Cheat Code gets one up top. There's just these two around the corner, and we've seen when they stack up, Core are the ones to cut them down.
Perfect coordination as well. Alvarez swings for that first kill, and as soon as they do, you can see the head turn from the second player, but Cheat Code then swings from default for the refrag. Not even technically trading for their teammate, but playing around it. You'll see it here on the replay. And again, good 2-for-2 trade to open things up here for Core, giving them the advantage. You'll see the head swing. Solar, as soon as they turn, Cheat Code swings and immediately kills them. Perfect setup in the post plant for Core, really whittling down 10x's attempted retake because it wasn't bad, it was just so stagnant that Core was able to pick it apart.
Yeah, just, I think stagnant's a really good word for it, where they're working on these positions, they're trying to make sure that they're being safe, but the trouble is, you run into a couple of these spots and safety's not going to work out, and Car showing that sometimes you need to take a couple risks to get a kill. On the other side, Flipsy trading across the map for Solar. And now Danny's stepping up, and that's the good use of these stingers. You can cut around these corners and shut an unsuspecting player down.
A Core, man disadvantage. They do have the weaponry advantage, but, I mean, that's basically countered entirely by this man disadvantage. Snarly is the only person seen over towards A. General inkling that Short is occupied, as you can see. 10x still watching it, but they need to play for trades, at least noting that Danny's still in the general vicinity. But JSP clearing that close corner. A good refrag, though, from Danny, again playing for that immediate 1-for-1. There's help now from the backside, but Carr is quickly taken care of, and Snarly dropping Danny makes it a 1 versus 2, as Renge needs just that to pick up the round here for 10x.
And with only a couple rounds left, this is a very good eco, but it doesn't matter against the bank for Core, and 10x just need this round. And all Revenge has in hand is a Sheriff and a Dream. It's a weapon in front, but that'll give away the position immediately, but the quick peek onto Snarly and right back onto Alvarez means that Revenge brings it back for all those lost rounds.
Again, the wherewithal from a 10x player to know exactly where Core should be playing. There's nothing new being brought in from Core. A player towards Hell and a player on the backside of default is the most common 2v1 split on the A site ever, whether it's retaking or taking, period. And you'll see it again on this in-zone replay. Revenge knew exactly what they had to do from both sides of this one. They swing for the first, and as soon as they find that kill, they're aware of the second. The immediate turn is what wins them that round. If Alvarez is able to swing without being shot back at, it's a free kill. But they don't, and they aren't. So it's a round back for 10x in probably, again, a round that wasn't as easy to pick up.
No, it was not very easy, and 10x, though, just making the most of these positions, right? Like Danny just getting refrag after refrag with the Stinger. Even though that's 2 frags on the A side to slow things down, it's impact. It's slowing down your opponents, and it's giving the space for Revenge to be able to just have a 2v1 where there's a low member that you can get with a Sheriff body shot. So I'm going to say big confidence booster for 10x, and for Core, I like this decision. Take your time out. You're about to swap halves anyway, so might as well use it and just give yourself as good of a chance to get an 8-4, because based on the dominance on the scoreline, right? 10x only getting the pistol and the buy up immediately after for the majority of this half. That's what's held their half together. And if they can bring this back to a 7-5, it's really good considering how this half has felt.
It seemed dominant, but I mean, the main notable reason for that is 10x won the first 2 rounds, and since then have only won 2 rounds. Pistol and conversion, even then, weren't very dominant. Pistol was nearly as close as it could have been. Well, actually, Pistol was fairly dominant. The conversion was about as close as it could have been, considering the circumstances. But Core has been fairly dominant other than those 2 rounds, but with how short of a half is, sometimes 2 or 3 rounds in the early stages can set the tone that you need.
Exactly, and just those little bits. Now Carr gonna peek out, use that initial pick, create some space for a second. Quick trade from Flipsy means there's not much, but Solar just getting shut down, and Snarly! Icy couple of picks back to back. And we are going to see the lockdown committed for this C site. Drago on site, though, trying to fight it out as the Hunter's Fury used to clear out logs. And now we saw Revenge pull off the 2v1. Has the lockdown in hand to try and make this 3v1. But, oh, this is going to be tough as already the turret spots him out. And Flipsy just looking for this timer. Revenge peeking every angle, knowing there might be a core member behind it. Spots out Flipsy, tries to take the duel, but the wall bangs go the other KJ away. And it's going to be core. 8 rounds for this half. And that's a pretty good start on Haven Attack.
You can see it was being played close to the vest there from core, but I think most notably you could just see Alvarez and Snarly so far away from the fight that even if Flipsy loses that, Flipsy's A, taken enough time off that spike to make the 1v2 already a difficulty, and 2, well, made things a significant more amount difficult considering the ground between them and the site itself. There was basically no easy way or no way, period, for Revenge to win that round. And into the second half, 10X need to set the tone again. This time, however, on the attacking side. And core, well, their pistols suggest they want to play aggressive. Frenzy, 2 Ghosts and a Sheriff up against a set of Classics, 2 to be specific, 2 Ghosts and a Frenzy on the opposing side. But it looks like 10X playing things a little bit more quicker than core, but that does also lead to an easier retake should core want to.
Yeah, but I think this is a good look for 10X. They looked best in those early pistols when they were just allowed to play set-piece retakes, and now on the other side, they'll try and just duke it out on site, and Solar getting the best of a couple core members as Cheat Code somehow staying alive in the corner, but eventually shut down as it's a 3K for Solar, and now it's all up to JSP. Somehow gets the 3 shots back-to-back, but only 40 HP to work with against Danny, smartly stepping back into the cubby. There's so little to work with. The dash already expired. Time having ticked away on the spike. Just going to take 2 shots. Is JSP going to try and stick this to half? Or
oh, no,
waits for the util to get dropped. He didn't get it to half, and that's going to make this so difficult. The shoulder peeks out. Danny takes his time, and that's 10X getting the pistol once again.
I think if JSP gets that to half and even takes the recon bolt information, they have a shot. I'm a little surprised there wasn't lineups played there for Danny, considering they had both shock bolts available, and with no shields whatsoever, and notably less health than earlier, JSP was more susceptible to them. But either way, it's a clean pistol round again from 10X. They're 2 for 2 on him here on Haven. Let's see if they could go 2 for 2 on conversions, but this is why. Wait, they got it to... No, that was the second time around. I was about to say they got it to half. Yeah, I was about to say, wait, they got it to half. No, they didn't.
No, I mean, he did get it to half, and then he promptly perished.
He promptly died.
And that's just how the cookie crumbles at times. As, you know, you win some, you lose some. Core winning a little bit more in the first half is now their defense very staggered. They're just going for like this 2-0-3 setup. And I can't say I hate it just based on that KJ turret holding down mid and the fact that you really don't want to be ending B if you're up against pistols and worse weaponry just because of how tight it is. So good read by Core to use their resources as efficiently as they can. And now there's the info out. And we're going to see just the delay off this smoke. So still no commitment towards this site.
Odd position, certainly, for Core to be in as well. They're all rotating over towards A. At least 4 of 5 are going to be on that side. And 10X is rushing this. The problem is they're rushing into a stack and they may not know it. Seeing 2 players over towards C and an eco, this could very well lead to their demise.
I think so, too. They're expecting a stack, but thought it was on the other side as now they run on through. Slow down for just a second, realizing how much utility's on the other side as we see some classic spray down going, and the first kill taken by JSP as Core making those classics bite. And now there's no time to get the rotate, as this might have just been a map master class coming through from Core as a couple kills go the other way. But I don't think they'll be able to make it to the B to the
No, he's going
site.
C, he's gonna lose it!
He's going!
They're gonna lose.
I don't think they have the time. 3.5 seconds is what you need to get the plant. Just
He's got
barely makes it, and Solar will get the kill on a
Wow.
cheat code. It seems they just barely made it. Less than a second to spare
Look at the health.
for Drago. But still, it's been so expensive. Alvarez has a chance. They're lined up again, and Core managed to bring this one back off the eco.
Apparently lightning does indeed strike twice. This time it struck with a little bit more efficacy, and Core deny the conversion round victory for 10X. Again, a round that Core shouldn't have had all that much of a shot at, but this one, much better for them. On that re-engagement on the A side, they play together, they swing off of one another, and most importantly, around utility. Utility is the great equalizer when push comes to shove, and you could see the low HP between the two 10x players. Look in the later stages when this replay hits the later set. You could see how low both of them were when Alvarez swings. Solar was on 6 health when they took that first fight, and I believe the second player was no higher than like 14 health. So they had a total of 20 health between them. A single bullet was really all it took, and as Alvarez walks forward, finds both of them in just 2. 9-5, as that's a detriment to this 10x attack.
And it looks so good, but just the fact that they full rotate off of the initial Omen smokes, thinking that it has to be a C-side stack, really bring them to their demise. And the fact that Core were able to get the read on that this was just going to be a quick rotate over to A. Little information taken, but used to its maximum potential. And it's 10x just unsure what to do at this point. They don't have really any weapons that they can realistically work with. They're trying to default, but why would Core do anything besides default when they've got rifles in hand and can take all these long duels?
My best suggestion right now to 10x is play quickly and most importantly play one together. Solar, finding an opener, Flipsy is caught in the corner. I don't know if there was information as to their position or just gamble shots with a Sheriff, but that's a pretty good start to understate the obvious. And 10x now with an opening kill, that's an extra rifle they can retrieve. If I remember their buy correctly, they'd already bought up 1 Vandal. They should now have a second. And that, well, weapon disadvantage now quickly, at least nearly, equalized.
Yeah, I mean, here on the A side, there's only 2 rifles they'll be running into. One of them is an operator, so they look the right way. This could be deadly, but oh, they've got to check your corners. Danny gonna be the one take first contact. It's immediately traded by JSP, but still, all of the wraparound coming through as the shorty strikes out for Core, and somehow 10x find their way onto site off of Revenge grabbing a couple, and it's now a 3v1. Once again, the team behind takes site and shuts their opponents down. It's all up to Snarly. Still has a smoke, still has the paranoia and those shrouded steps. But this is going to be very difficult. He's going to be peeking into 2 on the right side. Paranoia under hell, looks the wrong side, and Revenge with a 3K round things up, as that is a very nice way for 10x to try and bring it back.
Not only does Revenge find that final kill as well, there was no shot Snarly wins that because Solar was tucked into the close corner. There's no way you clear an off angle and then the main angle in the same 3 meters. It's just not happening. I don't care how good of a player you are. In a 1v3, nobody has that wherewithal, even players on 10x. But Revenge's quick 3K in the later stages, most importantly the 2 to take and confirm the site take, that's what gave 10x that confirmation. And back-to-back rounds in which the eco comes out on top, and in glaring fashion, these teams much closer than we may have thought to start things away.
Yeah, not at all what we expected. And Revenge, the opping Killjoy, don't see that every day with the round opener on the other side, is now up top. JSP looks for one, and Alvarez is going to be the one to find it instead, as we're all even after just a couple engagements, and neither team looking too comfortable.
Weirdest double swing ever, by the way. Updraft over the long box with Alvarez just casually swinging from long. And the Bladestorm even did damage as well, so they were able to disengage positively. And I think most importantly, with Alvarez finding that kill, I think a little bit of a tunnel vision from 10x, but Core's more than happy to take advantage of that. Fault line will land onto just Revenge, who does indeed have the operator out. First time we've ever seen a Killjoy operator, ever. Not, I'm kidding. That does happen sometimes, but when there's a Jet still alive, maybe not the most consistent of cases. Core's defense, though, stacked again on the correct site. And this could be a problem for 10x, because again, they have the weapon advantage, but Core may very well be able to pick this one up. Do they clear JSP, though? The answer, yes. Yes, they do.
I was scared, though, the way they're peeking in. It seemed like there might have been some other options, as Alvarez gives away the position off the shock dart. Now it's 2v2. And that's just going to be teleport for the spike take, but you can't go to any other site, as they think it's a C hit. Solar's going to stick around. Now they're going to get base default plant. And Snarly, just a classic to work with. Did he get spotted, or was that just a spam through the smoke?
So when you threw out the paranoia, it's seen. So as soon as a paranoia was thrown as a prediction shot, granted, they didn't see the person, they saw the utility, and off the back take a well-timed shot. But Solar's wherewithal, again, the game intuition from 10x. What he does is he uses From the Shadows, which is usually something you use to gather the spike, yes, but you do so on the opposite side of the map. So you saw the rotation come in from Solar on the complete opposite side of things. That's because they were expecting, not Solar, from Snarly, sorry, on the complete opposite side of things. They were expecting Solar to be on the C site with the spike. That's where they were expecting that spike might come through, which is the main reason why Alvarez wasn't expecting a double swing coming from short, and the reason, again, that the round, all in all, goes the way of 10x. Just bait with utility, and it works perfectly.
Yeah.
It's wild, but it works perfectly.
I was very, very impressed, because you rarely ever see that short push, but I think that the Omen was spotted out short, so I think that there might have been a world where that play is read, but again, your muscle memory kicks in, and you're just used to that kind of set piece. So, unfortunate for Core, they get bait and switched, and instead it's 10x putting another round on the board. As this attacking side, they've looked a lot more comfortable, of course. Haven't had too many gun rounds, and that's where Core stepped up in the last half and just continued to dominate, but I am still very, very intrigued as to how this one's going to go, because Core stepping into double digits, very scary. 10x coming within 1, also very scary, depending who you're rooting for.
I'm an unbiased caster, so I don't care who wins. I just want a good game. If we get 24 rounds, I'm a happy man.
Well, we can't just have well, I guess we can't have just 24 rounds. I'm here for 30 rounds. Give me the double OT drama to kick off our half of the day.
Counter-Strike time? Question mark? 16-14 end?
Oh man, just bring in another game, just bring in another tack shooter, extend the game to that point. I mean, you see some of these super overtimes between really, really tightly matched teams, and those are some of the craziest matches of Valorant that you will ever watch, just back and forth and back and forth. But we won't worry about that until 10x bring us to, at the very least, even, or Core just able to close this one out, as we're at an inflection point. And it seems for 10x, they're not defaulting, they're not taking much map control, but they are building themselves a set piece here on the A side. As we see the smoke going down, fault line dropped, teleport attempted, and the smoke dropped, but it is just so much util. You're never escaping that one, Snarly, as the Hunter's Fury catches 2, and that immediately brings this round back, as Spike should be planted, just barely getting away with it. They do have time, 8 seconds up and enough to go, but it was getting scary as they were around 10 seconds before they started to commit that. So at the very least, 10x getting that security, but Core still making it expensive off the back of that Hunter's Fury, turning this into a 3v3. Makes life so difficult for 10x, as their setup is just not as strong as they'd want it to be. They don't have the breach flashes, they don't have the Omen smokes. It's going to be a lot of gun skill and a lot of information usage, especially off that turret kill, as JSP takes the first kill, and it's a clean re-entry. Everyone wins their duels, and Core put themselves to double digits.
I was thinking 10x didn't have the time because there were both shock darts available for Alvarez and Heaven. I was expecting them to just try and play lineups and deny that spike defuse, or spike plant, originally, but just didn't happen. They instead play for a retake, and you'll see how it's set up. Good utility dump onto the site, but the problem is, then 10x doesn't have any utility to hold long term. Everything was then dedicated on the defensive side, and you can see JSP from defensive spawn on towards short, the kill from Flipsy over towards Hell, and then finally across towards the pocket. Clean kill from above, and a 3k to close things out as well. Core, good retake, similar to that of what we saw 10x do a few times, but with multiple different avenues of attack rather than just Heaven and defensive spawn. They also preset the flank as well. It was a late decision, but it was set nonetheless, and they committed to it very well at that.
And committing to your plays is honestly the biggest thing when you're at this level, right? Everyone has their set plays. Everyone knows a bunch of different ways to approach the map and ways to approach retakes, but it's about making sure your team is all on the same page. Everyone is sticking together, and everyone knows what their role is. And I think that was a perfect example of that team synergy from Core coming through in the last round. As now this timeout from 10x, I think it's a very, very good decision. That was a scrappy round. And also, I think just the fact that both of your main stalling utility agents getting caught by that Hunter's Fury in the Breach and the Omen, you don't have any more smokes to try and slow things down. You don't have any flashpoints to prevent peeks. And it's about using what they've got. This round's going to be that much more difficult. They have the Blade Storm, so it should be a full buy. Neither team feeling that comfortable on cash, so 10x wins this one. They're right back into it. If Core wins it, they might be able to just run away with the game. As some early lobby pressure, fault line gets dropped. Oh, this is an aggressive position coming through for JSP, and immediately gets shut down by Danny S, and Alvarez just forced to retreat.
Odd position, especially here for Core, with JSP getting caught early. The A's site has mostly fallen, but they do rotate a decent bit over, and they're also setting up an early flank just the same. Rolling Thunder shouldn't find anybody, and only finds Alvarez, but they've already disengaged. And yeah, 10x has full site control, but they have a flank to worry about, and 3 players from 2 separate angles re-engaging from defender spawn as well. Shock Dart does a decent bit of damage just to add insult to injury, and Core has a good site retake setup, but the problem is Flipsy has to find that opener towards lobby to initiate, and Solar already finding cheat codes makes things even more difficult for the Core defense.
And the fact there was that alarm bot does certainly slow down that rotate, but the fact that Spike didn't actually get planted until just a couple seconds ago means all this time that 10x have been trying to buy
just saving
gets used. But yeah, Core just making the decision to save, and I really like this one, just given how tight the money is for both teams, that you just want to give yourself as good of a chance as possible going into the next round. And for Core, you don't want to let 10x start to build that momentum, so every gun could mean a way to stop that. We've seen already plenty of scrappy buys turn into rounds from both of these teams, so wouldn't be surprised if that might be in the cards for the next one.
I know exactly why the call was made as well for Core, and honestly completely warranted. The extent of utility they had left over, 2 dark covers, a paranoia, and whatever Alvarez had left over, which I believe was a sonar that was only recently built up, and a shock dart, maybe 2. But the owl drone had already been used, information gathering was already lackluster. They didn't have utility, most importantly, and they didn't have the manpower altogether. You had a player towards defensive spawn, a player towards heaven, and the other in A lobby, or trying to get into A lobby, but Revenge was shutting that down from the initiation. Flipsy had no way in, and Core had no way back into the round. Good decision to save, no need to over-engage, and now you have full rifles still in this 19th round of play.
Yeah, and that's such a huge deal, is already Snarly getting caught by a quick hit. There's so many smokes on site, you barely see what's happening. That is a nice clean clear, some extra damage from all of the swarm grenades getting popped. And this should be site control, but it's going to be a 5v5 for the retake. No ultimates besides that Hunter's Fury available, and Snarly getting rid of Carr off the rip. Make life a little bit easier, but it's not going to be a very easy site to retake, as Snarly blinds 2, Hunter's Fury used early on, not to try and prevent the plant, but just to try and prevent the retake, as it will give Drago a little space to work with. Snarly still on site, Flipsy stepping up, but it's Danny and Solar who are keeping the fort down, as here's the long-range shot. Danny still has shock darts, still has ways into this. That's going to be sonar dart on to the Spike. Doesn't actually spot it. Doesn't realize the diffuser's going down. Gets JSP, but doesn't get the diffuser, as it's Core who somehow steal another round.
Perfect setup on the re-engagement as well from Core. Not only did they wait outside the site, but as soon as that spike goes down, they initiate for an opening kill and give themselves that man advantage. They also had the flank being set up around through the attacker spawn and C-long, just making sure that the interrupted hold in the C-long side could not support the site pressure. And 10x was completely torn apart because of it. Valiant effort from Danny, but with the recon bolt not landing inside of the dark cover, the shot onto JSP was the one they thought they needed, but inevitably missed, at least onto the diffuser, and Core walk away with a round because of it. And looking at 10x now, they're putting all their eggs in one basket. It is again a C rush they rely on, and one that has to be successful.
On the preemptive use of the swarm grenades, was a good idea to try and slow down Carr, but doesn't wind up working, as we are going to see the lockdown used, but still commitment to this plant. I like that decision from 10x. Just run right back down long, hold your position, just don't get caught, as you can still sit Cubby here, actually. Now Flipsy might be the X factor already. We're seeing an attempt as this is sticking at least to half, and that is plenty as Flipsy around the backside. Good for 3 already, 4, almost 5 for the ace, as now it's Revenge who's trying to hold it down, and it has been the KJs this round as break that down, TTL. It was so back and forth.
The way it came through as well was originally that lockdown. You talked about it. 10x dedicate themselves to the spike plant and then disengage. The problem was with all 5 players in a confirmed position, Core dedicated a lot to one single set. Flipsy originally engaging on towards long, but the problem was with everybody dying on the site before Flipsy engages, they don't have extra redundancy from the site pressure back towards long to allow them to double swing. It was only Flipsy looking for kills there, and as soon as they do end up dying, it was a quick re-engagement, and overall, a good round from 10x that, again, they may not have had the best opportunity at, but they win nonetheless. Valiant effort from Core, and good setup on the fight as a whole, but inevitably still a 10x round victory, and this one will be as well. It's just a matter of how long it takes. I'm sorry, I like the Core team, but this is a foregone conclusion. We're looking at 11-10.
Yeah, it should be pretty easy take. Of course, Core going to throw everything they have at it, barely allowing this plant to go through as we see the flashpoints, fault lines attempted, but Carr going to clean those up. No Flipsy, just a stinger in hand. We saw some heroics when he had a Vandal. No such heroics this time around as both teams breaking a double digits, and it's a flawless from 10x.
An important one as well. Even if Core wins this, 10x still going to have enough credits to buy up in this next round. They lose any more than 2 players there, they don't have enough credits, they're going to have to reinvest. And they're not broke, but they won't have the cash that they need. And now Core is in that exact situation, where Flipsy, look at them. They've got 50 credits, JSP's on 0, Cheat Code's on only 100. They have what? A combined 750 credits for the team? That's it. That's not enough. If you lose this, we're looking at a save in most likely 24 rounds with 10x being up 12-11.
Man, you asked for it. You wanted to see 24, and it seems 10x wants to give it to you as they're going to race right on to the B site. And we will see Aftershock used doesn't do much as Drago just able to sneak on past. And maybe
watching it.
Cheat Code won't be ready.
Smart.
But indeed he is. Just catches the off angle, and now it's suddenly a 3v4. Danny S able to keep this one playable, but Flipsy once again on the flank. No one's looking. They're lined up, and it's Core to keep it going. As now it's just Revenge. Saw them clutch up in a 1v1 or 2v1 this time when there's 4 players out. It'll be a lot easier for Core, and they put themselves to game point.
Exquisite play from Flipsy. The only player to die in the round was the Sova over towards that A connector, and Flipsy wasn't anywhere near it. But what they do is they don't immediately re-engage. Danny and Carr were both looking for them and then found nothing. And then they were like, okay, nobody else is here. Let's focus our attention towards the site. And as soon as they do that, you could even see Carr look for a split second just to make sure no one's there. And the timing gets the better of them. Welcome to tactical first-person shooters and timing, ladies and gentlemen. It's the most iconic duo known to man, and Flipsy takes full advantage of it with a casual double over towards A short, securing the round for Core.
Oh, and this could be it. And 10x knows that they're going once again. Just walk up mid for B. Plant gets dropped. Not much response in the immediate, but might be trying to just bait out of Garage. 2 players flash. Drago trying to bring this one back. Aggressive swing out with Revenge for some backup. Plenty of damage on a JSP. Somehow doesn't die, but Snarly and Cheat Code already taken off the table. And 10x looking very strong as they're racing on over to A. And we're getting that much closer to your wish time to light. We're almost to that round 24.
Flipsy's going to use lockdown here. I honestly don't like this. This is a 3v5, which you do not need to win. This is, I don't know if this is the greatest decision. Maybe it's to bait on an ultimate, but Core's looking for a similar situation to what we've seen prior. Dedicate yourself 2 on top, 1 heaven, 1 towards defender spawn, the last player rotating, but it was Flipsy, and they're already caught out. That's the round. This should be a full disengage from Core. They don't have the cash to dedicate themselves to this, and JSP barely makes it alive, and they'll survive, but only barely. All 24 rounds are indeed required, but it's with Core up 12-11, and I'm gonna be honest with you here, J-Turbo. I think we're headed to OT. We may very well get your wish as well.
Hey, I'm here for it. That's the great part. My wish can happen, your wish can happen. We all are happy at the end of the day. As
Core
I think
and 10x or Oprah. Everybody gets their wish.
Everyone gets their wish precisely. As right now, 10x, they've got the cash in hand to try and hunt down these rifles. Won't be able to get much, as Alvarez able to hold down that spawn angle nice and tight. And here we are, round 24, as it is up to 10x to try and send us to OT. As, yeah, we're just going to get one more in-zone replay. See Alvarez just taking duel after duel. But back, thinking ahead, I saw a judge bot for Core.
I know exactly why. JSP is the closest to their ultimate, and they're the only one with a lethal ultimate. So they're going to try and go grab the A-long ult orb and try and pick up the Blade Storm. Unless they just want to play close to sewers. Apparently that's the case. Problem is, they're on the wrong side of the map. And 10x has 4 ultimates. This is going to be a very odd finish to this matchup, and the first one to be used is the only for Core. Rolling Thunders are actually traded, and the spike is even yet to go down, but there's a flank being set up. Keep an eye on that as they walk up C-long.
Oh, that is scary. We saw some heroics. Didn't result in a round, but still a solo 4K from Flipper on that, from Flipsy on that backside. Is now Danny looking to step forward onto the ring of players waiting outside the lockdown, but JSP brings back that Blade Storm, and it's just enough as now 10x stuck on site. They've got to try and win one side, and Solar shutting down Flipsy might be just enough. As now they gear their sights towards the top side, and it's Solar and Revenge who take us to overtime.
Overtime is indeed a requisite. 10x bring both of the final 2 rounds back, and in wild fashion as well, especially in the last round. Again, their game IQ is exactly what they needed. The 35th attempted flank from Flipsy is again found out. And they can't win the fight on the defensive side as they tried the retake. If Flipsy finds a kill there, it's a much easier re-engagement from the defender spawn, and you're probably looking at Core winning 13-11. But because Flipsy dies there, there's no extra avenue of attack there for Core as they re-engage, and 10x can focus all of their resources on defender spawn. And a 3v2 playing for immediate trades, it works out perfectly for them. And now as we head to OT, everybody has the rifle of choice. Most notably, Carr has an operator, and they're looking to play over towards mid as well.
Yeah, and we saw last time that 10x had an op in their hand, it was, I believe, for Revenge, as they managed to pick out a garage, and we have not seen any Core aggression outside of grass since then. As both teams realizing the stakes, just defaulting, no quick set pieces, no rushes, but Carr almost coming down with the opening pick.
Carr's out of utility as well. No cloudbursts, no updrafts. The only one they had was to get up on top of the main box in B, and they just used their tailwind to get out of dodge. That's a difficulty. Usually you play Jet with operator because you have a get out of jail free card. Technically 2 if you count the updrafts. But now, you're just as good as any other Sentinel, any other controller, or even initiator. You are about as immobile as I am when I play KO operator, which, by the way, is not good. Don't do it.
And dropping down the secret strats. I've been trying to practice that one. You just leak it out here. It's actually the next great tech. You've got pop flashes. Just treat it like your
I call
OG
it playing
tech shooter.
Counter-Strike.
100%.
I call it playing Counter-Strike.
Exactly. Just playing CS. But now it seems for Core, playing this slow, looking to finish on this A side. They've got 20 seconds to go. Both teams playing as cautious as possible, as that will be Alvarez confirming default plant. And Core, they have an opportunity to just get an A site retake, but there's plenty of guns on the other side waiting for them.
They're aware of at least one player in the close corner. The problem is, with this full re-engagement, it's going to be a full 5v5, and 10x has had near perfect retakes thus far. We'll see if it happens again.
It's certainly possible. We haven't seen it in quite a while since they were on defense, but already Drago getting one, Solar for a second, and Core is crumbling until there's a peek out from hell and the counter swing, but still Drago with the op 4K just barely catches it in time. And that will be 10x taking the lead. I mean, at one point, this game was 8-3, 8-2, something like that.
Yep.
And 10x just racing back on the attacking side.
And a quick one at that. The 8-4 halves playing now in the favor of 10x as they start on the defensive side and most importantly win there. We'll see how their attack plays out. It needs to be a good start to the round. That's the most important part about it. Core's going to have almost a carbon copy. JSP is going to bring an operator of their own, but I'm still looking at Drago from the previous round. Op double to close it out and retrieving it from Car. That's a wild way to win the first round of OT, especially in such a contentious game as this in every single round.
I cannot believe it. Is now Snarly going to have to be the X factor. Sticking around on site, gets sprayed through the smoke, and everyone falls from Core. Car just races on through, and it feels like it's already over before the round even begins. There's this wraparound attempted. Cheat code is here, and we've seen some heroics, but 10x, it feels like they got warmed up. Their attacking side has been so clean. And now they just need one more hold, and there's no flip C to try and put together a flank. There's just two players straight up front. It's Alvarez and Cheat Code. And Cheat Code knows you've got to get aggressive early on if you want to make this fight work.
That's it.
As Revenge wins the first, Alvarez stunned up, and Danny gets the second, as it's 10x with the comeback on Core as they win our first map of our second set. And oh my goodness, I'm reeling after that one.
I love that setup in the later stages again for 10x. They fully disengage. They play with the same principle as they did on the defensive side. Not over-aggressing and just playing for the late stages. We'll see here in our final Sony in-zone replay of the series how this match really went. And it came down to chaotic rounds, but the consistency from 10x in these rounds of chaos is really what played out in their favor. Their ability to still communicate and figure out their target prioritization when required is what set them apart. And even in some of these clutches, for instance, Cheat Code casually finding a collat with a Vandal. Just like that, they could not consistently bring those rounds down, especially in the second half, and that's what gave 10x this round and the map as a whole.
Yeah, and I mean, also some individual moments, right? Like Revenge here getting their fourth round on defense all alone, and then also, we look on the other side, right? 10x struggling with some of these double swings together, but we see those just go away as the attacking side develops, and they continue to just look better and better round after round to the point that we get to OT, and it feels like Core are out of gas, and 10x just able to step up, and even with these kinds of heroics, round after round, it was not enough for Core to be able to bring it on back despite that early lead. So, impressive stuff coming through from the side of Core and 10x, but 10x well-deserved win. I mean, just 14-12, can't get it any closer.
About as close as it could have gotten. Quite literally, I mean, 2 rounds of difference, quite literally the closest a Valorant match can be. But you have to say, it's a wild finish to see how close 10x was in the early rounds of play, but still not as close in the later stages when they were still winning those rounds. Really setting themselves apart, and the communication, the coordination really playing in their favor. Sometimes the coordination costs them. For instance, double swinging back-to-back. Don't do that, by the way. Yeah. But, I mean, hey, maybe the stagnated coordination works out perfectly for them, and they turn it into a 14-12 victory on Haven.
Yeah, and we're going to see them in our third match of this segment, but we're going to take a break for getting Illini and Schambog in for the next map. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more from the Windy City Open.
If you've ever experienced Wild Bill's or had the opportunity to taste our old-fashioned soda pop, you've likely been served by someone who serves far more than soda. Veteran-owned and operated, we are more than just a company that sells soda pop. Wild Bill's is an experience that commemorates the memories created with friends and family. Once you've tried one of our 9 refreshing flavors, you'll understand why people keep coming back year after year. You need just purchase a mug, pick any flavor, and pour all day long. Our exclusive mugs are unique for each function, with different styles, each having the event logo to celebrate that special day. And if you run into us again, just bring your mug and pay only $5 to fill up all day.
Cups are awesome.
Damn, sarsaparilla!
What's your favorite thing here?
Nice, good answer.
People love the experience, and kids love pouring from the tap for themselves. Made with pure cane sugar, there's no high fructose corn syrup, which makes for a delicious soda that's nostalgic of a simpler time.
I'm probably going to be refilling this all day.
Wild Bills services nearly 400 events a year. It's truly about the experience that we deliver and the value we provide, not only to events, but the customers we serve. We truly feel that we add a unique element and something that you can taste, feel, and touch. So try Wild Bills, taste the wild side.
Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you. I cried for you. I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you. I cried for you. I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Lullaby, something you still in my head. Someone come save me. Bloodshot eyes, can't sleep, I'm rotting in my bed. Even the drugs don't faze me. I don't think you understand. I gave you everything I had when it shit go wrong, and now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you. I cried for you. I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you. I cried for you. I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you. I cried for you. I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you. I cried for you. I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. Oh, I got lost on a winding road in the dark of night with the stars aglow. Heaven's up above, got me below as I head to you like the river flows. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. these moments. I think it's dawned on me that you ain't coming back. I've lost my chance to see us find our way back. And in the end, amidst these trying times, I'll always try to find you. I'll lie to you to find the truth that you hold back. So stay with me. You know that I'll follow. I can't breathe. Together we'll fall apart. Stay here right in my arms. We'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. We'll fall apart, I know that we're a mess. And I know that you try your best. And you're calling me to over dramatically talk to me. And it's so funny, you're all I wanted. And I can't talk, want you out of my life. So say none, I'll wait for days if you ain't one. I'll say none. So stay with me. You know that I'll follow. I can't breathe. Together we'll fall apart. Stay here right in my arms. We'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. To stay here right in my arms, and we'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. so clear, I've always been falling through a life that's upside down. Somehow you turn me around. So stay.
Be careful! Run!
And welcome back to the Belong Arena Windy City Valorant Open, as we just had a screamer of a match between Core and 10x, and now we're gonna get to see 10x again.
Yeah, you said Illini and Schaumburg. It's Illini and Schaumburgers, and because he mispronounced them, we're not even gonna stream him. And by that I mean, by the time we tried to stream them, the other two games had already finished, so they had moved forward, not obviously having the information. Everybody there is actually on LAN and in person, and unfortunately we're not able to stream that game, so we're moving on to the second game here in group ... as I totally already have it up. I don't know what you're talking about. The other group, the same group, Group G, A, B, C,
Group
D,
E?
F, G.
Group E?
Group E. Yeah, I know how to do the alphabet.
It's tough, you know, getting through the ABC. It's been a long time since kindergarten. I have to say, I worked doing some filing work over tax season, and I still had to sing through the alphabet to make sure I was getting everything in line on the filing system. So guys, you guys do it at home too. We do it. It's okay.
Yeah.
We get it. You got to sing through the song sometimes. But as we take a look at the group, Fatal falling to Equinox Cobalt and 10x taking down Core. Pretty big deals. Core was expected to be one of the stronger teams out of this group, but so far it's just been really, really impressive play all the way down. So we're going to get to take one more peek at 10x's roster that we just got to see on stream. And if you didn't get a chance to see that last map right here, Drago, Car, Revenge, Danny's, and Solar. I mean, Drago, 4K on the op, Car working some magic with the Jet, Revenge having some insane moments.
And now on the other side, Fatal coming in as the new squad. I have to say, this is a more scrim squad, I have to say. The most notable, I think, of them is Cavi with Tri-Life, Arian, Goop, and Dummy coming through as well. This is a team that has some showing up to do. With the unfortunate loss there up against Equinox Cobalt, they are facing up against the technically #1 team, with them taking down Core. On, again, a technicality, Equinox Cobalt is currently seeded #1 just because of round differential, because 10x brought it to OT. But when push comes to shove, and after this and the following matches end, I have no doubt 10x will finish first, and it's going to be between Core and Equinox Cobalt, barring any miracles from Fatal for that second slot.
Yeah, I mean, we say that, but we've seen surprises already this tournament. I mean, 10X, though, they're looking hot. They're feeling hot, as we already saw. And now we'll get to see what they have. We're not going to be sticking with Haven once again. We'll be having a new map. As we're going to take a peek at how we got here. Got rid of Split, Lotus, Bind, and Fracture. And then ending up on Ascent. So we're staying stock standard, sticking with maps that everyone knows, everybody, or at least some people love. I know Ascent, a lot of people are just like, oh, I see it all the time, but it's because it is so practiced. It's because both teams are going to have so much comfort going into this one.
By some people, J-Turbo means me. I love Ascent as a map, but I hate Ascent as a map at the exact same time. It is played so often, especially in Collegiate. When you cast Collegiate so much, it gets, like, repetitive as heck. The Collegiate special is Ascent, Haven, +1. Really,
Icebox. It's Icebox.
Yeah.
It was Icebox, but it's gone! Icebox is gone now.
That's true.
So
I'm
gonna
so
have to
happy.
find something new. Seen a lot of teams messing around with Lotus, but we're not gonna see any of that. Instead, sticking to the tried and true, and it seems both teams as well holding on to that, I like to call it Core 4 lineup for Ascent, where you've got the Jet, the Omen,
Just lost.
the KJ, and the Sova. Okay. And you +1 your other initiator, as we've got KOs hovered, or locked in actually, already for Fatal, but hovered for Drago.
It looks like this is going to be, again, a mirror selection, and I have to say, I like it. I am usually a proponent of seeing KO Sova here on Ascent. Sometimes they're interchangeable with the Fade. Occasionally, and I mean occasionally, like once every 20 games, you'll see a Breach. But sometimes it is brought through just because somebody may very well be more comfortable on it. And you could also see a Sky as well. Really, the initiators are interchangeable, but you need at least one to gain information, whether it is your Fade or Sova, or even for some reason playing a KO for information. You do you, but it is indeed a mirror composition. We'll see the Jets, the Omens, and the KO Sova double initiator compositions on both sides as well. And I have to say, Fatal is up against one of the better teams we have here. I think top 3 or 4 right now. I was looking at Core as the top 2, because you talked about it, they dropped to YFP somewhat recently, but the rest, looking at it, you're looking at probably Neptune's Money Crew, YFP, Maryville, which as an introductory team looked pretty good from what I saw.
Oh, yeah.
And here 10X and Core. And then later on today, I'm also looking for Yonkos. Keep an eye on them. They're in Pool 8, aka Group H, because I now actually know how to do letters.
Did you go through the song to find number 8? Did you count your way down?
I didn't, but I do know that I is 9, and I know H is before it.
Okay, so there you go. Close enough. Close enough. Found his way to it, as now we're locked in here on Ascent. Looks like it's going to be pretty standard, looking for the early mid pressure. Gavi going to get caught off by that one recon. But so far, it's just Carr trying to hold down the fort. We got a crossfire set up, and they're jumping on down. Solar taken out by TriLife, but that's all Fatal's going to get so far, as Carr looking for number 4. Can't get the last couple shots to wrap around the wall, but it's Fatal coming out worse for wear, and now the come in from Revenge, as that's going to end things quick and easy, as 10X riding their momentum from their last win.
Nice little full house of frags as well. Carr with 3, Revenge with 2. Poker players will love that one. 10X will as well. Pistol round victory and a fairly clean one at that. Carr, a clean swing, and had some help from Solar, really as a distraction more than anything. And with TriLife getting over-enveloped with that, they had to disengage and were caught out in that engagement. 10X, that is a pistol round of all pistol rounds. They are now 3 for 3 on stream thus far. And the pistol rounds are what set them apart. If they don't win either of those 2 pistol rounds in our first map, they lose 13-11.
They lose like 13-6.
That's true. Yeah,
because
it wasn't good.
The fact that they had those foundational pistols from their first half is what gave them the space to come back in the second, where they didn't have those pistols to hold them up. Core might have just been able to walk away with the game with like a 9-3 or a 10-2 starting half, and it's so difficult to come back from. But time and time again, 10X, they've looked very, very good. We see a couple Marshall shots traded out. Goop looking real good, but seems Carr wasn't ready for Kavi to be peeking around the corner, as that's opening pick straight over to Fatal.
Carr tailwinded the wrong way. Forgot to hold down A or D and strafe a direction. costing themselves their life, and 10x now losing the opening. That's a difficulty. Granted, the Marshal hasn't been immediately retrieved, but they also haven't fully bought around this. Revenge is walking around with a Ghost, even though they found 2 kills in the previous round. And this is an odd setup for 10x, to understate the obvious. Danny has their Spectre out and setting up a recon over towards Cat. I'm not sure if that's going to go in towards main or just land on Cat for information, but it seems like 10x is again playing for a re-engagement. The problem is they're doing so on the wrong site. Fatal's going the other direction. They are fully looking to take A, and they have the space to do so. They're going to split it from mid and main.
Oh,
and they're going to find a kill.
And the fact is, Revenge not investing, losing that duel. Already a rough start as 10x with the numbers disadvantage, but it's taken so long for Fatal to even get onto site. They might lose a couple extra members just trying to hold on to this spike as Tri-Life caught behind Generator and Solar jumping out for one more highlight. As now it's just Arian. He's trying to do what he can, but stuck behind and Wine. There's a lot of util coming. Does manage to take down Drago on the way out. But that shock dart will be enough. Still Fatal making this one expensive onto 10x.
All in all, though, 10x didn't spend all that much compared to what we've seen in prior rounds for them. You could see Marshall, a Bulldog was bought, a Spectre, sure. But all in all, it was a fairly cheap purchase for them. You could see the Stinger even for Solar and playing with a secondary classic. The most expensive of things were saved over. Single Spectre, single Bulldog. The rest is now bought around in our first, well, looks like to be gun round. An operator for car. I'm not gonna say it's a bad decision, but it is a decision of all time. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm not sold on, and this is just a personal pet peeve. It's like third round operators just become such an investment that unless they get some serious impact to help carry you through to 3, 4, 5 rounds straight, that you're just going to be on a different timer than your team is now. Danny S stuck behind the smoke, just trying to stay alive with only a Ghost in hand. His Revenge already taken out of the picture. Drago doing his best, but it's Fatal taking down this first site. Now on the B site, we'll be trying to hold things together, but Carr already set up here with the operator with the rest of the team, but shut down by Goop after just getting one off the operator. And now boxed in. Seems Fatal are at least okay with this for now. As Solar are going to retrieve that operator. Seems that's just going to be the walk away. Drago realizing he's got timing on 1. Can't find it on to 2. And that's Fatal getting a pretty expensive but much needed third round.
At least the operator saved over? Question mark? I still don't know about this decision, but they won't have to fully reinvest as a team. Spike will go off. This will be a round for Fatal. They will deny the bonus round for 10x, but I'm still sticking with it. Operator third round is a difficult decision to play around, not for the sole reason that it's an operator and it's more expensive, but because Fatal, knowing they have a weapon advantage, will play a lot more aggressive or significantly more passive. There's really no in between on that one, and it's so difficult to play the operator on that style. Carr even gets a kill here, but they're quickly taken care of on a reswing, and you find barely anything past that. Solar had to disengage, and there was just no easy way in. Valiant effort from Drago. I think they were trying to line up too, but the timing just got the better of them, and Fatal wins the round. Now, we'll see a full gun round. A chaotic one, but a full gun round nonetheless. And again, Carr in through mid will play with the operator and look for an opening kill, and we'll find it as well. Goop quickly taken care of, and the opening kill goes 10x's way.
Oh, that's a good start. I guess that's why you made the investment. The fact they're able to save it over that early pick right onto Goop. Gonna slow things down and straight onto Arian. Going for another shoulder peek after the first one didn't work out. And just in the flash of an eye, in the blink of an eye, Fatal down 2.
Maybe in the flash of a flash?
Flash of a flash. I like that. It's like, we got a KO on site.
Yeah. 2 of them.
Yeah, 2 of them. Crazy. Mirror team comps.
I love it. Still a fan of mirror team comps. They really bring out the best to some games. That or completely separate compositions where you have like 9 different agents.
Yeah.
Those are always fun. Seems like an initiation still on to B is indeed the call. Danny is still found out by that recon bolt, but is safe for the time being. Shock dart will miss, and it seems to be a quick engagement as a requisite here for Fatal. The problem is they're walking into a fairly well set up stack.
Yeah, the trouble was that the knife only spotted out Market. No one was actively sitting there, so they might not be ready for this peek out from Carr as Revenge just holds down the fort, deals some extra damage, and Danny S gets the last kill, but 10x, what a flawless response.
Does Car have jump bound to a key they don't know about? It was a good round from 10x, but one they were supposed to win. I'm curious as to whether Car just jumps every time they shoot. They didn't on the first engagement. I think they do later on, but they actually found Arian in towards the mid as well. That's how that second kill came to be, by the way.
Yeah.
Nice little, what, 2K? 3K on the round from Car? Anyway.
I think, yeah, it was a 2K plus an assist, and, I mean, just that last replay.
Some distraction.
I think he caught Goop by, like, a fingernail for that one, right? I could barely see the jet.
I thought he was behind the wall.
Like, I thought he was behind the wall. I thought he was fine. I'm just like, okay, good shoulder peek to find out there's an operator. No, he's gone. He's gone in an instant. And already Goop taking advantage of Car, changing the angle, tries to get aggressive, instead shut down by Danny and Revenge. And once again, picks going the way of 10x.
Drago waiting in towards tree, though. Swing imminent here with the flash being put around the corner. And the fragment lands, so will the flash. Kill found, Solar with one as well. And Dummy left out to dry. In towards mid, no less. Car plays a game of peekaboo with an operator. And a flawless round for 10x, as Fatal is quickly torn apart. The information gain was everything, as was the sound cues. 10x play for a quick finish.
Yeah, and back-to-back flawless gun rounds. That is not an easy thing to do. I guess the 2 rounds back wasn't necessarily a true gun round, but still, just look at the money being put together by 10x. It's just staggering amounts, over 4K for everyone. I mean, Car breaching into the 7. If they lose this operator, it's no big deal. And we're just seeing that confidence continue. Solar taking aggressive angles, Car and Drago just peeking out mid. FTL lucky that they're just stacked up, but now Spotted slows things down quite a bit.
They're trying to gain as much information as they can on the Fatal side before they initiate onto a site. The problem is, all this information gathering is allowing 10x to rotate so much. They already have 2 players here. A third and a fourth are waiting in towards defender spawn. And with the lockdown going in, they may not find all that much off the back of it. No command now being used before the lockdown even goes off. That had to be a misclick. There's no way it wasn't, but they'll walk in anyway on the Fatal side.
Yeah, I think that was just a half second too early, but it still makes this take so difficult. But the fight's going the way of 10% of that suppression. It's now just 2 members left. Goop does have the dash, and Car has quicker fingers. That'll be another kill from the operator. It's just Arian all alone. Gonna peek out on Drago, quickly taken down. It's another on the board for 10x. Is Fatal just struggling to find a way in, it seems.
Correct me if my math is wrong, but Fatal have 1 kill in the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, that's scary. 10x, I was talking about the null command. I think the main reason it was popped as early as it was because of the Blade Storm being used. It actually denied the Blade Storm on the initiation, and they lose a big fragging tool on the aggressive part of their take on the Fatal side. And it may have been a misclick. I'm not gonna lie to you, I still think it was. But it still found some payoff, and Fatal was quickly torn apart again off the back of it. 10x has been one of the better teams, I think, in this tournament, from what I've seen again thus far today, on their retakes and their decision-making as a squad. And that's no different here on Ascent.
Yeah, they are very practiced.
Did they clear it? Yes,
just spots the hand. Oh my gosh, almost looked away and didn't want to take it. That would have been quite the little bit of deception that could have come through, but instead, they do get the peek. Some contact here out of tree as fragments dropped both ways. And it does look like Fatal wants to commit to this cat hit. I'm not too sure about that one, as we're going to see Car peek out. Oh, it's a game of inches! And Tri-Life just barely wins as Car doesn't land the shot. That first pickoff could be just enough. Drago catches the rotate out and immediately drops the spike, sending the information needed 10x's way, and Fatal just falling apart after that opening pick. And it's just Navi and Dummy. They're trying to do what they can. Spotted by the Owl Drone, just a Sheriff for one and a headshot for both, as 10x continuing to just run on through Fatal.
I can't understate how effective that second kill is from Drago as well. If they don't find a double there, not only are they refragged, but Fatal can then fully funnel themselves onto the B side from both directions. But because that second kill was found, not only did somebody have to go back and retrieve that spike, they also had to then worry about Drago. And that was so much time off the clock that Fatal just put themselves into, pun intended, a fatal funnel. And 10x was quickly able to take them out because of it. Over-focus on a single aspect of their play is what cost them that round, and it's another problem that I do not think is going to be solved in just one round's time.
Yeah, I would have really liked to see a timeout after that last one, especially with this going to be a full gun round. Does seem they're sticking to a set piece off of the null command dive in. Danny, the only one on site to try and hold this, and losing the first duel onto Goop. Sure, it gets traded, but that's the space taken for Fatal, as out in mid, Solar somehow finds a little duel of doppelgangers. That's going to be a 3v3 found for the retake.
Full retake now initiated here for 10x. They do have that lockdown, but there is still the Hunter's Fury available here for Fatal if they do indeed need to counter it. But all three players alive means they can quickly play for trades, and if they have the time available, which as of right now they do, they're in a really prime position to take this right back, but the Hunter's Fury is denying it. Now's the time to go if you're 10x.
Yeah, the fact that there was the Hunter's Fury available, it's a good start. Trades come through, favor of 10x, and it's all alone for Dummy, who can't quite take the time needed. And that is going to be a quick little trip. We're going to get to take over to Brazil as 10x put the 7-1 on the scoreboard.
So happy somebody else likes to make the Brazil joke, because I was going to if you did not. And 10x, again, a clean retake. That time, not based off of the ultimate, but because of the ultimate. They use the lockdown as a pseudo bait. So what they do is they put it down, they force the Hunter's Fury to be used. If you do not use Hunter's Fury to counter that, you lose the round. Right then and there, round's over. But because they use the Hunter's Fury, it's then a technical 2 versus 3 for a few seconds. You initiate for the first fight, take the 2 versus 2, and you know exactly where the Sova is because they're stuck in the back corner of Boathouse. You take that fight as well, you play for the immediate follow-up trade, and you keep both players alive, winning your ones. A get-around that is so clean from 10x and scary from them as well, but Cavi brings one back. So the operator taken care of, and 10x now a man down in the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, and this isn't the way 10x is used to playing the game. Used to getting those early picks and setting the pace afterwards. Is now Goop right onto Revenge, and the fact that it seems Fatal figuring out how to win their ones. It's going a very, very long way. Is already Spike playing a default by Generator. Solar gonna make things a little bit trickier now that Kavi is out, so no extra Sentinel utility to slow things down. That's good patient play coming through from Fatal. Multi-member suppression, though. They can act on that time. Could be big. Instead, just going to be more information attempted. And that's why you get the Odin for the extra spray down potential as Solar working on 3. The crossfire down in Hell starting to break apart as suddenly it's just Tri-Life off of what was a fantastic start. Now just barely finished as the clutch up from Tri-Life to take us to 7-2.
Round back for Fatal, and an important one at that. The most important part of that play is doubling up in Hell, but not swinging as both players. With Arian falling in the later stages of that fight, they find a trade before they fall. If they don't, Hell is fully cleared and the round ends. 10x goes up 8-1, and this is a completely separate conversation. But because Tri-Life was not seen, indicated, nor gave away the fact that they were indeed in Hell, it was a guessing game for 10x, and one that they guessed incorrectly on. Fatal bring that one back, and a perfect retake of the site after technically losing it there for Tri-Life. They play around the fact that they had the full essence of anonymity in the back corner of the site.
Wait, this is so gross from Revenge. Just straight up walks out, doesn't even consider getting peeked, and is just holding down one. Unfortunate for them, it's not going to be an A hit. I mean, it still could be if they stick to their position, but I like the ideas coming through. The fact they even sold it, losing that one is, oh, Danny, he's playing Whack-A-Mole. He's playing Minesweeper right now. He's just trying to find one, except
I love that reference.
You want to hit the mine instead of avoid them. He's just dodging left and right every single time.
Wine Cellar.
Oh no, and here's Wine Cellar. There's the peek out from Revenge. Only good for 1. Could have been bigger. Still shut down. It's 4v4. Cars here with the operator,
That's
and
the spike.
Spike's down.
Why would they swing without any extra initiation? They had no help from the site at all, and Solar just finds a casual double. That's a question mark in all chat if I've ever seen one there for Fatal. And one that they quickly could have made up for if they just played around the site control they already had. You double swing Heaven, and then that makes it a much better fight. Even if you lose the first engagement, you have an immediate trade, and then a 2 versus 3 rather than 4. And it's an extra spot you don't have to watch. But because they had to look in seemingly every single direction at the exact same time, casual double from Solar, in towards mid, well, that's a weird fight for Fatal that they could have given themselves a much better shot at.
Yeah, it's some really slight and very subtle team mistakes that are coming through, but still very close. But also, Car just walks out, takes a couple down. It's already a bit demoralizing as Fatal on this save. They did invest in both of those guns. I believe were outside of B, so they just get shot down off the rip. It was an Ares and a Guardian, and oh, Solar getting a double headshot. We saw one in the last map, and we see one here, as that's a flawless for 10x. And for Fatal, they're hoping they can get themselves a 9-3 curse.
Spend everything. Keep nothing.
I think this is a little late to call a timeout. I'm no expert, but it is the last round of a half, of which you've been torn apart in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the last 8 rounds. And the one round you picked up was a questionable one, but one that was really dependent on just a single frag that went your way. And we'll take a look at the quick wrap-up courtesy of our Sony in-zone replays, but this is one that you take a look at this matchup and say, you cannot afford to give away more and more rounds in the early stages, because no two ways around it. If this is a loss, Fatal is out. They are grouped, they're gone. It's not happening.
Yeah.
And this is... it's a problem. The only way they aren't grouped is if Core wins the other match, and we see this squad of 10x go 3-0 and everybody else goes 1-2.
But even then,
Odds are not very high on that one, by the way.
yeah, but even then, you're playing into round differential, and Core, again, very, very tight off of their first map against 10x, and assuming they're going to have a good matchup against Cobalt, it's looking rough for Fatal if they can't turn things around now. And I think it starts taking that time out, slowing down, and just making sure that they're playing as a team and they're all on the same page. Because as you highlighted, that last round, it felt like there was, or 2 rounds back, it felt like there was just that disconnect between the call and how they could really initiate into sight. And now playing a bit more of a default, trying to work off each other's contact is a good start. It's actually just a bait from the A site, starting off strong. Goop getting 1, and Carr getting hit with the paranoia, somehow surviving back into B main. And now the race back over to B site, as the bait is not taken by 10x. They know that there's members here. They spotted the spike. Now they're looking for more, as the Blade Storm is beautiful from Carr, as he looks to keep on going, and it's a 4K from the 10x duelist, and they take a double-digit first half.
I think that's the match. 10x has been nearly unrivaled on pistol rounds. Their attacking side one is no different, especially back on Haven. If it continues here, if they win pistol, I think this match is over. There's no easy way for Fatal to come back in this. They haven't had all that much of a foothold in a lot of these rounds either, and when Carr can do that on a double totem swing, that's a problem. That is a massive problem.
Yeah. It is, as you said, comes down to this pistol and some insane defensive play from Fatal. But we know from Haven, 10x, they like to attack. They are very clean when Carr can lead the way. And Revenge is just allowed a step to the side, play that support, as we can already see him just set off from tiles, looking to play spaces. Goop trying to run up early. Carr already getting the first pick, immediately answered. It's a good look, decent attempt, as Goop still trying to hold his own, gets onto Carr. And that's exactly what you needed. Second dash up, and now Kavi not quite able to get anything through the smoke, because this numbers advantage is going to be crucial for Fatal.
Like plan, however, the most important part about this time now against Fatal as they look to reinitiate. They're going to do so from 3 separate directions as well. 1 to the door, 1 to heaven, and 2 from A main. And the door has found 1, but Goop is immediately traded on. Let's see how that plays in the later stages, but they have information to work off of just the same.
Oh, just numbers advantage still for Fatal, but it's not easy by any means. As Solar just wrapping around, brings it back to a 2v2. Kavi's oh so low, and Danny already shut down Arian. It's all up to the Killjoy as she's looking too many directions. And 10X continue their dominance forward in the pistol rounds.
The bait and switch works out perfectly there for 10X. Solar playing around some semblance of information just swings the backside of Generator, and unfortunately Kavi just was not looking in that direction. If they were, it's a kill back at a 3v1 and probably the round. But Goop in towards mid, how in the world they find that first kill is beyond me. How they drop Carr, who has 18 kills at this point in the game through 13 rounds, is still a wild prospect. And Solar, that swing, that's what determines the round. Danny is then able to swing out to Arian because they were looking the wrong direction, over-focused on Solar because the target prioritization for Fatal hasn't been the greatest thus far, and now, into the conversion round, this will decide the game. If 10X win this, it's over. Fatal, I'm curious to see what their buy is. You can see a Marshall and Arian, even after losing the round. Probably a couple Spectres, maybe a couple Stingers.
Yeah, they're bought down. I saw it. I think 1 or 2 Stingers. Yeah, we're going to get to see across the board. There's a Shorty for Goop. But beyond that, yeah, it's just Stingers, Marshalls, because you have to be able to just do something different, throw a curveball at your opponent. I think 10X, they're ready for it. They're playing cautious. They're sticking together, not looking to get traded down as the spray is all right, but it's only good for 1, as you need a little more than that when you're at that gun disadvantage. The wraparound, right here. So many members just coming right out of spawn, and 10X just going to group up on site. Play it slow, stick together, work your angles, as already there's Vandals in hand. They want to take these long duels, and of course, it's Carr who's leading the way with the first frag. Right alongside Dummy, about to get spotted by the Owl drone, soon to get shut down by Solar. Drago as well with 2 of his own, as that's 12 up and match point for 10X, as Fatal left broke.
A near flawless round in a conversion round is not unheard of, but keeping 4 players alive when your opponents bought up low-level SMGs and a Marshall, that is really what's setting 10X apart. If you didn't think they were dominant, well, think again. This is insane to see from them, and this will almost certainly guarantee themselves a group stage victory, as they should qualify. Only a bare-level miracle would have them not doing so. It would rely on them losing their next match, and Core having a crap ton of round differential, going 2-1, but it's not going to happen. Carr finds an opener, but is quickly taken care of, and the rest of 10X is going back towards A, at the perfect possible time as well. This is just not looking good for Fatal.
Yeah, I will say it does feel like 10X are just walking their way forward, although Fatal getting a couple kills back. Arian picking up 1 as Drago, only Stinger still on the field, getting shut down as Goop with that save up does have the operator, and this has to be the difference maker. It's already given them a bit of a lead. Smoke goes down to main. Oh, and just 1 pixel peeks out from Solar, but it's not quite enough for Goop to convert, as he spots the head once again, but knows time is the name of the game. Try Life alone has the Owl drone, spots out 1. He's trying to dance around, does find himself in a hell. They don't realize Danny's there as well. It's the crossfire set up. Goop gets 1. Danny traded down, and Fatal stay alive.
Good information play from Fatal. Try Life, most importantly, swinging off the back of the operator. If the operator doesn't find a kill there, that's the game. Done and dusted. But a kill found, and most importantly in the later stages, it's also going to be retrieved, so Goop will indeed get it back. They're the only player on their team with double digits. Revenge, the only on their team without double digits in terms of kills. Drastically different situations, and we will see another buy from 10X, considering how dominant that second round was. But this is really where Fatal will set the tone. They win this, they give themselves, I'm going to say, a fighting chance, albeit not a great one, but a fighting chance nonetheless. If 10X win it, it's a null and void conversation. This match is done.
Sudden death, right? You win, you survive. You lose, you're done. As we just get to see a couple of the moments that have shown those signs of life, right? Like Goop coming forward, but also just juxtaposing that to Solar wrapping around these corners, to Carr just doing whatever he wants on the map at times. It is a scary sight if you're a Fatal fan, but of course, as long as the game is going, there's still hope. It ain't over till it's over, and they've got one more chance.
Well, they have one more chance 9 times over. This is our first, and Fatal will have better weaponry this time around. The only caveat to that conversation will be Dummy, who's wielding the Bulldog, but at the same time, maybe to counter that, you have the Operator still available here for Goop. Everybody on 10x will have a rifle of their choice. Drago, the only one to bring in the Phantom, everybody else with the Vandal. They prefer the one-shot headshot potential. I don't, because I suck at spraying, so, Phantom's my go-to. But 10x... A site seems to be the call. Goop's caught with a 0 point, so information gained, but it seems like they just want to send it on to A. And if they do so now, they have a 5v2.
Yeah, and it looks like already Goop, worse for wear, tries to dash away, misses the timing, and Carr cleaning that one up every single time. Spike's still not down. We haven't seen the complete control over site. Null Command, though, will secure that. As FTL trying to walk in against 5 10x members strong. This team, they took down Core in 14 to 12, and now they're looking to take just 16 rounds to finish off Fatal, and it seems that is their demise, with Denny S getting 3, Solar for the final, and in just 16 rounds, 10x coming out on top.
10x a quick finish in those later stages as well. A wild way for Fatal to attempt to come back, but it just was not to be the case. A 13-3 victory, wasting no time moving on to their third match, and almost guaranteeing themselves a playoff berth.
I think they have confirmed it just based off of round differential. We're going to get
It is all determinant on the core game. Yeah. That is really where things come in. But the Sony Zone replay really showing you how dominant this seemed. Most of these kills are going to be from the 10x side. And the bane in Fatal's existence was them not being able to find immediate trades. It was the 1v1s that just did not go their way on an alarmingly consistent basis. Like this one, for instance. Or, I believe the follow-up, where Carr found another kill on Arian who swung and died just the same.
Yeah, exactly. It's that ability to make sure you're taking these trades, you're swinging with your teammates, and not just walking into revenge and really just struggling as it's just mistiming here and there. It's Solar stepping up out of mid. It's misdirection on site. Just little moments where 10x showed that they are one of the teams to watch, and they are going to be very scary for their final group stage match, and they will be, I think, even scarier tomorrow once we get into bracket.
10x, about as clean as you could think. That shot even. What a kill from Solar. Finding 2, I believe, with just a single bullet. Follow up as well, just to make it a flawless 9th round. And this seemed to be the case on a consistent basis for 10x, where it was just kill after round after round. And I said it right after it happened. There was a 3-round spree where we saw only 1 player from 10x die in 3 total rounds. And if that doesn't sum up this map, I'm not particularly sure what will.
Yeah, I think that sums it up perfectly. Just clean, controlled play coming through for the side of 10x, and a real near flawless game from them, as might be seeing them for their 3rd map. We might be getting in someone new. We're still confirming that bit on the schedule, but you're not going to want to miss more of the action here at the Windy City Valorant Open, as we'll be right back.
go for a coffee?
Yeah, sure.
think it's dawned on me that you ain't coming back. I've lost my chance to see us find our way back. And in the end, amidst these trying times, I'll always try to find you. I'll lie to you to find the truth that you hold back. So stay with me. You know that I'll follow. I can't breathe. Together we'll fall apart. Stay here right in my arms, and we'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. talk to me. And it's so funny, you're all I wanted. And I can't talk, want you out of my life. So say none, I'll wait for days. If you ain't one, I'll say none. So stay with me. You know that I'll follow. I can't breathe. Together we'll fall apart. Stay here right in my arms. We'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. Stay here right in my arms, and we'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart.
If you've ever experienced Wild Bill's or had the opportunity to taste our old-fashioned soda pop, you've likely been served by someone who served far more than soda. Veteran-owned and operated, we are more than just a company that sells soda pop. Wild Bill's is an experience that commemorates the memories created with friends and family. Once you've tried one of our 9 refreshing flavors, you'll understand why people keep coming back year after year. You need just purchase a mug, pick any flavor, and pour all day long. Our exclusive mugs are unique for each function, with different styles, each having the event logo to celebrate that special day. And if you run into us again, just bring your mug and pay only $5 to fill up all day.
Cups are awesome.
They have sarsaparilla!
What's your favorite thing here?
Nice. Good answer.
People love the experience, and kids love pouring from the tap for themselves. Made with pure cane sugar, there's no high fructose corn syrup, which makes for a delicious soda that's nostalgic of a simpler time.
I'm probably going to be refilling this all day.
Wild Bill's services nearly 400 events a year. It's truly about the experience that we deliver and the value we provide, not only to events, but the customers we serve. We truly feel that we add a unique element and something that you can taste, feel, and touch. So try Wild Bill's and taste the wild side.
And welcome back to the Windy City Valorant Open, as we just had a couple of blistering matches from 10X, as they have just about, can't say confirmed for now, but I'm expecting we're going to see him tomorrow in the bracket stage, which you can catch right here tomorrow. It's Time to Light's going to be covering that start, so you might be able to see some more 10X running right up, but now we've got Schomburgers up against Rise Mafia. So, we've got some love heading over to Group F.
Yeah, and Schomburgers already guaranteeing themselves into the bracket as well. Rise Mafia, unfortunately, already out, so this is a matchup more for bragging rights than anything else. We'll take a first look at the Schomburgers, who we thought were going to be streamed in our previous matchup, but unfortunately were not. Their roster consisting of Ricky, Excite, Papa Smurf, Stunna, and Teach, and I have to say, Papa Smurf, probably my favorite name by a large margin.
Oh yeah, he's about to be up in here. He's gonna have all that extra knowledge from leading the Smurfs through, and we'll see if he can pull off some of that skill on LAN, as they're gonna be up against the Rise Mafia, as we've got Shady, Golden Boy, Prophet, Jalen, and Nas stepping up for them. Struggled today, but still want to give them some love. Show just and feature all of the teams that have come out to the Windy City Open to make these kinds of events possible, and also just show that you still have to win every single map. And for the side of Schomburgers, losing this could mean losing seeding. It could mean having a tougher opponent tomorrow, so you still have to play your best, not give away too many rounds. Or losing, of course, if your opponent might be able to take that one back. As we'll get a peek at the map we'll be heading over to, and it's going to be Pearl. So we've got a new one for this part of the broadcast. No Bind, no Ascent, no Lotus, no Haven, and we'll be heading over to one of the newer maps.
I'm a fan, have to say. 3 new maps, as I don't care what maps are played, as long as they are different compared to what has been played prior. Back-to-backs are really what get me. That's what I have to say. Haven twice is like a bane of my existence, and 3 new maps for us in our first segment of 2, technically the third of 4 for the broadcast as a whole. But Pearl coming into things, I can't say either team is particularly favored. There's not a whole lot of information on either of these squads either, especially over on the opposing side. And you have to say, if you're looking at teams that are favored, let's be real with each other. Schomburgers is supposed to win this match. However, Rise Mafia, if they can upset a little bit and bring themselves up to 1 and 2, and really hurt Schomburgers, you said it, seeding is important for tomorrow. Difficult opponents, notably YFP, who I believe is going to be the #1 seed, if not up there at a bare minimum, could be a team you have to contend with.
Yeah, you're really looking at your YFP, your Maryville, as we've already saw 10X stepping up, looking so strong. So a lot of implications moving forward, a lot of teams you don't want to be running into, so securing top seed out of your group, very, very important. As Pearl is one of those maps where we were on Haven, we were on Ascent, we saw mirror matches, they've been largely figured out, but teams are still figuring out how to play Pearl. There's been a lot of Viper and Harbor, but rounding out the rest of your team, it seems we might get a mirror across these squads with the Sky, the Jet, and the KJ to round out their compositions. But I've seen a few different approaches, some ciphers coming into play. Of course, you can look at Raze as an alternative for your duelist. There's a lot of different ways to play this map, but it seems both of these squads sticking to the same formula.
I'm a little surprised that on a map like Pearl, which leads to a lot of variability, that we are still seeing our third of 3 mirror composition. Nothing too out of the ordinary as well, with it obviously being a mirror that leads to that being the fact, but the Vipers are really what's going to set the tone here. Obviously the controllers, it's in the name, but Viper, I think, is going to see how A, lineups, and B, control is played a little bit more dynamically as the Harbor, but early rounds and throughout, the Viper's really going to set that tone.
Yeah, and I think that this combo of Viper plus Harbor is really starting to just become the main focus for Pearl. Astra was experimented with quite a bit through the history of this map. Just the ability to use those gravity wells outside of B long, the ability to have that global presence with the size of this map, but you do lose out on not having those double walls, on not being able to add extra bits of damage on the Viper, and the decay can become so important when you're just spraying through 17 smokes on the same site. So I am really intrigued to see, again, stylistic difference that comes through, given that these are mirror matches, if we see the same kind of approach taken, as already we've gotten a hit attempted, at the very least some noise made with the spike leaning this way as well.
Excite looking to initiate early. Sides were incorrect, by the way. Rise will be starting off on the defensive side. Schomburger's on towards the attack. And if you're looking at advantages, Pearl is, I'm not going to say attacker or defender sided. It's about even, usually see 7-5s, 6-6s. But sometimes you'll see that one standout performance that really sets the tone the opposite direction. Papa Smurf walking in, Poison Cloud to create that space. And the A site has basically fallen. Prophet cannot see anything straight through that high tide. And, well, a problem now. Opening kill as well for Schomburgers. 5v4 and a post-plant retake required from Rise.
Yeah, that's the real difficulty is, ooh,
Nice shot.
Jalen, nice shot off the frenzy. I think that was a wall bang, but still, that accuracy shown. And Stunna just locking down the crossfire. 3 right in a row as Rise falling as quickly as they walked onto site. Shady able to get one back, but still has 4 more to face down and won't even get one back.
Clean finish and a clean start for Schomburgers. Throughout that round, they looked like they were on top. And Rise needed a way back in and just could not find it. As soon as you lose full site control in lesser than full gun round scenarios here on Pearl, you could basically just count the round. It is so difficult to coordinate your pushes with the lack of verticality, especially on the A side. I mean, maybe B is a little easier to retake, but it's still a difficulty, and one that Rise just did not find a quick solution to. It looks like Schomburgers are going back towards the A side, at least initially, and this is the correct call. There's not a soul in sight for Rise.
Yeah, and it seems the idea was stock up a bunch of shorties, hide behind a couple walls, and just brawl it out on the B site, but instead, Schomburgers leaning over to the A site and not finding anything. Honestly, probably a little more confused than anything else that there wouldn't be anybody at all, as just Shady in the vicinity to confirm that the spike is going down. We're going to see the wrap from the shorty squad from the B site as Stunna looking for this one duel, trying to race away. Shady somehow still staying alive.
The rest of this round may very well be a formality. Nas caught out in mid, Teach a follow-up onto Shady, and that should be about it. Golden Boy, not to be confused with the VCT talent Golden Boy, does have a shorty in hand. And Schomburger's just playing fairly far extended holds, and this is a good decision. Don't get over-aggressive. You don't have any guns on the Rise side to try and take care of. You can see it's really just shorties that they're playing with in close angles. And that should be all she wrote. 4 or 5 players should stay alive here. It depends on how it goes. Stunna played a staring contest with Jalen and will somehow still survive.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm not
dies
even
to the spike. That's cruel.
See, shots missed, knife attempted, and Spike to secure that last kill. The fadeaway back
I wish we
out.
could see all chat. I so wish we could see all chat.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna get an in-zone replay for that one, as the only thing left is the shorty past the Spike explosion. And now we're getting into our bonus round. Some guns are gonna be up for Rise. We're seeing some aggression outside of B long, but beyond that, I'm still reeling from that just entire sequence.
Oh, that's gonna take me a minute to get over. Oh, that is an engagement of all time. That looks like me if I 1v1'd myself. 94 missed shots and somehow still dying to the Spike.
It's like playing a chess game against yourself and there's just 80 blunders.
I suck at chess, so that's like so true. That's a relatable moment and a half. We'll see if Schomburgers can now take over towards the B side as they initiate the opposite direction. Seems like the site already is in fully their control, but Prophet with the 1 kill back. They now need to worry about screens and the reswing from Jalen, a double from Prophet, and a 2v5 with a Spike down.
And guns in hand, Rise looking a lot more confident. Ricky only one left standing for the side of Schomburgers and will try to spray out. Gets one with the stinger. And that will be it. 3 staying alive for Rise. Not quite as clean as they might have wanted, but a round's gotta feel pretty good.
Even if you find a double there on Ricky's side, the Cove was still on top of the Spike. You're still getting that defuse, and it's a round victory for Rise. And all in all, a clean one that they really needed. That was good decision making. And most importantly, a good re-engagement off the Spike plant, making sure you have some semblance of control. And now, into our first real gun round, everybody's going to have their rifle of choice. There is one Phantom, only one between the 10 players, and I'm curious to see. My odds are that single Phantom somehow finds a headshot, does 140 damage, and then they die because of it.
I believe it. 100% could see that one happening as we do see the dog run out. And now we're seeing the Harbor ulti dropped just to secure site, already picked up in the 4th round very early on. Is Prophet gonna spray through, caught by the bubble, and this time by Excite, as Teach turns it into 2 quick kills, and now Rise looking for a way back in.
I don't even know if they can afford to go in here. Jalen should be caught out. Stunna holding inside of the screen's position is forced away, but it's still a 3 versus 5. They may very well be whittled away, but the flash actually misses. Stunna swings for a double, and then Papa Smurf with the final round, or final kill of the round. Schomburgers a 3-1 opening split past the pistol engagements, and they're going to force Rise Mafia onto a quick eco as well.
Yeah, and early ecos never feel that great. Gonna see a couple stingers invested. Shorty for Prophet, maybe can do a little better than last time, as we're gonna get an in-zone replay of that last site take.
Stunna, you could see the swing off the back of the guiding light. That's really what set them up. And Schomburgers now up 2, and looking at Rise Mafia, they are buying to play next round with a full buy. So this is not a round they expect to pick up. Problem though, for some reason, they have the Spike alone. Stunna is all on his lonesome. Does have some support from Ricky, but not all that much. Do they actually swing this corner, though? That's the real question. Ricky swings, but Stunna finds a 3K? Doesn't expect a 4th, but honestly, it doesn't matter. That was gross, and that's the round.
Yeah, as quickly as it began, the round is over. It's a nice spray down. Ricky alive with 1 HP. Just imagine pops his own swarm grenades on the way out.
That would be hilarious.
That would be really, really funny. If only players could just hear us and just pop it, and then there you go. But we are going to see Papa Smurf hunting a little bit as the Viper Shorty. And I think on the other side, this is just going to be an attempt to die by Spike, but Shady can't do much. Already got spotted by the guiding light. Might look for one more. Stunned up. And Teach, oh, he's coming in. He's got the knife out, and there's the Karambit kill to finish off the 5th round.
Style. That's what you need. Schomburgers with style on the attack, and They are quickly taking care of Rise Mafia. This is a problem that Rise just cannot seem to find a solution to. It is the early site takes and early engagements. That combination, all important. And Stunna casually finding a 3K really helps their case. But
Yeah.
Schomburger's 9-2 for Stunna. Not cleared in this close corner.
Oh my.
Wow.
Dominoes.
That's gross.
Dominoes. Back to back, and oh no, here's Teach.
Here.
Oh man. You can tell Schomburger's having fun so far, but we saw from the round that Rise was able to put together, they can win their duels with the right space. It's just been Schomburger's that much more controlled, that much more confident in a lot of these moments as Stunna shut down already by Golden Boy. So it's a big pick to take off the table as Prophet spots two and nimbly dashes away as this fight for B Long seems to be won for the moment by Rise. As Papa Smurf still sitting in the smoke, staying dangerous. I don't think they're ready. Caught on the reload is Golden Boy, and that's a 1-for-1 right on back as Nas able to take down their doppelganger. Still 3v4. Make that a 3v or 4v2.
Shady on the back end, and they're trying to clear this on the Schomburger side, but they don't have the utility. That's the problem. The extent of it is a nanoswarm and then maybe a cove left over. If you're lucky, I'm not really sure what else they have, but the B take was completely shut down. I talked about the controllers playing a big part, and I think the Viper was the main reason that the site was held for so long. Prophet just barely not being caught out, and it will actually win the fight onto Teach. That should be the round, and with that toxic screen now going up, that should be a guaranteed round victory. It'll go down, and Ricky almost certainly soon to follow, being flanked as well, and Prophet will swing at the perfect timing, going the way of the Rise Mafia, as they will pick up their second.
And not much more to do on that one. It's a very, very good round for them, certainly showing what they can do. Now for the side of Schomburgers, they've still got plenty of cash, got a couple rounds left in them. And for Rise, it's about trying to keep some momentum up. They've also got a little money for Reinvestos. Golden Boy really struggling for change. So there is it's not as crushing of a round if either side loses it. But certainly I think for Rise, they just want to get up on the winning path, especially as they show they can win duels, they can take these fights, so long as they don't just give away picks or give away swings.
The Golden Boy disengaging as well. Good discipline from Rise Mafia. As soon as they find that opener, they realize, with the man advantage, you don't need to play as aggressive. Shady is still doing so, but mostly for information, and without an operator, their shoulder peaks won't get shut down as often, but Stunna, off the back of a Cloudburst, will just walk straight into Golden Boy and find the kill. That may very well be the B-site falling as well. Sure, the lockdown being put forward, but they should be able to get a spike plant and get out with their lives in time.
Oh, it's tight though. Shady holding this and spraying down, getting rid of Stunna. That means no spike dropped. Couldn't get the control, and this is just going to be an attempted wrap around. Still Lurker sitting outside of mid, so it's a chance they can just run this right back A, but Schomburgers, they got the read.
They're going back the other way, though. A game of Ring Around the Rosie, the bait and switch, and the old how do you do, because that's totally a thing. The problem is, Shady's still here on the B side, the only player to stick around, and the hold is still coming through. As soon as Rise Mafia realize that the A site is not occupied, they are rotating quickly back. Excite has fully cleared the site, but they don't look at Shady up and over top. Somehow they still don't find a kill, and a 3v3, but keep an eye on the swing. Straight through mid as they try and retake with that Viper's pit up.
Oh, and the fact the pit was able to go up before the race in, there's no time to just get an early duel, but it's Excite and Ricky instead who are able to clean up the kills, as Schomburgers make quick work with that Viper's pit and really do confuse the Rise defense.
Rise Mafia caught out by the rotation, and good swings back and forth, but the problem is you have to play for 2 and 2. You have to dedicate yourself to something there, and leaving only Shady on that B side ended up being your undoing. Shady either has to swing immediately for the spike planter only, or they have to wait for the retake to come through. If you're looking at Rise Mafia and saying, oh, we have a 4v3, if they play that together, they have a better shot, but now they may not have anything. The swing from Stunna somehow finds a double, no business finding the second, and now Man advantage, a doubled up one at that. Schomburger's now looking to just quickly take the A site.
And the fact is, their ability to just dive between sides, very, very impactful. As Stunna with another 3K to his name, showing the strength of the Schomburger duelist, and it's the speed of these site takes that's been really just catching Rise, unsure what to do in these chaotic moments. Now, Cove up, the high tide, Shady trying to come around the corner, gets caught by the molly, caught by a couple bullets, and Teach will send him to school with another round on the board.
I like that one. Teach will send him to school. That one even caught me off guard. Schomburgers. This is... Is there a synonym for dominant you have on hand by any chance? I don't think I have my thesaurus on site.
Crushing?
Yeah, okay. That one works. There's no breach, unfortunately, but I feel crushing works. And that may very well be the greatest representation of crushing. How quickly things can go out of your favor. The extent of what Rise has picked up thus far is a pseudo bonus round. It was mostly a bonus round, let's be honest with each other. And the follow-up was a wild hold that still went their way, honestly, because of their Viper and, honestly, their Viper alone. If you rely on those singular style plays on a consistent basis, it's just not going to go your way. Somehow Stunna, by the way, found his third kill before he found his second kill, because that makes sense. I was still looking at the kill feed and was like...
No, I saw it. It's like it went 3 and then nothing, and I'm just like, man, the math is not mathing in this moment. But it does come together. Eventually, we figure out our addition, and so far it has just been round plus round plus round for Schomburgers.
Lead plus lead, minus round for Rise after they hold with the Viper, plus lead twice over.
Yeah, it's we got a pattern going on in the round.
Yeah,
2-1, 2-1, 2-1.
Rise Mafia is playing the 2 steps back, 1 step forward, 2 steps back, 1 step forward.
Yeah, so they should win this round then.
They should, however, they have no money or weapons.
That's just what makes those comebacks even more exciting. Is Jalen getting the first kill onto Papa Smurf? There's a gun in their hands, a real chance to keep to the pattern, but it seems they're racing to the wrong site as Shady, all alone, will spot things out as the team will regroup and make the long race around the map. And oh, Shady.
Even with that kill, Stunna finds a follow-up, is taken care of, but there is a 3v3, and with a spike plant, Rise Mafia honestly just does not have the utility to send this. Cascade's available if they really want to go for it, and Prophet's very close to the Blade Storm, but honestly, they already have a rifle. The problem is, Teach with a double, and Golden Boy now left alone.
Oh, and the crouch not coming through. Golden Boy gets one back, but Excite sends us into a little bit of a snowy setting, and that's going to be 7th round on the board. Man, it has just been round after round, and we do not stick to the pattern, so we'll have to find a new sequence into this game, as let's get an in-zone replay of that last moment.
Last player standing.
Unfortunate swing here for Teach. They had 1 bullet left. They tried for the headshot, they missed. But it's still around victory, and one that Schomburgers are more than happy with. Again, it came down to the early engagements, but most importantly, Schomburgers still lost a couple kills while gaining the site. That was the trade-off they played. Real estate for a couple bits of manpower. And you're more than happy with that on the attacking side. They're again looking to go on to B, and the problem is Rise Mafia again don't have the greatest of weaponry. The problem is they also don't hold the site directly either. If they find an opening, then they're in a good spot, but if they just, again, play for a situation where you have to retake with lesser weaponry, this round may very well be a done deal already.
Yeah, and just the fact is, compositionally, it's so hard to hold on to a couple of these positions for the side of Rise. And now we're already seeing just the utility dropped. It's taking so much space back out of CT. They can't even push up to a sight line, and Stunna! Oh, man, just coming across the screen and shutting down whoever he sees looking for another. Shuts down Nas, and Teach will take the last one. But Stunna got a couple of clips that round.
I don't know what his clip button is, but he probably pressed it a couple times, especially after that first shot. I don't know how in the world you hit that, but you know, you do you. This is on LAN, by the way. I know we're online, but the players are in person in Schaumburg. And with that shot, are you kidding me? I don't know how in the world you hit that, much less in person. But I guess you could say it was really a stunner. Insert Boston accent joke
I
here.
wish that I had a cricket soundboard that I could just press in that moment. I wish so badly that I could just give your joke the response it deserves. As we're going to see once again, side of Rise trying to take some control out of mid. Instead, it's going to be Schaumburgers doing the same old day in, day out. Take B, sight off of some extra space. And now the wraparound coming through from Rise as they will attempt to retake. Bladestorm is available. There's a couple sheriffs, but still tough spot up top, and Prophet is a false one as he's unable to bring down the Reckoning as Golden Boy gets 2 with the Bulldog as it bites back, and Stunna sends this to a 3v1. Now there's an attempt over. Spots one, caught for the second, somehow stays alive. Working for the ace as the shorty in hand of Excite. Oh, it's tough. Fake flash with the rifle and still gets the kill as their 9th round.
Insult to injury if a 9-2 scoreline wasn't already a twisted knife in the wound in and of itself. A game of bait and switch using the rifle as the bait and yourself as the switch. Schaumburgers, if the knife kill wasn't in style, if dying to the spike wasn't style, shutting down Golden Boy's ace, really to reinforce how dominant this is.
Oh my gosh.
That's how.
The rifle fake. I cannot believe
somebody say
this.
simple? I mean, it's $2,700, not $4,750.
Yeah, but that's still like that's very similar. That's the fake flash onto the click, onto the shotgun. As now last round of the half, Rise cooking, trying to get that 3rd round on the board. Schaumburgers want to take double digits to start, as already Stunna taking an unorthodox path into the B site. And a couple kills coming through from Rise, as it seems they might be able to cast a little curse for themselves, as Shady, caught by Ricky, might get shut down, and that's a glimmer of hope. Now it's a 4v1. It would take an ace. We saw, again, Golden Boy got close last round, but Ricky has a much worse position, a much tougher spot to play in. 40 seconds to go, no save. Just the attempt to make this round happen. It's Jalen coming up front. Seems they're just going to try and peek out 2 after this wall drops and straight through the box. Ricky gets 1 back. Maybe there's a real chance for him to find this, but Prophet's got the op on the angle. He's looking for a shoulder, and there's the kill, as Rise, at the very least, give themselves 3 rounds.
The 9-3 curse? I mean, if you're going to bring it back, now's the time to do so. I have a whole spiel in the 9-3 curse as to why it's not actually a curse and just a statistical representation of the farthest extremity. But the TLDR is, if you're going to bring a series back, 9-3 is the most drastic, but yet most possibly normal way to do so. Pistol rounds are basically a requisite here. If you lose the pistol, you're probably out of the match. And this final round, especially here, was really what set it through. If they have that momentum to push in, then they have a shot. But if they just lose it off this pistol, I think this is a quick and done match.
Yeah, I think so as well. As you were saying, it's about those statistics, it's about the numbers, and it's about the break points when it comes to rounds, right? You lose the pistol, your opponent's at 11, and it's still possible. If you win the pistol, of course, you're giving yourself only 4 rounds differential, which is very, very doable, and that's, of course, assuming you win the buy-up following. But as we've seen so far, Rise have some good guns, and they have an advantageous position. They've been able to hold on to it. They just haven't been put there very often. It's already Stunna taking so much space out of B. Must be the information that this is an A finish, as we see the high tide dropped. Cascade comes across. Now, wrap in. Ricky forced out. Papa Smurf, though, grabbing 1 off the lineup onto Golden Boy. And that one's got a sting from the snake bite, as Smurf grabs another onto Jalen. Already could be a case for trying to defuse. Instead, it's just a 3K. And we even see the GG spray dropped outside of main. There's the race in, and no firing frenzy can be enough as Papa gets a 4K.
And the only reason they don't get the ace is because the flank from Stunna found the sole player sitting inside of A main. It was a bait off the guiding light from the site itself, and then Stunna just walking up behind finds the freest of kills possible with the ghost in hand. I'm gonna give Papa Smurf the ace on a technicality. But it's Rise Mafia.
It didn't say it on the map. It didn't say ace. Come on.
That's what we say. We say close enough. Because
close
Schlumberger's...
enough?
Hey, I mean, there's been what? No aces thus far? Golden Boy didn't get the ace because they died.
There were a couple aces in the morning block.
I mean, not on our block.
Not on our block, no. We haven't seen any aces, you and I. We've seen a lot of 4Ks, plenty of 3Ks, but not quite one player taking down everyone, and Prophet getting the first of this round. As I do like this approach, Stingers in hand, race on forward into your opponents as Papa Smurf gonna try and spray down the Bulldog, but Stunna and Excite as the entire team falls in about 5 seconds. Oh, what happened?
So Rise Mafia just evaporated. They got a little too hot, and if you can't handle the heat, they were kicked out of the kitchen. They did not remove themselves of their own volition. Schomburger's quickly tearing him apart. Papa Smurf with a 3K spray down as well. Oof. 2 of them, I believe, in one shot. Golden Boy and then Jalen behind. But that is a wild finish for Schomburgers, and one that is not to be unexpected. Rise Mafia walks straight in, and with weapon disadvantages into long angles, they're quickly dropped. The only kill they find is the opener. After that, nothing. Thin air.
They've got sheriffs. But that's not going to feel very good as it's kill after kill going the way of the Schomburgers, looking to secure their 3-0 start, topping Group F. They've looked very, very strong all day. Rise still showing a little fight off of the Sheriffs. Jalen dealing some good damage, but still everyone's split. It's not a great amount of coordination at the moment. Prophet just trying to do something on their own. Stunna looks like he's got some madness going on, and that will be 1 kill back as well for Jalen. But it's still tough as it's now just this one. Sky and Stunna with another headshot. We've seen them throughout this entire map, but they still shock me every time.
Shock factor now setting in as well. Rise Mafia needing 9 straight round victories to take this one, and they'll call a timeout to kick things away. And you want to know something scary as well? In the last 3 rounds, Papa Smurf has 8 kills. 7 of them coming in the first 2 of those 3 rounds, with a 4K and a 3K back-to-back. And Schomburgers have had that single factor play in on such a consistent basis as of late. You say, don't rely on clutch plays, because they'll only come along once in a little while. But seemingly it's been the case, not every single round, but there's been a standout player to note on a consistent basis for them, and it's playing in their favor. The only discounted round is this one, where everybody on that Rise Mafia squad showed up. Prophet with the operator in the later stages most importantly, but piss around for Papa Smurf was a 4K, the conversion was a 3, and then you just see in the kill feed that final of the 8 in 3 rounds. Schomburgers are showing up as a team, but independently between rounds, and it's working out perfectly for them, as they have a 9-round cushion to take this best of 1, and subsequently the group in dominant fashion.
Yeah, and at this point, if you are Rise Mafia, it has to come here, as we've said. You lose 1 and you are done. As just looking at the round feed, we had a bit of a pattern going at the start, but ever since, that has been all as... I don't hate that. Schomburger investing in a bunch of Odins, looking for the spray down, but does mean this B site is wide open, at least for the moment. But the trouble is, Rise don't know that, so they still have to play it cautiously, still have to stick to their set piece and clear every corner. The seems Spike will drop any moment now, and the firing squad is still gunning down. Some damage dealt the other way. And with the spike dropped, this is going to be a proper 5v5 retake. Stunna already good for 1. Golden Boy shuts down the duelist. as that's going to be a quick turnaround. We've got a 3v3 on site. Schomburger certainly gonna look to take this one. Oh, you don't realize Jalen's behind you, buddy! Ricky manages to get a refrag.
What?
Trades back on, Excite to Jalen from the Doppelgangers, and now the Odins run around. They're flashed up, and it is going to be Schomburgers taking the group, taking the map, and taking the top seed out of F. So they will be back tomorrow for the bracket stage, and we've seen some dominant finishes from them, and very, very impressive. Looking forward to seeing what they can do against some top teams tomorrow.
A 3-0 group stage for them, and you have to feel a little bit bad, but playing a staring contest with the sun is not the greatest of ideas if you want to clutch in the 1v2. Valiant effort, but in the end, it will indeed be a fairly dominant victory on their side, and there wasn't all that many signs of life on the Rise Mafia side either. A few rounds here and there, the bonus, when everybody came together on that rifle round, and then of course the final round of the half as well, but it came down to selective hero plays that were required, and with the team cohesion, it just wasn't allowed.
Yeah, there was no space for individual plays with how this entire Schomburgers team was playing, right? We see moments where Golden Boy looks fantastic, but just can't quite grab the round, and this is just disrespectful. As the fake flash off of Excite, but still, again, it's moments like this, right? Profit coming up with the operator, as you mentioned, but still, individual plays don't win maps. It's consistency, it's spray downs, and Schomburgers had that in spades.
This final fight as well, keep an eye on how the guiding light, we cut away, elbozo. But the way it cut off, it was just the guiding light around the corner and the doubled up spray down with the Odins. It was, again, good coordination from the Schomburgers, even up 12-3 in a 2v1 to close out the map. They basically play everything by the book, crossing their T's, dotting their I's, closing out the map as to be expected, with a dominant round victory, and that's what we came to expect from them coming into this. They're the 2-0 team taking on the 0-2 squad. I don't know if it was that dominant, at least not as an expectation, but our back-to-back 13-3 victories closing out groups E and F, at least indicating who may very well be going to the bracket stage. We've confirmed one of a possible 4 teams. The only way that on the other side of things they weren't guaranteed, they being 10x, was if Equinox Cobalt beat them and Core dominantly beat Fatal. I do not believe that happened, though. I will get you the update when we come back from the break.
Exactly. We're going to take a bit of a break, but across the tournament, if you're maybe just tuning in now and want to know who you might see tomorrow, from the first half of the day, we had Neptune, Money Crew, Kaiju Corp, YFP, Sad, Maryville, Nightwatch, Ambrosia, and 4Funners all qualifying for the bracket stage tomorrow. As you just saw, Schomburgers punching their ticket out of Group F, 10X looking very dominant out of Group E, and we're going to take a bit of an extended break to get Groups G and H, as well as the rest of those results for you all at home or in arena, depending on wherever you're watching this, as we'll have more action from the Windy City Open in just a bit.
think it's dawned on me that you ain't coming back. I've lost my chance to see us find our way back. And in the end, amidst these trying times, I'll always try to find you. I'll lie to you to find the truth that you hold back. So stay with me. You know that I'll follow. I can't breathe. Together we'll fall apart. Stay here right in my arms, and we'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. We'll fall apart, I know that we're a mess. Then I know that you try your best. And you're calling me to over dramatically talk to me. And it's so funny, you're all I wanted. And I can't talk, want you out of my life. So say none. I'll wait for days if you ain't one. I'll just say none. So stay with me. You know that I'll follow. I can't breathe. Together we'll fall apart. Stay here right in my arms, and we'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. Stay here right in my arms, and we'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. chase my hopes and don't even know it. In a life that's upside down, somehow you turn me around. So stay another night, 'cause all we have is time.
Hands go up and the lights go out. Pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long. Hands go up and the lights go out. Pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long, 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 all night
Tried to make me out to be crazy, and I played got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it, it's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. I don't know this because I love tonight. It's electric. I get lost in your eyes every time, there's no turning back. Swear I ain't got a chance. Had me caught up in you since the night on the terrace, yeah. You had me falling fast. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it, it's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. I don't know this because I love tonight. It's electric.
Children used to run and play. Look at all the mess we made. Guess I never know where it went wrong. Sometimes I feel like all that's sad, 'cause viral then people forget. In this crazy world I don't belong. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground, but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning, but I'm fine. No, I'm nobody. No, I'm nobody. The future feels so unsure. Didn't we deserve more? The burden that you left is way too heavy for me. Do you ever feel like the world would die out? My anxiety's off the roof, I cry out. We have gone too far, take me back right now. I see fire burning, but I close my eyes. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground, but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning, but I'm fine. Yeah, nobody. Don't play with my heart. Just let me go. Please let me go. You like to love so hard and then you throw it away. You like to open skies and then you blame it on me. You're someone I can never be with. You joke about my flaws and weaknesses. Why'd you love so hard and then just throw it away? You opened up my heart just to close it on me. Don't blame it on me. Don't blame it on me. So don't you blame it on me. You never knew how bad it was. Yes, you never really cared because you said your parents never gave you hugs. And as a child you were never loved. You made me love so hard you throw it away. You like to open scars and then you blame it on me. You're someone I can never be with. You joke about my flaws and weaknesses. Why'd you love so hard and then just throw it away? You open the door of my heart and just to close it on me. Don't blame it on me.
Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we get free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't cloud my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't cloud my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't cloud my eyes. Yeah, feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we get free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't cloud my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't cloud my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't cloud my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night.
Entombed in my mind, can't seem to break away. Lost in time, thinking about better days. Do you ever get used to the pain? 'Cause I don't know if I can do this again. Now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you. I cried for you. I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you. I cried for you. I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you. I cried for you. I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view.
for a coffee?
Yeah, sure.
And welcome back in to the Windy City Valorant Open. I'm Jay Turbo, joined alongside Time to Light as we're getting into our final groups of the day, groups G and H. But we had to get through a bunch of teams to get here and a bunch of qualifications. So far, we've had Neptune's Money Crew, Kaiju Core, YFP SAD, Maryville University, Night Watch, Ambrosia, Four Funners, 10X, Core, Schomburgers, and Illini Esports, all qualifying for bracket stage tomorrow. And we're going to get 4 more teams out of the next few hours. And we're kicking things off with Yonkos up against Paid to Be here. Time to Light.
Taking a look at our Group H as well, really setting the tone for at least this set of matches. We do have Paid to Be here, Yonkos, and then Smurf and Too Old as well. Paid to Be here and Yonkos are the 2 top teams expected in this group, with Smurf and Too Old playing a little bit later or off stream for this specific round. We'll see them maybe later on. We'll take a look at our roster and see who is bringing things in. Paid to Be here, I think the more notable of the 2, but Yonkos maybe a crowd favorite. Paid to Be here has MFH, Mr. Funhaver, Miniature, Coach Joe, Lace, and Scubba Wubba. And looking across the squad, basically the entire team has some notable previous results. MFH and Miniature both played on Why Do We Suck during Nerd Street Champs, have played on a few sporadic rosters since, but currently play on Mad Science. Anderson's been on Nearest Airport, Native Gaming, and currently on Let Us Cook. This is more of a pug stack. And Lace, of course, on Complexity's Game Changers roster as well, so keep an eye on her to maybe pop off in this matchup.
Yeah, lots of talent coming through on Paid to Be here, but of course, we've got up as we're going to have Chris M, Are Your You, Giant Sanity, Big Guns, and Hezine. So we've got a crowd favorite, as we said. Not as much information on this squad, not as storied past, but still a strong opponent coming through. They've got plenty of support, back end and otherwise, and I'm expecting this is going to be a great way to kick off our next segment of the day.
Well, let's take a look at where we're kicking off our next segment of the day, and spoiler alert, it's our first repeat, at least of our second full segment, second half of the broadcast. We're headed back to Pearl. This one was chosen by Paid to Be here. On a technicality, it was one of the final 3 maps. They chose it of those final 3, with Lotus, Fracture, Bind, and Haven, respectively, in that order, being removed prior. I have to say, Pearl isn't the most a different selection, but I'm curious to see how Paid to Be here, as more of a pug stack, decides to play it.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a really interesting piece, right? A lot of these players having other rosters that they work with, that they focus on, of course, all stepping in with lots of experience. They're going to have those practiced compositions, but we might see something a little bit more interesting. Earlier on, we had a complete mirror matchup, the Harbor Jet, Viper, Sky, KJ lineup we're seeing out of Yonkos so far, but we're seeing some more interesting hovers. I'm especially looking at MFH for Paid to Be here.
MFH, if anybody was at Nerd Street Champs, he is the biggest character in non-Tier 2 or Tier 1 Valorant, by a fairly large margin. This guy can play anything, and he will do so in one of the better fashions as well, while also getting in your head. If you're on LAN and you see this guy, be scared. Just be scared, because he will either yell at you or run you down, or both, in person, and not kidding, in game as well. But I was talking about what the composition could very well be for these teams. MFH will play really anything. Top 3 agents as of right now are Killjoy, Breach, and KO, and he locks in the Yoru. Anderson,
we got the spicy overs locked in!
And Miniature brings in, I was about to bring up Miniature. Miniature's number 1 agent is Sky. Number 2 is Yoru. Number 3 is Viper. The 4th is Chamber, and he's bringing in Chamber. This is interesting. Also, for context, ARAM player 2 is Lace. Just for everybody who's very confused.
Exactly. No ARAM. We're in Valorant. The primary Riot game that we all care about here at the Belong Arena Windy City Open. As, again, looking for those final qualifiers, both paid to be here, and Yonkos. This is their first game of the day. Gonna do as much as they can. Again, it's been a long day of play, and now we're finally getting closer to the end. Our final groups kick things off in just a few moments here on Pearl. But, oh, we've got a Yoru and a Chamber. I am excited.
I'm curious to see how these play out as well, because on the other side, it is the most stock standard of compositions. Viper Harbor combination, Jet as your duelist, Sky as your initiator, and Killjoy as your sentinel. On the other side, you still have that Viper Chamber combination. You still have your Sky, but Chamber is your sentinel, starting on the defensive side, by the way, which I cannot understate how much of a disadvantage that puts them in. And Yoru as your duelist. I think everybody watching can figure this one out on their own, but for all of you who may not be as in-depthly knowledgeable about Valorant, this is weird.
Yeah, we have not seen a Yoru all day. Haven't seen him in competitive for quite a while. He's really struggled just with his identity and also the strength of other agents. Chamber, of course, receiving some pretty significant nerfs. So to see both of them coming to play, very real difference, but still, as you mentioned, you still have those two standard controllers. You're missing out maybe in the initiator department, but you're still very, very practiced, as now Giant Sanity and Chris kicking things off with a couple quick kills for Yonkos as MFH tries to answer, gets shut down, and just as quickly as that round started, it feels Yonkos taking number one.
And again, the pug stack setup for paid to be here may very well be their undoing. With the unorthodox operator composition, or agent composition, on the defensive side, it can very quickly come back to bite them. And we'll see exactly how. Good coordinated attack here on our Sony in-zone replay, and they just walk straight through. Mr. Funhaver finds one kill back, but it just wasn't enough. 4 players and a convincing pistol. If Yonkers are going to start things off well, that's a way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming out, guns blazing. And just the fact is, now they've already got that lead, gonna have that confidence, and that is so critical here on land, but the right into is quickly traded by Coach Joe in Miniature as a 3v3 after all said and done. But that range advantage from the Spectres and Bulldogs will be plenty, as overall I think you're pretty happy with that buy-up.
These next 2 rounds for paid to be here are going to be the real trendsetters for them. If they can win this one fairly handedly and force Yonkos to actually fully reinvest, then they're in a decent position, but that full gun round's really where they need to set the tone. And they cannot afford to lose all that many players in this round. You don't have all that many credits behind you. This has to be a good one across the board. And if it's not, you're up against the ropes, and Yonkos have you exactly where they want you, because they chose the attacking side, even though paid to be here chose Pearl itself.
Exactly, and so starting off strong, and the fact that Yonkos not electing to be here, but still coming out the gates swinging, it's a great statement for them, and we're already seeing maybe the theory behind that Yoru pickup allows you to sit forward and Cubby have an actual escape. And indeed means that this B-side hit won't be nearly as clean as expected. Oh, out of mid, a couple passerbys, and some stuns coming out of the fake as MFH and Scrubble Bubble shutting down the attack. It's Giant Sanity, the only kill so far for Yonkos, and now it's just Ryu stepping back, trying to play around the pillar, looks for one more, but Coach Joe shuts that one down, and paid to be here, showing why they're here.
They're paid. That's why they're here. They're paid to be here. That is the exact reason. And as a squad, they're a dangerous composition, because the coach for this team is Kara from that same complexity Game Changers roster. And that's a lot of knowledge coming through just for a team that may not be playing, I don't know about normal compositions, but compositions nonetheless. It's like 3/5 of the team is as expected. The rest is a question mark in all chat when you see it as you go into the
I'm
game.
not going to say a question mark quite yet. I'm starting to see the theory of the Yoru. Gives you a lot of B space, but I am going to say Miniature. I'm still waiting to see just how this chamber is going to work with how much weaker his trademarks can be. So now, Zane, good timing, cuts down MFH.
Finisher playing aggressive over towards this A side as well. Does rendezvous away, but at the worst possible time. And they think it's a B take. With that 1 kill being found and no extra information, they're rotating away from A as soon as the walk-in comes through from A main. And Big Guns being C'd in through mid may trigger a rotation back, but it should be a little bit too late. Yonkos are going to have the site. They're going to have all the control they need. And with that guiding light around the corner, Miniature's position now guaranteed alongside their spray with a stinger. And they find nothing but thin air as the spike goes down.
Oh, but the rifle spotted on the right side. That'll give at least a little bit of info, and Coach Joe shutting down Ryu. That's a good start. Now Chris just trying to hold on against this high tide. Now Giant Sanity stuck in secret. Gonna have to try and fight their way out. The 4v4 quickly cut down as that lurk pays off from Giant Sanity. And there's the wrap up from Yonkos.
3-1, and with a full gun round going in their favor, that's really breaking Paid to Be here, where they're going to have to go down to a mostly eco-ish, and Gian Sanity really setting the tone there. As the Jet, the initiation tools were there as well, and they took the site and held it. Paid to Be here are going to have problems if they cannot get a foothold in the early engagements. MFH dying over towards the B side was a lot of real estate lost for them, and they tried to make up for it, but they overcommitted elsewhere. And losing all that control without finding any kills in return, actually losing kills in return, you're going to be in a losing battle on a consistent basis. And Gian Sanity, again, a follow-up, this time on the Miniature. Opening kill once more for Yonkos. And MFH is going to get aggressive over towards B, but after picking up the Alt Orb, their position now known, and Zine getting aggressive, but it's Big Guns to find the follow-up in a 5v3 20 seconds into the round.
Yeah, I mean, the round, it's a save, sure, from Paid to Be here, but these isolated picks, just biting off a little more than you can chew, trying to make these sheriffs work. Of course, without risk, you won't get that extra reward that you see sometimes across the map, but so far, it is just clean, controlled play from Yonkos. Now Scrabble Bubbles joined the fight, gonna throw a couple shots out, but I do like how patient Yonkos is here, not giving anything away, not rushing into the position, as they might have to watch Scrubble Bubble for 1, Lace for 2, and Coach Joe making it 3 as we're somehow down to a 2v2. Gian Sanity getting 1, trying to get the wraparound with the Vandal in hand. That weapon advantage could prove crucial, but still they will pick up guns. Didn't matter in the end. The damage was dealt, the shots landed, and Yonkos are able to keep going, but still, Paid to Be here made it expensive.
Odd position as well for Paid to Be here to be in those later round fights as well. Lesser weaponry, they want to try and get aggressive and force them out of position. Those 3 openers were all important, but they overcommitted past that. That was their main problem. And good play in the later stages to play together on this Yonkos side, aware of the fact that there could be a flank coming through and Coach Joe dying at the exact same time. They were basically back-to-back holding each other's flanks, not allowing themselves to be caught out, and it worked out perfectly.
Yeah, very, very well done. Did I see a Bucky locked in for?
I believe you did.
One of the players on Yonkos? I believe that's Gian Sanity, who's got the Blade Storm. Has already shut down Miniature. Now MFH. That will take down that alarm bot. Has to just get out of dodge. This Yoru, this chamber, just have not been showing up. It seems that, again, the additional nerfs to the rendezvous also starting to impact some of these tight corners that the chamber really wants to play in.
They clear out the Yoru, that's the question. Well, no, they noted the fact that it's bait, and they back away. MFH actually playing with the operator as well, just trying to disengage. And what's the call here for Paid to Be here? They want to try and play aggressive, limit the fact that Yonkos can take the site for themselves. But MFH, as soon as that Nanoswarm goes down, they want to swing, and they're going to flash themselves into doing so.
Oh, dive away. Just holding that operator, can't do much on that tight angle. Although it seems that the time play is working out so far. Spike still not planted, no safety secured. MFH has them boxed in. Here in the hall is some time to work with. Oh, and Chris getting that kill. Might just be a trigger around the other side, as of course Paid to Be here has to rotate, but it gives the space and the confusion to drop the spike, and the Viper's Pit comes alongside it. As now Giant Sanity grabbing another onto Lace. And oh, Scrubble Bubble getting one back. This is close. MFH getting as much info as possible, but just has to escape and saves the call.
They back away, and with nothing to play for, paid to be here, disengage. A save comes through, and Yonkos have looked extremely clean in the early engagements, setting themselves up for quicker and easier site takes. Scrubble Bubble trying to get an exit kill, but will only die to their doppelganger of Chris M. And it looks like Yonkos are just so decisive in what they want to do, opening kills into site takes without giving up all that much. And I took a little bit more of an in-depth look at paid to be here. Taking a look at Yonkos, it's a team, again, of a little bit more of a scrim-ish kind of stack, depending on how you look at it. And, well, all three of the players from the Philippines, being Chris M, Giansanity, and RU Ryu, being of the former Alpha Esports Pro roster that disbanded somewhere in the neighborhood. Nowadays, not playing for any, I think, notable teams, at least not according to VLR. Giansanity used to be on Core for a small period of time. Chris M on Evolution, but that's now been, well, removed as being the case as well. And a tour de force now being used to try to initiate for paid to be here. All 5 players walking in through A main. A lockdown being used to initiate, though, and Miniature is just waiting, holding a long angle, has information, but needs to rendezvous away and would be caught should they do so.
Ooh, shot goes out, doesn't connect. Giansanity looking for that one detained player. Can't quite find it as there's the op shot ringing away, and Scrubble Bubble shuts down the initiation. It's that experience coming through for Yonkos, that deep talent certainly showing up so far. Chris M getting a couple headshots back to back. Very least turning the tides in their favor for just a moment as the wall goes down and Lace shuts down Chris. Now Viper's Pit countered out just to have another side of sight, make it awkward, use that stinger to maximum potential. And she is racing around. And this is just going to be a runaway from Yonkos as everyone's stuck on the A site for paid to be here. What a hold.
I like this decision from Zyne, though. Not fully dedicating themselves around with RU Ryu. They're going to wait around towards showers, hoping for the rotation to come through defender spawn, but they're incorrect in that assumption. Seems like B main and a split from short as well on this retake, if not everybody towards B main. No, it is the split. And RU Ryu's in a perfect position. With that toxic screen up, they throw the guiding light, they have information from the guiding light landing, and can now disengage. The problem is, Miniature, waiting towards long, has now been seen just the same. That tour de force needs to be able to find a kill as they're in this 2v3.
Oh, and they're buying time. Coach Joe on the wraparound, and then will be shut down, but Zane, as we said, still waiting out by spawn, not spotted. And it looks like they could just be the X Factor, but counter wall goes up. Zane's gonna have to spray and pray as there's one onto Miniature. Didn't quite get their counterpart. There's the reload attempted, and at the half, it will be Zane getting the last 2. As oh, what a clutch up indeed.
The 1v2 works out perfectly. They play around their own utility that was set up at the beginning of the round. That's the most important part. They throw up the toxic screen for that brief notion of, I don't see you, and then they drop it of their own volition, play off of it, and turn it into an immediate frag. That take of the site was ever so clean, but with Lace finding that kill, you can see the immediate call to disengage was there. And how quick it was really the decision maker in the later stages of the round. If Yonkos don't transition out as quickly as they do, they may very well get caught out from short or from main. That's not the case, and they win the round because of it.
Yeah. And just, it's been so clean. And Yonkos, this roster, showed up. Great Lakes, showing up here in the Windy City. Is paid to be here, as you said. A lot of very talented players, but of course Yonkos having pros of their own. Scrubble Bubble getting an early man advantage, quickly countered back by Ryu. Lace just trying to spray through, get a little bit of information, but Scrubble Bubble doesn't need any extra help. Grabbing 2 on the way. Finally paid to be here, maybe a little bit more comfortable as they're starting to cut through Yonkos' strategies. Now just 2 players caught up in mid. Where did they even go? Looks like the decision is peek back out.
1 enemy remaining.
MFH on the back signature to bring it back to even. But Zyne still making it possible. We just saw them win a 2v1. Now there's another chance. have an idea. MFH could be lurking, but they keep passing each other. And that's the critical information. Not turned around. And that's second on the board for Paid to Be here.
I think the conversation of this matchup is the term of raw mechanical skill and a small amount of strats to work off of versus a lot of team cohesion for Yonkos. That seems to be the case with 3 of the players, again, being from that old alpha squad. They're in a really good spot together, and in that round specifically, you can see Paid to Be here. Scrubble Bubble had the straight-up gunfight victory, and that's what really set them apart in the round. MFH also having some fortuitous timing, to understate the obvious as we saw, and Yonkos finally being dropped in a round that was not the bonus. That's a way back in here for Paid to Be here.
Yeah, that is very, very big to bring back. Shows that they can operate on even footing. One piece that's a little interesting is just the fact that Yonkos haven't been playing towards B site, but ever since that operator came out, and I want to say round 3 or 4, makes sense you don't want to contest those long angles. Instead, they've been focusing on mid control, trying to play towards A, and it's worked out more than it hasn't. Of course, as we already mentioned, the experience, coaching, talent, and preparation that went into this scrim squad for Paid to Be here certainly coming up as they've made those adjustments, and now we're seeing the Harbor ulti to secure site on the A side.
Already setting things up, looking for this take. Coach Joe finds him through the wall, though, and they can just disengage, looking for a follow-up kill. KhazixMayJump knows they're there, but the double swing works out perfectly, and Yonkos may very well go a different direction. And on a technicality, it would be the correct call, but the difference is, they're going right back. They want to take the fight. The problem is, well, there are 3 players, 2 towards the dugout side, the other towards short spawn, but KhazixMayJump quickly taking care of MFH.
Oh, and the fact that they're able to get that man advantage, because of course, gotta remember, Chamber's still out in mid, he's still lurking around, and oh, that snake bite, it doesn't even catch Ryu. Scrubble Bubble gonna peek out past the orb and does manage to get it. Now has an ultimate of his own to try and clear the site. KhazixMayJump, big guns, they've got to try and move around, and indeed, they're moving right into Scrubble's crosshair as Lace is diffusing. Miniature gets the kill, and Paid to Be here showing some signs of life.
The difference again there for Paid to Be here was playing around utility. The strat altogether may not have been as decisive, but Scrubble Bubble again setting them apart. Holding on to a little bit later, again the ult we talked about, and also setting in the cove perfectly, playing around their own utility and initiating off the back of it. Harbor is not an initiator, but you can play them as such if you use their kit correctly. And it worked out just as Scrubble Bubble intended, not only getting themselves back onto the site, but turning into a couple kills and the defuse as a whole.
Yeah, very big deal. Oh, and that hurts. Missing the one-way lineup. We'll still be able to use a little bit. Doesn't seem that really matters as early kills out of A, dropping the spike even at that. Great work from Scrubble Bubble and MFH just to snatch up this space and take away any kind of control. As of course, Yonkos, these rounds have been close, and couple back-to-back means they're finally on to a save. We'll see the Guiding Light used trying to escape, and Scrubble Bubble doesn't even care. 2 more to boot, working towards an ace. Not sure if he'll be able to find much. It's just Giant Sanity, but oh, I'm sure the team would love to give it to him. As Lace, she's playing back, given the space. Here's the duel up from Scrubble. Bubble gets shut down! Giant Sanity says aces are earned, and will go down after that sheriff shot.
So close, yet so far for the ace. And Paid to Be here, bringing yet another round back off of raw mechanical skill from Scrubble Bubble. In 2 distinct rounds, multi-frags setting Paid to Be here apart, and Yonkos need to be able to mechanically match them. They can have all the strats and team cohesion they want. They can be as decisive as they please, but if they're walking into a spray that they cannot deal with, Scrubble Bubble will bring in the Harbor diff, as both of them are top fragging for their respective teams, by the way, on a real close margin as well. KhazixMayJump 10-6. Well, Giant Sanity is 10-7, but Miniature now bringing in this operator is blinded out by the Guiding Light. The wall, however, misses. They may still be able to engage, but they miss the shot and have to disengage.
Oh, it's not quite as clean on the corner, and that was a golden opportunity to take down Ryu and just get rid of the heal and get rid of the flashes, as the Seekers are going to run out and lead Giant Sanity And manages to get one back as it's tight. There's two. Tries to fire on the clone and gets caught by Coach Joe as we're down to a 3v3. Spike still not down, under nobody's control. Miniature still looking to make this operator work. Big Guns and Ryu trying to find the swing timing, but just separated and cut off away from the spike. That's the tough part. Guiding Light goes down, shots go wide, and Chris manages to cut out of the corner onto Coach Joe, as it's somehow now just MFH. Now it's nobody. Yonkos end the 3-round streak and grab another.
That's when you're paid to be here, you have to play for a wider angle. Miniature and the Operator, you do not require a headshot. That's an angle when you play, you only hold with a Vandal or something similar to that notion. But when you have that one-shot body shot potential on the Operator, you can play for any angle you please. You just have to have the reaction time, and when you limit your possibility of reacting quick enough, like playing a headshot only angle as we saw from Miniature, you limit your own abilities so very much in the later stages of a round. And paid to be here, that's another round they may very well want back. But our final round of the half is really going to come down to just pure gun skill or Bladestorm skill, depending on how you look at it. A Viper's Pit, the only other ultimate available, other than of course the Bladestorm that's already been popped. Everybody else is either on the cusp or very far away from their own. Speaking of being on the cusps, Reckoning just built up there for Yonkos off the back of an ultimate orb. It's a pretty decent start, and it's now going to be used here on the A side.
Yeah, and we're going to friends come together. Looks like, once again, it's a bit of a bait as they drop down, pull the rotates, and now Lace realizes she's alone, and there's a lot of players running towards her. Giant Sanity doesn't land any of those knives, but still making it scary for a second. MFH and Coach Joe stepping up, and Miniature just diving down, somehow living up to its name. The Headhunter clipping a headshot. Giant Sanity does get caught by MFH. Now it's all up to Ryu in this last round of the half. It's P2B. They've really stepped up in these last few rounds to take what was, I think, a 6-1 half at one point, all the way back to 7-5.
6-1. To be exact, was the dominance for Yonkos in the early stages. The pistol round obviously setting the tone, only losing the bonus to kick things away, and it was really coming back with a vengeance for Paid to Be here. They played a lot more together, setting themselves and each other up for success, and Scrubble Bubble in a couple of those rounds just casually finding 7 kills in between a couple, 4K and a 3K, really setting Paid to Be here up for success. But it's still Yonkos now on the defensive side. A better overall composition for that defense, so they should be a little bit better off than just 7-5. But given the fact they chose the attack to kick things away, you never can really decisively say who's out in front considering our first half scoreline.
Exactly, and this Chamber, this Yoru, likes to get flexible around B, and Yonkos played away from that. And now we'll have to see, as we kick off the pistol, there might be some changes. As walls are up, utils being dropped, and lots of ticks coming through from Giant Sanity. And does manage to take away the teleporter, and with that extra damage with the rotates pulled, seems P2B just want to walk this one out, gain some space, and rethink their endpoint.
I like the decision-making, though, just completely disengaging and playing for another fight. The problem is, Yonkos has forever and a day to make up what they want to do. Miniature's the only one on the side of the map. The Guiding Light seeing them, however, may bait over a rotation. That's a problem. If Yonkos think it is indeed a B finish, they may very well rotate over, but they'd actually be correct. Scrubble Bubble is one of the 2 players on the side, and this will be a bait into another. They're going to engage over towards A, try and bait over the rotation, and with the 2 remaining players towards this B side, try and get a spike plant and play for a re-engagement, but that's actually not the case. Paid to Be here have 25 seconds to go, and they're wasting a decent part of it for this rotation to come through.
Yeah, they were trying to make sure everyone wrapped around, and now, assuming the bait has been sold, it works out for a second. The plant still goes down, but Giant Sanity turns the numbers advantage back towards Yonkos, and now the wall is dropped, and so is the bubble, as there's nothing extra that can stop this defuse, and we even got a Trailblazer kill on the round to add some extra spice to it, but it's Yonkos kicking things off strong, just as we saw in the first half.
Paid to be here waits 5 more seconds. That's a much better post-plant situation for them, but they didn't have enough support. You're basically taking a 1 versus 2 with the spike going down, and Miniature sure finds 1 kill there, but it's just straight up not enough. There's enough utility on the re-engagement there for Yonkos and the pistol round, most importantly, for them to take that right back. Chris M decided better of investing into an upgraded pistol and instead just bought their full kit, and it worked out perfectly. They had a cove to really reinforce that spike defuse, because with pistols, you can't break it quickly enough. To both break it and deny that spike defuse just was not good enough in the later stages, and because of it, well, Yonkos win the pistol and are now looking for a follow-up with a Guardian out for John Sanity. They find one, and Scrubble Bubble on the other side of that wall will actually return. What a shot!
Now that is a very, very big deal. Guardian now going to be in the hands of P2B. Scrubble Bubble, we've already seen what they can do with spray. Now how about some bolt action? Now just waiting for the rest of the team, and it seems Yonkos still unsure. Of course, leaning towards this B site, but not quite committed.
Problem is, taking so long to commit may very well be their undoing. Chris M playing so far removed actually wins the fight. Automatic weaponry over top of Semi. And, well, Chris actually gets shot with that Marshall through the wall. And through the pseudo wall as well. But that may very well be the round. MFH dead. That's it. Yeah, Marshall in a 1v4.
Possible. Always possible.
30
but
seconds left.
Given the situation... Hey, hopium, not copium, as there's the round. Zane gonna be the one to clock that one up. And we got a Team Ace coming through. And a very, very healthy round at that. Very healthy force-up. So this bonus gonna be pretty tough to run into for P2B.
And with Paid to be here having full rifles, they're in a decent spot, but they cannot rely on a bonus round to really initiate themselves back into a half, or into a half period, like we saw in the first. They won only one of the first 7 rounds, and it was the bonus. It is the singular round that you were expected to win, statistically, after, of course, losing pistol and conversion. Well, they find an opener. Gian Sanity quickly taken care of. That's a good start, but you still have to be able to find a follow-up, and, well, Scrubble Bubble has all of mid-control and is still looking to play aggressive, but look at Chris M. Sheriff out again. Close quarters this time around. We'll see if it wins them an early fight.
Oh, certainly possible. Here's a shoulder peek, and oh, the spray down through the door. Doesn't quite come through, but so much information gained. So that's going to be everyone from Yonkos trying to shore up this A site with how much presence is nearby. Does seem that it's just going to be a main hit, and with this delay, going to hope to sell the fake to Yonkos that this is a wrap back to the B site. Now there's the pings coming down. Initial contact taken. Big guns slowing it down for the moment. Trailblazer sees very little, but a couple bullets escaping, and now knows that Big Guns sitting back by the dugout, and that's going to be a home run for Miniature. Shutting that player down is now step up. Superior guns, extra sight lines, and Scrubble Bubble in a very sprayable position. All you could ask for if you're a P2B fan, and that's a nice conversion on the bonus coming through.
Yonkos not having all that much of a shot to the round either, especially losing that opening duel, Gian Sanity dead early, and your initiation utility is significantly hindered when you have lesser weaponry. No matter how quickly you can get back onto a site, if you do not have the guns to back it up, and Yonkos, as we saw, did not, Paid to be here are going to realize that and just play far removed angles. The closest fight that we saw was indeed that shot to the front-sided dugout. With an immediate trade there from Scrubble Bubble, it was a quick finish. And Paid to be here do indeed win the bonus. We'll see if they can win the first full gun round as well.
And if they can, that brings them within 2, forces Yonkos down to a save, so we could realistically see this map get between 1. This group already, just our first map, proving to be very, very interesting as peek out from Giant Sanity. Ryu wins the duel on to Miniature, and it seems everything's going right for Yonkos here on the A side as P2B unsure what to do. Sure, a couple stuns land onto sight, but that's not nearly enough to take it. Just everyone looking at each other, and we will see Dimensional Drift used to scout out sight, and actually just body block in front, call out the kill, steal one away. Of course, doesn't physically block those bullets, but the distraction nonetheless can be plenty. MFH still has the
This
spike.
is smart.
Oh, I like this. Always got that teleporter. Does get spotted by the guiding light. But now it's sending 3 members over. This is such a fun round.
It looks like they're going to try and split A through mid. And with MFH still having the spike, this alarm bot will see them first, so information at a bare minimum. But Ryu needs to back away, and will do so. Wall goes forward, and Scrubble now looking to engage, will do so with the Cove just to create a little bit more space for this attacking side. But they need an opening kill on towards the A site. Big Guns cannot find an opening duel. Their turret in the close corner will look to do just that, but that's quickly taken care of. And Big Guns looking to deny this spike plant may very well be able to do so. As they walk forward, will it determine the round? No, it will not. Spike plant, a post plant.
Barely staying alive. 3v2 numbers advantage up for P2B, but still always scary. It's all up to Ryu now. Manages to get one off the shorty shot. Now doesn't know where the other 2 members are standing, but oh boy, they know Ryu is cornered. This is a beautiful crossfire set up, unless you step too far forward. Seekers drop for a little blocking, and Lace just barely survives. But oh my, Ryu almost bringing it all back.
Lace actually found that kill through the Seeker as well. Usually you use the Seeker as that body block. You crouch swing into a free kill. Good playstyle from this paid to be here squad as they originally initiate through, but they use MFH as a pseudo bait while still inside the dimensional drift. But look at this. The all-important kill comes through. The shot through the Seeker to find Ryu. And paid to be here, winning the first full gun round and breaking the bank of Yonkos.
I thought Ryu had it. The second they get that first kill, it feels like it's over with the Seekers getting popped. But Lace just showing individual talent and that composure necessary to play at these levels. This wall cleans most of the corner, but doesn't quite get them past as you get the transition off the Viper wall. Zane gonna fire away through the smoke, not landing anything at all as the Cove used to secure the spike. That'll be a nice and easy hold as the stack is slowly moving back to the B site.
And understandably so, but it's still going to be a round where you're going to want this one back. Sacking the wrong side, Miniature swinging into 2, does take a little bit of damage and just disengages for safety. This should be an all-around clean setup here, but Yonkos are going to reinitiate as a team, and from 3 separate angles as well. Watch out for that B main flank to at least interrupt some of this hold.
Oh yeah, it could be difficult. Do have players watching the backside. Lace gonna shut down Giant Sanity.
Never mind.
And a flawless anti-eco at that. Sure, Lace got a little close, just 14 HP, but that's enough, and we're within 1. It's still crazy to me to think about how at one point this map was 6-1, and P2B on this attacking side, once they've had guns, they've looked really good, and also just their ability to step back up in the last half.
The stabilization for paid to be here as well, finally setting in. That bonus round victory for them in the first half was not as convincing as it was here, and because it was so convincing, they still had good weaponry. Yonkos did not, at least, have as good of a setup for them, and at this point, Yonkos are up against the ropes. Paid to be here's attacking setup is much better because they have the Yoru and Chamber combination, compared to, well, it's sucking on the defense because they had the Yoru and Chamber combination. And this is a difficult position for Yonkos to come back from. But 1 round's all it takes to at least set themselves up for success, especially with Giant Sanity. Never mind. He's dead. Very, very dead.
Oh. Right as you mention his name, he is taken off the map. It's now looks like an attempt to cut off Big Guns and Ryu, who might just look for a counter peek of their own. Instead, it's a trace back around spawn. It's Big Guns just trying to hold this connector. Trap his way forward. Miniature on the other side, setting up his rendezvous. Dropping the trademark, and oh, Chris just barely manages to stay alive. Doesn't get spotted! Does find that, but in the meantime, P2B, they were taking sight with ease. Now Chris, all alone, might catch Coach Joe on a timing. It's still a 3v1 to try and handle. MFH is close, Lace is down on sight. Chris has plenty of util to use, but oh no. What?
MFH doing his best Sova impression.
Yeah, looked like it. I believe it, but this has made this doable until a headshot comes through, a couple stuns go out, and we got a pocket pair up top. We got 9s on the board.
What in the world was MFH doing?
I don't know. I think you're
it
right
looked like
that
he was
that he was
pulling an
doing his
arrow.
best Sova impression. I think so.
It looked like he was pulling an arrow. I really, we get an impression of it. I think that's the same thing that happens when you pull your flash out.
It's a flash,
as
it's a
Sova,
flash, yeah.
or is your Yoru? But was he waiting for a written invitation to throw it, or?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe you just needed it to be postmarked. Maybe I'm trying to be polite. I understand.
Lick the stamp and send it.
Yeah, it's like you gotta make sure that you got the right address, you confirm the sending, you know. Of course, as we're gonna see no such due diligence this round. It's just gonna be a race on in for MFH. Does spot out, I believe, on the back side, so that makes it a bit more difficult. Although Giant Sanity striking first blood with the Blade Storm out the back side. MFH might just get caught on the corner by the Sheriff. Quickly traded back out. Find ourselves back to a 3v3. Cove dropped, and the lag a little too much. Joe punishes Ryu once again. The 2v1. It's doable. Turned into a 1v1, but Scrubble wins those. And it's P2B, the first to hit double digits.
Again, valiant effort in a clutch situation, but it just cannot come through. Ryu gets the guiding light into both players, but Miniature's able to rendezvous away, and of course the kill coming through ends it. Paid to be here, take the lead after a string of 5 in a row, 6 of 8, and if you're really starting to push it, 9 of 11. And this is a problem. They cannot seemingly cut away the paid to be here attack, and this little pug stack I was talking about is much better on the attack because they determine where the fights are. They determine what the strat retribution has to be for Yonkos, and it's working out perfectly for them. There's seemingly no response in the later stages of these rounds.
And I'm gonna say, I was questioning this Yoru as we saw it in the last half, and now Giant Sanity gonna shut it down. But still, just the creative uses of the dimensional drift, the alternate, just the unexpected ways that some of these teleports have been used just to gain a lot more active space has been very interesting to watch. But right now, it seems that Yonkos, they're here to play. Now Ryu looking to step up into the Viper's pit, but that ultimate still tough as ever, unless you get the soul read for Giant. And it's down to a 5v1. Coach Joe all alone away from the spike. It's gonna get diffused. Maybe you can save the rifle or deal a little damage on your way out. Giant Sanity gonna go down, but still, I'm reeling from that blind op shot into the Viper's pit.
The retake just elevated by it as well, and Giant Sanity, that's a kill where you look at it and say, good read, understandable read as well. Most people are going to say, oh my gosh, somebody grabbed Riot Vanguard, what's going on? But A, they're playing on LAN, and B, when you're sitting in the pocket of a Viper's pit that perfectly extends just to the other side of a wall, if you're going to take a gamble shot, that's a way to do it. You fully clear out a full side of the Viper's pit, even if you're playing even further back into the corner, you're still caught out by it. And the soul read, but also a perfect read of the situation, again for Yonkos. And that situational awareness has really what set them apart, but the problem is, it has to continue to do so as we're now tied up once more.
10's up top. Our first map of the day was an absolute barn burner between Core and Tenax, and we might just get another here with P2B and Yonkos. As Zane gonna strike first blood, blind through the smoke, onto a default position. Now Lace trying to get an alternate spot, should be able to confirm that plant. Now here comes the retake off the back of the lockdown. And everyone's gonna have to try and find a way out without getting caught from the backside. So they were ready for one. Are they ready for two as MFH? Don't believe he'll be able to teleport out, just caught down by Giant Sanity. Miniature steps up. Zine gonna try and stick it, but Lace is here and she's ready to play. As that's another through the smoke. It's a headshot for a 3K and Miniature to round it out. As Paid to Be here put themselves up to 11.
And Lace is by far and away the MVP of that round for 3 separate reasons. Not only playing around the toxic screen for target prioritization, realizing that the flank was a possibility, and Gian Sanity caught out because of it, but there could not be an immediate refrag from the site as soon as both players from Pay to Be here turn around, because of that toxic screen. A lack of information cost them, and you'll see it on the top-down view. Watch for the opening kill. As they turn around, there's no ability to play for that refrag because of the toxic screen up, and then they play for the spray on top of the spike. They drop it of their own volition. You could see there was still more than enough left over to keep that toxic screen up, but they play it for the kill, and they do so. And now, into this following round, they've already found an opener. Zane is dead, one of your 2 controllers taken care of, and most of the B side is down, minus Gian Sanity, and Miniatures in the backside of mid.
Oh no.
What?
Oh no, there's the Seekers getting dropped! And oh, it just barely catches Miniature off guard. That was nearly a true Valorant timing, as it turns into a lead so far for Yonkos. So I want to get the lead back. At the very least, they want to tie things up, give themselves a fighting chance at not going to overtime. They've been pushed so far back into their base, all the way back to spawn. Oh, it's a difficult position. Big Guns, he's so close. Joe somehow alive and able to get the plant down. But in a 4v2, Lay's going to have to come up big, and there's going to have to be something coming through for Coach Joe. Doesn't get the initial shot, and that's the coordinated peek. As even though Chris goes down, Guns is there for the trade. We're tied once again. And next round's going to be game point.
Nothing you could really do if you're Lace there as well. It seems like they're trying to coordinate some ultimates on the Yonko side just to make sure it is indeed a secured position. But it was certainly odd in the later stages of that round. If MFH doesn't over-aggress elsewhere and they play around the rest of the team, maybe you have a better shot in the round, but it's not a guarantee. And when you have that man disadvantage just after the spikes being planted, you cannot rely on that immediate trade potential, because not only did we see Coach Joe very low after the headshot that did 140 damage, but there was just not enough situational holds long-term for Paid to Be here. And Scrubble Bubble on 23 kills. Miniature on 17. On the other side, it's Chris M and Gian Sanity on 21 and 20 respectively. Those are the standouts, and they need to do so even more here in round 23 to put themselves onto map point.
Oh, looks like we get an operator duel as the forehead was spotted. The crowd chop comes down, and Miniature strikes first blood in the op duel and takes that one down. And oh, this just made the round a lot more exciting as Ryu, I want to say, through the smoke, gets away with one. And we're somehow back to even. Harbor ulti was dropped, secures little to no space. Flashes are down, Paul, but this is just a waiting room for both teams. Neither really knows what to do. Chris not wanting to take the active peek, waiting for the Trailblazer instead. Now, the wall comes back up. Managed to get a concuss onto Coach Joe. Can't quite catch him through the smoke. Now Zane might just get a timing onto MFH. Where's the turn? There it is! And it's a trade for Big Guns. As Coach Joe grabbing Chris, but they're lined up for Ryu, who shuts them down. Now it's a 1v1. Harbor v Sky.
4 bullets.
4 bullets total. Swaps guns. Loads back up to 20, and that's plenty. Has to check every angle, clear every corner, and still doesn't know. Figures they have to be close, and Ryu cuts through 4 to put Yonkos up to game point.
Seems like a rebrand is in order. Are you Ryu? More like, are you real? A 4K to secure match point, and Yonkos retake their lead. Gian Sanity loses the game of Whack-A-Mole to Miniature when a head glitch finds the opener, but Ryu Ryu, all-important re-aggression back towards screens. The rest of the team was playing a little bit more patient, and the problem was they were caught out because of it. They played proactive and took the kill because of it. Up to 19 frags now from their 15 frag total in the round prior. And looking at Paid to Be here, they need a way back into it. They have 1 ultimate, 2 very close on the way. It's, well, the Dimensional Drift available for MFH with Coach Joe and Lace close to their ults respectively. But, well, Gian Sanity, their Bladestorm already built up. Might as well use it. If you don't, you lose it.
Get 5 free 100% accuracy shots. maybe more, as we've already seen some great moments out of Giant Sanity. I mean, honestly, this entire game has had so many fantastic moments, adjustments from team to team. We're seeing different set pieces, different approaches to the game, as now MFH able to spot a few on the rotate, confirm the plant, and this all-important retake for Jankos to not go to OT. Earlier today, in Core versus Tenax, it came down, the team behind, forcing overtime, and then winning. And now, the wraparound. MFH gets the first kill, and Jankos have to fight for every single one, as Ryu shut down the star of last round, and Scrubble Bubble keeps the spray going, as we're going to need to see Giant Sanity really perform in this moment. Zane just waiting for the wall to go down, pops up one of his own, and there's another shot, and there's the final kills of Flawless to take us to overtime.
A single kill was the determining factor of that round as well. When you lose Chris M so early in a round, when you're trying to retake, Paid to Be Here knew they could just fully disengage. There was one tool that would allow them back in. One tool, and it was the toxic screen, and it just did not do enough. It was too far away from the site, it was too far away from the spike, and with Chris M falling, a lot of your reinitiation utility was immediately gone. And you could see it in the round itself, but not on the replay. As soon as the kill was found onto Chris M, Miniature runs across the screen of Scrubble Bubble and just runs out. There's no reason for Paid to Be Here to stay on the site directly and keep that engagement going. They didn't have to, and they knew it. Good, decisive, and most importantly, disciplined play from Paid to Be Here to secure a flawless round victory, and now OT here on Pearl.
On aggression is the call for P2B out of A site. Get themselves out. As we've seen the rounds that it has come together, the information has been paramount to their success, as now Miniature gets the in and out, and he escapes like a bandit in the night.
What?
As now Coach Joe somehow stays alive off the back of Giant Sanity, peeking forward. They're just right around each other. You can see the sight line so close, and it looks like they're looking the wrong way, as that's a couple kills to go back to even for Jankos.
But where do they go? MFH is sitting in A main. Scrubble Bubble's watching the backside of Waterfall, and you have B site control as well for Paid to Be Here. This is the weirdest defensive setup with Jankos occupying all of mid. Where is MFH taken care of? The Guiding Light doesn't see them. There's no particular reason for Jankos to expect A main control. They'll clear it because you kind of have to when you swing together, but MFH has a late flank potential, and one that I do not think is going to be realized.
30 seconds left.
I don't think so either. Oh, he's looking the right way!
Wow.
And the fact that MFH gets shut down could mean this round back in the hands of Jankos, as all Scrubble Bubble gets caught with the Cove out, and Lace is so far away. She still has time, but not as much as you'd want in this situation. All drops by B's site. Not relevant, just trying to get more cloud cover for these next couple steps. Both snake bites available to clear corners. There's no knowledge of where she might be standing, but Giant Sanity grabs the kill and grabs the 13th round up for Jankos.
I think Giant Sanity actually saw the leg of Lace as she crossed main, and Paid to Be Here quickly taken care of. Good attack from Jankos, but the attacking side is going to be the determining factor of this matchup. Sure, you can look at this and say, oh, if the attack for Paid to Be Here doesn't show up, that's what's going to change it. But the difference maker is, how does it show up in a full gun round here for Jankos? In the later stages, you can see it was basically trade for trade. All three of their rounds in the final 4 were spike diffuses to turn it around. It was post-plant re-engagements that played in their favor. And the defensive side for Jankos has to show up once more. They have all the utility they need to. They also have all the site control they need to, with A main being fully theirs. But Paid to Be Here needs to play a lot quicker, and they need to remove most of the utility for Jankos. If they don't bleed away this utility early in a round, Jankos is going to have more than enough to retake a site as required, and most importantly, force Paid to Be Here out of their comfortable post-plant positions, as we saw in the later stages of Map 2, or Half 2.
And we're seeing these Guiding Lights get traded, but it's not prompting any significant commitments from Yonkos. They're being very, very disciplined with their utility usage, and now Zane's gonna see the teleporter waltzing on back, choose to step away, realizing there's probably a few more friends joining MFH. Will just eventually take it down, and oh, that is a big pick away. It's now Miniature. Can't be any extra playmaker, can't offer the extra
30 seconds
misdirection
left.
on the map. This is the commitment to the B site. Zane's still alive. MFH striking onto
Timing.
Chris. And now that's the timing indeed as Zane falls and the numbers advantage is swung right back to P2B. But the spike didn't get dropped. Ryu comes around, prevents it, and that bit of time seems to have been enough. There was no setup, no time, no off. Snatch away this map in overtime.
The way in which they do so as well is determine it based off of timing. Again, relying a little bit too much on utility was paid to be here. They tried to get that spike down inside of the cove, but they had no coverage, they had no information to play off of to deny what could have been the spike plant denial. And as soon as the cove is dropped, so was the spike planter. Enough information and enough team coordination to drop that spike, the cove, and the round as a whole is really what gave Yonkos that dominant factor in the later stages. And the way they come back as well is the wildest part of this map to me. They did not look like a team put together on the defensive side, and then you blink and it looks like they've walked away with so much team cohesion. It doesn't matter how good of a team paid to be here is individually. When push comes to shove, it came down to the team coordination, Gene Sanity even getting duped a little bit, but it doesn't matter. They came out on top in the later stages.
And in those later stages, it was that different. Like, the little bits of team coordination that needed to come together, Yonkos as a roster truly showing exactly what was possible. That next step, and even in moments like that, right, where Lacey shows up or G Insanity just takes down the soul read. It was misstep here, fantastic moment there, and you could call any number of highlights from It Feels Any player, and whoever else is in this group, watch out for Paid to Be here, because even though they lost map 1, I'm sure they'll be hungry for more. And Yonkos, of course, they're looking to try and lead this group off of that to win. And I believe that we're going to get to see more of this Yonkos squad with how strong they've been looking. We're going to stick inside this group, and we'll be seeing Yonkos up against, I believe, the Smurfs. So we'll see if maybe the Smurfs can do some smurfing on LAN, as we'll be right back after a quick break.
shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long.
Down with the sinking.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction, only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Children used to run and play. Look at all the mess we made. Guess I never know where it went wrong. Sometimes I feel like all that's sad, 'cause viral then people forget. In this crazy world I don't belong. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning but I'm fine. Now you're nobody. The future feels so unsure. Didn't we deserve more? The burden that you left is way too heavy for me.
If you've ever experienced wild bills or had the opportunity to taste our old-fashioned soda pop, you've likely been served by someone who served far more than soda. Veteran-owned and operated, we are more than just a company that sells soda pop. Wild Bills is an experience that commemorates the memories created with friends and family. Once you've tried one of our 9 refreshing flavors, you'll understand why people keep coming back year after year. You need just purchase a mug, pick any flavor, and pour all day long. Our exclusive mugs are unique for each function, with different styles, each having the event logo to celebrate that special day. And if you run into us again, just bring your mug and pay only $5 to fill up all day.
Cups are awesome.
They have sarsaparilla!
What's your favorite thing here? Nice. Good answer.
People love the experience and kids love pouring from the tap for themselves. Made with pure cane sugar, there's no high fructose corn syrup, which makes for a delicious soda that's nostalgic of a simpler time.
I'm probably going to be refilling this all day.
Wild Bills services nearly 400 events a year. It's truly about the experience that we deliver and the value we provide, not only to events, but the customers we serve. We truly feel that we add a unique element and something that you can taste, feel, and touch. So try Wild Bills and taste the wild side.
And welcome back to the Windy City Open, as we just had an insane match between Yonkos and Paid to Be here, as Yonkos just barely taking the victory in a 14-12 fashion, but taking themselves to the top of the group, is now they're going to be running up against Team Smurf, who lost their opening map to Too Old. So they really do need to win this one so as not to already be facing being knocked out of the group, as of course Paid to Be here looking very strong as they'll be facing off against Too Old. There's a lot of dynamics at play, but for anyone new, the format is we do a best of one round robin right here in Group H. So Yonkos already winning number 1. We're going to take a peek at that winning roster, as you already saw them in the last map. But if you're new and you need a refresher, we got Chris M, we've got Ryu, we've got Gene Sanity, Big Guns, and Zane. And not both of them, this entire team stood up. They got so many individual moments that you have to watch out for every single player.
I'm taking a look over at the Smurfs as their counterparts for our second map of our 4th set of our group stage. Aaron, Kiro, Vanna, Frankie, and Bagels coming through. And this looks more like a, hey, we happen to live somewhat near Chicago, let's try and put a stack together, compared to that opposing side of Yonkos. And after their loss up against Too Old, I don't know how this match is going to go, but I can tell you where it's going to go as we take a look over at our map picks and bans, or pick singular and bans plural. Ascent is our 5th and nearly final map.
Yeah, this is the second to last map of the day. We're sticking one. Let's take a peek into Group G, but that's for later on in the tournament. So you guys are just gonna have to stick around to catch that map. But here on Ascent, we've seen it already earlier today, and it's also just one of those very standard maps we're used to seeing. Your Sova, your KJ, your KO, your Jet throw-in, and Omen, and call it day. Might see some different play, but so far it's been just the Omen, and considering everything else locked in, don't expect that to change.
No, it should be a fairly stock standard mirror composition. Really, the only changes you see nowadays is that Omen, as you mentioned, or sometimes you see some level of variation in the double initiator composition. Very rarely do you see double controller, double duelist. It is basically stock standard double initiator, and the same ones most of the time. Everybody's hovering the same lock-in. I have no doubt that will continue to be the case, as everybody will lock in as they please. And defensive side, I think most importantly here for Yonkos, if they're going to win it, I think they're going to do so fairly quickly. Ascent, not really defensive or attacking sided with how often it's been played forever and ever. It's pretty base level at 7-5 or 8-6 towards the defense. 6-6 is a generalized statement of, oh yeah, this is a matchup that could go close, but I see no way in which you don't see at least 5 or 6 rounds from that Yonkos defense.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's definitely going to be up to Team Smurf to step up, right? But something to say is that our first quarter of the game isn't always indicative of how it's going to go. In that last map of Yonkos between Paid to Be here, it was 6-1 in the first 7 rounds, and we went all the way to overtime. So if you can make adjustments, if you can adapt to your opponents and clean up a few of the mistakes that you're making, there's always room to come back. But we'll have to see as we're about to load into the pistol.
Pistol for the defensive side for Yonkos as well. They open up well. They're a scary team. And we saw that a little bit back in our first map, but it really came down to Paid to Be here in the second half, matching that same energy. And looks like Smurfs want to play aggressive, and they're going to do so, but only suppressing out the Omen. They're going to want to go, but the problem is, it's a full disengage from Yonkos. They want to play for a post-plant re-engagement as a team, and in a 5 versus 5, they certainly have the ability to do so.
Yeah, and we've seen how this team works incredibly well together as Spike does get dropped, and I'm expecting some Yonkos aggression very, very quickly as right out the gate, Gene Sanity dives onto site. Initial pick goes over to Smurf, but Yonkos cleaning up the rest of the kills. It's all up to Aaron. In a 2v1. One tap goes down, gets caught in the smoke, and that'll be a pretty convincing opening round, but a scrappy one at that from Yonkos.
I love the setup there from Yonkos on the 2v1 as well. Binguns taps the spike, making sure that there's at least a thought that it could be a 1v1 as the smoke drops. But as soon as it does, you're just looking at straight at 2 players who are staring you down. And you're never winning that. It's a pistol round, barring a bare level miracle with a sheriff or a ghost in hand on low HP players. Unfortunately, just not coming through. And Yonkos pissed around on the defensive side, and now Spectres with a single Ares being set up over towards the B side, an inconsequential one, considering it looks like Smurfs want to rush A again. But this one would be a little bit of a better one for them. If they can take some guns away, maybe the conversion runs a little easier.
Mostly comes down to the initial approach from Yonkos, and does seem there's a couple picks that just go immediately back and forth, but the fact is it's all even, and that means upgrades, people, for Team Smurf. As a little spray down from big guns, but the initial aggression from Yonkos not immediately paying off as we're traded back down, and eventually, at the end of the scrap, it is Yonkos with 2 members left standing and another round on the board, but certainly not as clean as they hoped walking into it.
No, and now looking at it, Smurfs are going to have a much better shot at taking this round. It shouldn't be all that much of a buy-up from Yonkos, maybe a few upgraded pistols, maybe an SMG to pick up as well, but the weird part for that was Smurfs dropped 2 players immediately, and then were waiting to just walk onto the site. I think they were waiting for a written invitation from the site itself to actually enter, which, I mean, it's respectful, but maybe not the best decision if you want to win rounds, because they just took so long that Yonkos was able to have their full rest of the roster rotated and available to take the round. And now, you can see Yonkos playing aggressive. They have lesser weaponry, and they know it. Unfortunately, Big Guns with that Sheriff in hand is quickly taken care of, and that is a quick finish, to understate the obvious.
And there's still 2 players left alive. Still that Ares in hand for Ryu. But this weapon advantage, of course, leaning its way towards Smurf. And now just KhazixMayJump. It's all but done and dusted. If they can keep every gun, and indeed they will. Smurf trying to build up a bit of a bank. And now this 4th round, the gun round, going to be also important to see if Smurf can keep up when Jankos has rifles in their hands.
Now with Jankos having those rifles, this is where you see Smurfs trying to set that tone. You talked about it, seeing how they stack up against the opponent with more traditional weaponry. It again comes down to how you can match up for one skill. Are you Ryu bringing in the Odin as an odd decision, I'm going to say? And they're not actually playing for the spray down the cardboard wall in B main either. Hopefully playing for an opener, but Gian Sanity just backing themselves into the wine cellar and hoping for the push to come through A main, because they're actually being baited into the setup. You can see KhazixMayJump sitting in the main doorway, hoping somebody sees him, and then just tries to aggress off the back of it.
That might be the opportunity, having that wine option available, just to think about that. Of course, they're still just taking as much space as they can mid. Spike's still left all the way back up and spawn, so unsure if they're going to commit quite yet. Might just be this initial A main push that could turn the tide, or if Zine can stop anyone outside of Catwalk, because it's going to be a race back for the Spike, and maybe a wrap around to the B side. This is going to be a quick hit up market. Big Guns shutting down Kiro, though, slows things down, and the lockdown off that last kill. That is
not to use it, though. That odd decision. They're actually just playing patiently. Finally, they'll use it, but it's a little late, honestly. Smurfs could just push this down if they wanted to, but the problem is they've now taken too long. It's a game of patience, and both teams are losing. Smurfs need to go, but the problem is this rotation's already here. 3 players in the general vicinity cutting off that mid rotation as well. It's down to another opener, and Big Guns finds it. That should be it.
Just patience. I think that lockdown was done in perfect time. It bought extra moments for the rest of the team to rotate, and of course, also waited for the commitment, because it didn't seem that the full wraparound for Smurf was there. Of course, with their flawless in round number 3, there's going to be a pretty decent buy coming in, as we're going to get an in-zone replay of just the chaos at that last second. It's Guns and Ryu just firing away.
Big Guns on the site, holding down. And good discipline as well from Big Guns to find that opening kill near the button and then just backing away. Not needing to play for a follow-up, at least not at that specific point in time. They waited for some level of reinforcements, notably Ryu, to try and re-aggress, and it works out perfectly. Kiro does avoid shock dart damage, so he'll stay at 125 health, but Smurfs, in the first real gun round, find a single kill. That is not the greatest, and it was an exit frag as well, in a 1v5. There has to be improvements, and now's the time to do it. No time like the present.
Yeah. Still early on. I think this is going to be pretty critical for Smurfs to see if they can contest with rifles in hand. So far, just this default positioning, grabbing mid-space. They've done well in the start of the round, but just haven't been able to convert it into sight pressure, into any early picks. And fact of the matter is, if you're stuck in that kind of situation, it's going to be hard to put rounds on the board. You do see this team just moving over to mid, moseying on up. It looks like it's going to be an A finish indeed.
They're going to split it. 3 through cat, 2 through main. Only 1 suppression found with a 0 point. Fragment will go through, though, and they see another. This should be the initiation tool, and they do. KhazixMayJump tries to proactively swing, and is stuck near the button, but finds the kill. Looking for a follow-up, has the information as to the whereabouts of Frankie, and finds a follow-up as well. 2 for 1, now 3 for 1 as they swing.
Oh, and this explosion, exactly what the doctor ordered for Smurf, as Vana manages to trade off of G Insanity. And oh, does get caught on the backside. It was looking possible, but then crushed in those final duels. Smurf gonna have to take a save here.
And again, in this replay, we'll see KhazixMayJump not cleared in the close corner initially. They were over-focused on the site itself. Aaron finds a refrag, but it was too little too late. Ryu was able to find that refrag. They were able to turn it into an extra swing from their teammates on Cat. And Jankos just played the man advantage from then. A double kill from KhazixMayJump sets the tone for Jankos, and Smurfs, again, being forced to play from behind. And Kiru, I think, over-investing here. They only have 800 credits left over. That's an odd decision.
Only thing I can think of is they're saving up, planning for a Bulldog or something like that, instead of going for a full Phantom buy on the following round. Is this immediate take just going to be a quick plant down? That speed, not something it seems Jankos was expecting, as Aldra was caught for a moment. Now, actually, the Hunter's Fury used to try and get some extra space off of the lockdown. They're investing these ultimates in this save, and honestly, I like this play.
Needs to be a quick re-engage from Jankos, though. You can see they only have the Bladestorm available, no ultimates. It's just straight-up utilities they look to rush it through.
Oh, and this is going to be tight. Many members suppressed, but Chris doesn't care. Snap down to Aaron. They're all blind, but somehow this comes through. That's just a matter of buying time for Bagels, and can't quite grab enough. They got it close, but a few seconds too late, as the defuse will come through. 1:35 left. Oh, it's so close.
Game of inches. Jankos still leading by about a mile or so. And there's no indication for them to stop anytime soon. If that lockdown's put down a few seconds later, maybe you have a shot. But again, timing cannot be relied on. And lesser weaponry, overall a good round for the Smurfs. Now's a really good time for them to call a timeout. They can dissect how Jankos was trying to re-aggress as a team. And now with the better weaponry, they have the actionable intel to turn it into a possible round victory. The problem, Jankos are still dominant. They have 3 ultimates on the board. 3 ultimates, or 2 of those ultimates now fairly close to being built up as well. And the only round being won thus far is the bonus. And again, statistically the most likely round you should win if you lose the first 2. This is, it's not looking great to start, but there is still more than enough time in this map for them to come in.
Still have to remember, this is what our last map looked like at the start. Jankos very strong off the get-go. Their opponents taking a little bit to warm up. And as you said, I think this is the perfect time for a timeout. You're starting to see how your opponents play, but you're also going to be running into a few ultimates. That null command, the real retaking menace for Jankos, depending on how this round goes. And it seems the call is, let's stay away from A, let's move it towards B, but it seems Jankos has the same read.
That was a stack playout as well. Odin being used. Bladestorm popped. Double updraft. Finds an opening kill.
What?
That is gross from Giansanity. They double updraft off the market balcony and find a kill through the windows in B main. That is a wild start.
Yeah, disgusting. Only word you can use for it. Now sprayed down from big guns through the blind. Does get traded by Bagels, but still, Giansanity able to just put more clips on the board. And that timeout doing nothing for Smurfs, as it seems Jankos had the read as well. They shut down the set piece before it could begin. Now it's just Bagels left standing all alone. Will run into Ryu and is promptly shut down.
That spanner in the works coming through. The Bladestorm just to open things up. And there's no way back into a round from that. You're so caught off guard. It just breaks the mental of a team. And even in a single round, that's how you can really set yourself up for success. And again, only 1 ultimate was required. In a round that was nearly a full buy for Smurfs, they found 1 kill. And Jankos, on the defense, are looking more than comfortable. They've already reached the threshold I thought they would find on the minimum side. They now have more than enough room to work with in a map that already seems dominant for them. Giansanity just jumps in, is suppressed, so luckily for them, they're able to back away. But, I mean, what is Smurfs? They're playing scared. That's a problem.
Yeah. Didn't even think of that as a possibility, but it does feel that way. Fear in their minds, especially when Giansanity is just getting clip after clip and round after round, as now Frankie just trying to clear out Wine, get a little bit of space, but it's already been cut away. Bagels might just get caught by the lurk here from Big Guns. Oh, they're right around the corner. He doesn't spot. The timing might look the wrong way. Looks left off of the footsteps, and that's 2 quick kills. Make it 3, could be 4, as Aaron's gonna peek around the side, and this is a chance for an ace as Zane takes it away.
Still no ace in our last 4 games. make it 5. And you feel a little bit bad because Big Guns would have had that one, but at a bare minimum, they build up the Brazil coming through. The 7-1 scoreline in about as dominant fashion as you can find. Perfect timing on the flank, finding 2 as they line up, and then the 2 more, well, contested gunfights also going their way. Big Guns is on 14 kills. Yeah. We have played 8 rounds.
Yeah, I'd say he's in the zone for that one.
Auto zone?
The in zone replay. I like it. As now might have another chance to test his mettle. Has a paranoia already set up before that suppression actually lands. Frankie, again, playing scared, throws out the Cloudburst. Wow. It's a little late, but Bagel's alongside him. And that's the start they needed until Chris M shuts it back down and take us to a 2v2. Ryu is already on the rotate, and the spike is out in the open.
Perfect disengage from Chris as well. As soon as they find that second kill, they back away. Wait for help, play the 2 versus 2 as a 2v2 rather than a 1v2 for trades. And Ryu with the follow-up, leaving Kiru alone. As they walk around, the spike is now seen, but the Killjoy is not. They should be wary of that walk-in through Garden, and they are. But Chris caught with utility out, but the spray from Ryu finds another. Yonkos bringing yet another round from the brink of defeat to a 2v1 round victory, and an 8th now in their favor.
That was a certified phantom moment for Karo right there. I saw the headshot onto Chris, and I saw that 10 HP left standing.
It was a window.
Oh, it was the window, you're right. Maybe it was a headshot +1, but it looked like a phantom moment. It really did feel like a phantom moment.
It was a Valorant moment.
Certified Valorant moment. I think we've had a lot of this. Had a lot of certified Valorant moments. I mean, aces stolen, timings around the corner, just standout performances from the side of Yonkos. Now Smurf going back to what worked earlier, at least for some map space. Straight up mid, try to move to tree. And now Zane and Big Guns are here to take the fight. Quick dash over. Frankie gets shut down. As quickly as he landed, Flash drops. Anna managed to get one on the other side, but these fights not won in the moment by Yonkos, but the final few are won by G Insanity and Zane, as it's just Karo all alone once again.
Unfortunately, this time against 3, and up against a very well-defended spike as well. Kira's going to swing into a totem setup. The spray through the wall just to throw him off. There's no way to win this. He wins the first fight. Honestly, pretty good. But that's a round that Smurfs honestly weren't even expected to win. Valiant effort, but as they walk straight through, they're just picked apart. The lesser weaponry obviously getting to them. And now into another full buy. If they're going to make it a 9-3 half and hope the curse, or pseudo-curse, sets in, now's the time to do so. No time like the present.
And they do have the null command online. That's an extra ultimate. Great for site taking. Great for just playing a set piece, and it seems they're going to lean over towards the B site. This time, not running into the full 3-man stack, so certainly a little bit more possibility. And I think more importantly, not running into G Insanity's knives and updrafts that just shut them down last time, as we see the immediate Hunter's Fury already taking down the null command. And someone might be able to pick him up, but
perfect timing on that Hunter's Fury. Trades are there, but maybe not good enough. As they start to walk onto the B site, it is fully stacked. G Insanity around the button will find the final kill. But Yonkos, every feasible crossfire is a possibility. A 10th round now picked up. And Smurfs are torn apart as they initiate.
One for hope here at the end. Get yourself to 10-2. Seen it come back as we get another in-zone replay of that last moment. And as you said, it's just perfect crossfires on that opening where there's not much you can do unless you've got every angle earmarked. Try to take each duel, but Yonkos have really lived up to the expectation we saw in the last map as they continue to be another dominant team, another scary squad coming out of the group stage to tomorrow's bracket. As with this win, they will all but lock themselves in to that playoff berth and a chance to fight for the grand prize of $5,000 at the Belong Arena. Bagels can take some space. This A site is down. The spike is dropped, but we've seen these retakes before, and already the lockdown's dropped and just trying to make this space. Aaron manages to remove it, but the kills are still coming through for Chris M, and it's a Yonko scoreboard. It's all green up top, and there's even the knife to finish it off as we go 11-1.
A shrouded step into a flank off the shrouded step for back-to-back melees into the final kill of the half. If there's not a way to do it, that's the one. Big Guns just do it in style, having a staring contest with Zane because they're probably upset their stylish final kill was taken. And Yonkos 11-1 first half, and I don't even know if that correctly represents the dominance that we saw from them on a consistent basis. Rounds in the early stages they had a disadvantage of, then coming back with a vengeance off of clutch plays. The only round they've lost was a bonus round in which they did not have all that much left over. Seemingly everything going their way.
Yeah. It has just been clean and controlled so far. That is just the mark of a practice team. And of course, the experience they bring from past tournament play. And Ryu already getting the first kill onto Frankie, who dashes a little too laterally. And Caro coming across. There's one back, two back to make this a 3v3. Doable for Smurfs, especially below health bar onto Guns. But you still have to get through Chris. Caro's working on 3. Wraparound still attempted. Can't find number 4. And it's all up to Aaron in this final moment. The shock darts go wide. Now he might have a chance to get the drop on 1. It does feel like it's just a checkmated position where you can't win unless you take the first and can't find the second. Match point for Yonkos.
Fake drop was even noted by Yonkos as well. Different surfaces that you'd be landing on, so obviously a different sound cue. And Yonkos just play patiently. Again, play for the trades, and that was one problem. I think Kiro overheated. After finding those 3 kills, certainly you have a way back into the round, but when you take a disadvantageous gunfight just to give yourself maybe a shot back, you may see it here as they swing for the door and look for that 4th. There's that 3rd. They look for the kill into Chris, but at this point, play with your teammate. Play for the trades as you try to reinitiate. It just didn't happen. And because of it, Yonkos now have 11 separate chances of closing out Ascent and sending themselves almost certainly into a mathematical impossibility of being eliminated.
Exactly, and having that security that you're coming back tomorrow goes a very long way. Having already beaten Paid to Be here, who were expected to be the lead out of their group, there's a great chance they'll be taking that top seed, especially with just the level of play we've seen so far. And join the likes of YFP and Maryville on those upper echelons of the tournament. We started with 32. It's getting whittled down every round. And right now it looks like Yonkos, with their gun advantage, with their strategic advantage so far, are going to win this one.
Already the man advantage as well. That may very well close it out. Lesser weapons, lesser manpower, and Smurfs have to retake one of the more difficult sites to retake in the game with, what, thin air, pistols, limited utility that they've already thrown out to find very little payoff. This will be a firefight, but one that I don't think Yonkos are going to be lit.
They will try. Kara runs in. Already Bagels is shut down, but a couple kills turn this into a 2v2. Make it doable, but the clock working against them as they still have to clear the site. Recon Dart goes down, spots out Zane, but Ryu wins the fight on Akaro. It's just a sheriff in hand, and that is all. A 13-1. 12-round differential. Absolutely insane performance coming out from the Yonkos.
Talk about day and night as well. Yonkos go from winning 14-12 to winning 13-1. That is a wild deficit through 2 maps. And honestly, I'm gonna say it again. This map really did not even seem that close. It was standout performances from Big Guns, Chris M, and Gian Sanity. We'll see those throughout the replays here. Kiro tried their best, but honestly, it was round after round, somewhat close finishes But all in all, from face value, I don't think those numbers left over told the full story. The strats to start will really what set this squad apart. And Yankos nearly guaranteeing themselves a playoff berth. The only way it does not happen is if Paid to Be Here win on the other game, and then Yankos lose to the fourth and outstanding team in this group, which is ... as I check my Google sheet.
Too old.
Too old. Which
Yes.
I don't think is happening.
Probably not always possible, but again, it would even on top of that, they've secured themselves a 2-1 scoreline. They've got a great round differential off of this map, and that's really what you need. You need all of those extra little bits. Those extra rounds really do matter, and the fact that they close it out 13-1 just shows how confident they're going to be. And it's been a long day here at the Windy City Open, but we've still got one more map to go. One more map to decide who will be our final teams to qualify for tomorrow, as we've got Anthony Calandro up against the Boomer Bandits, and we'll be right back after a quick break.
Do you want to go for a coffee?
Yeah, sure.
So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. With me here, you'll never be lonely. It's oh so clear, I've always been falling through a life that's upside down. Somehow you turn me around. So stay another night, 'cause all we have is time. Keep you close and savor the moment. You raise my hopes and don't even know it. In a life that's upside down, somehow you turn me around. So stay another night, 'cause all we have is time.
actor, making it last just long enough. Playing a game you always won. You never even taught me the rules. You tried to break me down, put this all on me. Tried to make me out to be crazy, and I played along 'cause I didn't wanna lose you. But I think this dream was rotten at its core. Tried to fix these things, patch it up like before, but I was the fool. Went down with a sinking. Went down with a sinking. You were always so good at changing the story up, making me trust your love. You always have your poker face, don't you, babe? You always play it so cool. You tried to break me down, put this all on me. Tried to make me out to be crazy, and I played along 'cause I didn't wanna lose you. Went down with a sinking. Went down with a sinking.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings.
used to run and play. Look at all the mess we made. Guess I never know where it went wrong. Sometimes I feel like all that's sad, 'cause viral then people forget. In this crazy world I don't belong. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning but I'm fine. No, I'm nobody. No, I'm nobody. The future feels so unsure. Didn't we deserve more? The burden that you left is way too heavy for me. Do you ever feel like the world would die out? My anxiety's off the roof, I cry out. We have gone too far, take me back right now. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning but I'm fine. No, I'm nobody. just let me go. Please let me go. You like to love so hard and then you throw it away. You like to open skies and then you blame it on me. You're someone I can never be with. You joke about my flaws and weaknesses. Why'd you love so hard and then just throw it away? You opened up my heart just to close it on me. Don't blame it on me. Don't blame it on me. So don't you blame it on me. You never knew how bad it was. Yes, you never really cared because you said your parents never gave you hugs. And as a child you were never loved. You made me love so hard, but then you threw it away. You like to open skies and then you blame it on me. You're someone I can never be with. You joke about my flaws and weaknesses. Why'd you love so hard and then just throw it away? You opened up my heart and just to close it on me. Don't blame it on me. Don't you blame it on me. Yeah. You like to open skies. You open up my
Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we get free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't cloud my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't cloud my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive. Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we're free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night.
Entombed in my mind, can't seem to break away. Lost in time, thinking about better days. Do you ever get used to the pain? 'Cause I don't know if I can do this again. Now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Lullabies of you still in my head. Bloodshot eyes, can't sleep, I'm rotting in my bed. Even the drugs don't faze me. I don't think you understand. I gave you everything I had. When did shit go wrong? And now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken
It's in these moments. Oh, I got lost on a winding road in the dark of night with the stars aglow. Heaven's up above, got me below as I head to you like the river flows. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments.
think it's dawned on me that you ain't coming back.
If you've ever experienced Wild Bill's or had the opportunity to taste our old-fashioned soda pop, you've likely been served by someone who served far more than soda. Veteran-owned and operated, we are more than just a company that sells soda pop. Wild Bill's is an experience that commemorates the memories created with friends and family. Once you've tried one of our 9 refreshing flavors, you'll understand why people keep coming back year after year. You need just purchase a mug, pick any flavor, and pour all day long. Our exclusive mugs are unique for each function, with different styles, each having the event logo to celebrate that special day. And if you run into us again, just bring your mug and pay only $5 to fill up all day.
Cups are awesome.
They have sarsaparilla!
What's your favorite drink here? Nice. Good answer.
People love the experience, and kids love pouring from the tap for themselves. Made with pure cane sugar, there's no high fructose corn syrup, which makes for a delicious soda that's nostalgic of a simpler time.
I'm probably going to be refilling this all day.
Wild Bill's services nearly 400 events a year. It's truly about the experience that we deliver and the value we provide, not only to events, but the customers we serve. We truly feel that we add a unique element and something that you can taste, feel, and touch. So try Wild Bill's and taste the wild side.
Welcome back. We had a longer break than expected. The Boomer Bandits just had to go the full distance, triple OT 16-14. But now we're finally gonna get Boomer Bandits here on stream up against Anthony Calandro. Winner makes it into the top 16. Loser will not be returning tomorrow. And for the last time, I'm Jay Turbo, joined alongside Time to Light as we're finally hopping into Group G.
Yeah, let's take a look at Group G, really give you the TLDR on things. Last Resistance Gold thus far has just beaten Boomer Bandits, and then they beat Van Lin earlier. Anthony Calandro has beaten Van Lin, and then lost to Last Resistance Gold, I think. Something like that. TLDR, Boomer Bandits versus Anthony Calandro. We'll take a look at the Anthony Calandro roster. This is the roster that you will almost certainly recognize. Across the board, Tone, Truth, Gucci, Skarn, and Cash. And taking a more in-depth look at the roster, Gucci has played for just about everybody and their mother since the dawn of Tier 3 started. At least since, we'll say, the summer of last year. We're going to go in chronological order, just for fun. Accru, Wet Rats, back to Accru, then to City Boys, switching from City Boys to Country Boys for a very short period of time. YFP, who is also in this tournament, by the way, and then from YFP to Team Major Academy for a short period, Las Vegas Inferno for a single tournament, that was HyperX Arena Operation Vegas, back in Vegas in February, and then most recently Bad Boys up until, quite literally, Monday.
That's a lot of teams to be bumping through, but it also
means... And that's one player.
Exactly, that's one player, but it shows the amount of experience that's coming into this roster, right? And... I mean, you can say that about a few of these players, right? Not quite the full, 11-team list, but we have experience in Collegiate. We have experience in Tier 3 across the board for Anthony Calandro, and it would be a pretty big deal for them to be able to qualify forward. But, of course, looking over at the Boomer Bandits, not going to see as many familiar faces, but I think we're still going to get some playmakers as we've got PQ Streams, Isaac Newton going to be dropping some gravity, Dagger, Opted, and Woke Fox stepping up to represent the Bandits. And again, we don't have as much background on these players, but they've still managed to get here to a 1-1 scoreline. They have fought their hearts out to get here, and now they've got one more map to try and punch their ticket into the bracket.
And looking at things, and looking now at our map as well, Bind is our final map of day one. Then it's Bracket on the way. A more in-depth look over at the Boomer Bandits as well. Opted, I think, is the most recognizable player from the team. Played as a substitute for the Indiana Hoosiers in CVAL and CECC. Actually did play up against Tone, who plays for UIC, the University of Illinois Chicago. and lost to him, unfortunately enough. And then Indiana proceeded to lose to them again later on in that same bracket, but that's neither here nor there. The rest of the squad, it's really just the Anti-Grass Association for PQ, if you recognize it from that. And then Isaac Newton played for 7 Sins over the second to most recent NSG lockdown event. But into our final map of play, and I don't know if the operator or agent compositions are as consistent here on Bind, but for these two teams, it seems to be the case. Skarn, Truth, Gucci, Cash, and Tone will pick up Raze, Fade, Brim, Cypher, and Viper, respectively. It seems to be the exact similar case on the opposing side, just out of order because names are never consistent.
Yeah, and Bind coming back into the map pool. A lot of teams don't have quite as much experience on it, but there is still, of course, the tried and true. Set up your Cypher on the B site. Raze and Fade very, very strong on this map. And of course, you always need the Brimmy Steamy to get you onto site. So you've got to include that. And of course, Viper, just with her wall maneuverability and just the flexibility that it can give you to just default a site, place your orb on the other, and cover both at once. It is looking to be a very strong comp. And once again, we're seeing that mirror matchup. So it's going to come down to the execution, as we've seen so many times today.
And if you're looking at some of the players on Anthony Calandro and saying, where do I know them from? I'll give you the TLDR on some of them. Restored Rambo from Lycus Empire, Illusion Black, Illusion, Lycus Empire again, Eclectic, and then most recently Rock Bottom. Cash has played on a myriad of different teams, most notably Chirac Gang, Ambition, a Warm Bush Light, because, you know, you got to play against them as the country boys.
Exactly.
Raw Dogs, Core for a short period of time for a couple tournaments, and then Chicago Empire most recently. On the other side, it's Skarn, most recently playing with Chicago Empire, but also playing with Raw Dogs. This seems like a hodgepodge of a couple different iterations of a few separate teams, but all in all, pretty good squad as a whole in the Tier 3/Tier 2.5 region for these specific players on Anthony Calandro, who is, we cannot really put our finger on as to who the heck they are. Calandro. A quick Google search brings up some random person who lives in New Jersey.
Well, maybe that's their mascot. Maybe someone's a friend, a cousin, or just likes the name and the very wide profile picture they managed to snatch away. And both Skarn and Newton starting things off strong with a paint shell frag. And we're going to see a couple trades back from upgraded pistols as 3 members strong. The Boomer Bandits look to break out onto the B site, but there's still some Truth waiting for them, and Gucci on the other side. It's been clean trades. If that's any indicator of this map, both teams, again, knowing that this could be what separates them from qualifying for bracket and a chance to win that $5,000 first place prize, as Truth try and get some information, but their split is Cash coming up over top in Hookah, and you can't separate those 1v1s if you're trying to take site, as Truth all alone, and this is just played perfectly by the Bandits. They're just waiting this one out.
Truth will walk in and will quickly die. Isaac Newton, their position guessed correctly, their orientation not so much, standing versus crouching, to be more specific. And it is the opening round going the way of the Boomer Bandits. That attacking round was chaotic to understate the obvious. The paint shells took out both Vipers. Each Raze took out each Viper. And it was a 1-for-1 trade until it got down to that 2 versus 2. It was quite literally every single kill was immediately responded on within 2 or 3 seconds. Wasting no time trying to make sure things stayed about as even as possible.
Yeah, and those implications for this map at large show that it's certainly going to be a doozy. And now just on this this buy-up round, nothing too crazy. We're seeing a stack out of Anthony Calandro, as they do have that inferior weaponry slowly walking over to the B site, but Boomer Bandits playing it safe, just letting themselves default, try and find some picks, try not to get rid of any guns, and this might be a time that they're caught lacking as Woke Fox quickly trades out.
1-for-1, but at this point, Anthony Calandro is happy with that. They will fully rotate over towards the A side, which is the correct decision looking at how the Boomer Bandits are setting up. But you have to wonder, how do the Boomer Bandits actually try and send this? They should know they have the weapon advantage. Anthony Calandro obviously losing the pistol round on the defensive side. Never going to be a fully good reinvestment. Haunt will go over the top, will find nothing. Oh, and neither will Gucci. That shot misses, and that may very well be the round decider.
Certainly could be, but there's still a crew waiting out in lamps, and there's a little wrap around. Haven't seen Bind in a minute, and those teleports always make for some fun rotations. As the Boomer Bandits make away in the night, leave Woke Fox for a little messenger. And this is going to be the attempted chase from Skarn and Tone, and they will be able to get a Guardian for their trouble.
Question is, do they go for the round from here on? That's the real question mark if you're Anthony Calandro. Swing from the backside of spawn, but Dagger's seen it and will disengage. Patience for the Boomer Bandits and no real reason to over-aggress. There is still 2 weapons picked up, as indicated, off those 2 kills retrieved. But that should be the round. With the damage done, Anthony Calandro is honestly better off going for a save rather than trying to fully reinvest. But Tone has found a kill, and at bare minimum, they're doing some level of economic damage. Tone also not allowing Opted any easy way out of dodge, but no, it is a clean up, and 2 players staying alive after 2-round victories here for the Boomer Bandits.
If you are the Bandits, losing 3 of those invested weapons, having just to get light armor as we get our in-zone replay, and Truth getting that first kill and just breaking things open out of mid is what really allowed the Bandits to do so much damage.
Now with better weaponry, Anthony Calandro should be able to take this round. It's a matter of hero play with rifles, though. That's the real question mark for some of these players. If you can bring in a Guardian headshot and give yourself an extra weapon and a 5v4, you're in a much better position. C is playing off of a Prowler, off of a Stim Beacon, and Opted died in the fastest way possible. I mean, if you're gonna die, might as well make it style. Swing towards Tripwire, and Woke Fox is dead as well. This may very well be a quick one here for the Anthony Calandro side.
Certainly looking like it. That initial run in, I like the idea of popping that Prowler, trying to take the space, especially because you've got a teammate behind you, but that weapon disadvantage just proving to be a little too much. Now Dagger has a chance to take one on to Truth, and at the very least, bring this round back, but Paint Shell is going to flush him out, and Gucci grabs 2. It's a little BOGO action. Normally don't see those at the Gucci store. It's just PQ all alone. He's going to try and wrap around lamps. He's going to try to find something, but with just a little zap in hand, take some really, really impactful shots. Won't even get a timing onto Skarn. Feels like that will be it, unless Cash is looking the wrong way. It's so close. There's no way. There's no way. He spots the gun. There it is. There's one. But that might just be done as Gucci grabs the 3K.
Yeah, I think PQ is relying on the fact that they had not seen that they had dropped the spike, and Anthony Calandro more than aware of the possibility and the fact that it was indeed on the floor. And at this point, Anthony Calandro, that's a clean way to win an important round. Dagger finding one of the only 2 kills that were indeed picked up. I'm surprised nobody was even paying any attention to mid in the early stages, nor lamps in the later ones, but limited damage done. Anthony Calandro keep 3 guns over, and this will be a nearly full rifle round. Only caveat is Cash, who died. So some punishment done with economic damage.
I'm still just really, he died. I mean, he did, just straight up. He's stuck to a Spectre. That's all you can reinvest on. And I like it for the Cypher as well, but Gucci just going to find an opening pick this time around. Controller v controller comes out on top. As for the Boomer Bandits, not sure where to go. Trying to take a little space B, but Spike's so far away, they don't have a great engage. It's a little awkward, especially considering who's on the other side. It's the Cypher and the Viper.
Ash here trying to play a closer angle with the Spectre in hand, doesn't want to put themselves out of a disadvantageous fight. Orbital Strike being put in towards the main default position, but the problem is they don't find all that much with it, only denying a little bit of time, but the Tripwire playing alongside that Spectre and close range, now turning for a double. Cash with the lesser weaponry, but the better skill will find 2 kills, and will now pick up the Neural Theft as well. The position of Isaac Newton, no matter how good your gravitic hold is, it doesn't matter. Everything that goes up must very well come down, and Anthony Calandro will bring down that lead to nothing.
And we see a Shoryuken to come in over top. No Yonkos for this one. Is Rio already looking ahead to the next one.
Wait, speaking of Yonkos, they've apparently somehow placed 2nd seed after winning 13-1 in one of their games.
That is insane. It seems like out of Group G, it is going to be Paid to Be Here and Yonkos both qualifying as Man, that map earlier was insane, and they're both going to be absolute terrors in the tournament tomorrow. As this right here, this matchup between Anthony Calandro and the Boomer Bandits, the winner will move on. Unless, of course, we get into some shenanigans, but it does appear that just given the current seeding, it's a win-and-in situation. And the fact is that kind of pressure late at night after a long day of games and waiting for your turn, the pressure is on. For Anthony Calandro, it seems that they've sort of figured things out with guns in hand, and now this save from the Boomer Bandits, they're just looking for that plan.
Anthony Calandro just playing a lot more patiently on the defensive side, though. They're not rushing anything. They're not even giving the Boomer Bandits the time of day. And I think it's time to rush as they decide to go for it. The problem is they haven't cleared out the tube, and Truth finding their third on the round. That's it. Truth finds a 4K, and the Boomer Bandits are ripped from the seams. Clean finish to a round that already seemed convincingly in their favor, and they will take their first lead.
And we've seen quite a few times today, just the early pistol round go to a team that has a lot of great fundamentals, some great team play, and we saw that at the Boomer Bandits. But once guns got in the hands of Anthony Calandro, they've looked quite a bit stronger as far as how they play around it. Now, this early timeout for the Bandits, I like this. We're going to get another in-zone replay on that opening. I still can't get over just that double paint shell kill.
Sometimes it's just the paint shells that will be determinant of pistols, and utility seems to be the indicative factor of the lesser weaponry rounds, or the rounds where one team holds lesser weaponry. Occasionally, well, like that, Cash will play around their own tripwire and somehow still find the kill, a double and a PQ just for style, and the sum up of this seems to be pistol and conversion went the way of the Boomer Bandits, but since then, Anthony Calandro seemed more than comfortable, and the earlier stages are indeed where you usually see, if there is a lesser team, them possibly show up, but it's never a guarantee. And now with Anthony Calandro with 3 in a row, I think that's a pretty good time to call a timeout if you're the Boomer Bandits.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams are afraid of taking early timeouts for if they might need it later, but if you can stem the bleeding early on, then you're in a much better position to take the half and hopefully the map. Again, I did just confirm this is a win and in. Whoever takes this one will get second seed. And PQ trying to shut down Cash. It's a little clone-on-clone violence. And that's going to be throwing out some snake bites. And eventually the spike goes down. And numbers advantage for the Boomer Bandits.
Ray doesn't land, and PQ finds a follow-up, a 4 versus 2 now for Anthony Calandro on this retake. They have to discern 4 separate players, 2 around towards bench, the other 2 in towards A short, and with True stuck inside of the poison cloud and now left alone, there's no easy way to retake here. With their position now known as well, with the spy cam finding them, Isaac Newton will drop them down, and, well, 9.8 meters per second squared is what will take them 6 feet under.
And we're tied up. Boomer Bandits showing they have what it takes in a gun round once they've got the right setup. And that just gets me excited for the rest of this map. We knew coming into it that it would likely be a tight one just based off of the performances against the rest of the group from these squads. And now it is proving to be just that. And ooh, Tone's got a judge in hand. Limited economically, but still a Viper with a judge can always be a little spooky.
Great prospects. Seems like they want to try a similar rush. Haunt this time being thrown through and an orbital strike to go along with it, but everybody will fully avoid it. Truth the only one to fall in the early engagement, but Tone is waiting over towards this hookah side. Caught a little bit with that alarm bot. Sorry, not alarm bot.
The boom bot?
Boom bot, that one.
I like to call it a Roomba.
I call it that sometimes too.
Just cleaning up. Trying to make sure there's no dust on the ground, aka enemy players. As now PQ gonna get taken down, gonna peek in with that camera, doesn't spot much, shut down from the side. Now there's a real chance. Again, Boomer Bandits have got that numbers advantage. It is just Tone all alone to try and hold this site. It looks like the attempt will be 3-man retake. At the very least, more damage dealt off the backside. It's only a 4v3, so very, very doable for the side of Anthony Calandro.
Wait for me.
Oh my gosh, through the Cypher cage, finding that kill, and that may very well be the round. Throwing down the blast back, and Tone has to disengage because of it. They were just waiting for the push to come through, but because they couldn't hold up above and through main as well, that smoke will fall, and Tone almost certainly is the one to follow as well. They will fall. A 4K for Isaac, and our first ace in the second half of the broadcast. We have finally found one. It only took 6 full maps and 7 rounds to pick it up.
Wow. We had overtime earlier. We had getting close to the end of the road. We had like a 13-11, I want to say. Or, no, we just had 2 overtimes to start things off. And yeah, let's get an in-zone replay of that ace. And I mean, just this kind of setup where Isaac Newton, he's getting pick after pick, but he's allowing himself to step up, and he's using his utility in, I think, a few more creative ways than a lot of Raze players are used to. And gives Boomer Bandits the lead, and I'm just excited to have an ace on the board.
Don't blame you. And Isaac Newton now looking for their 6th possible kill in a row here for the Boomer Bandits. Already has given them the lead single-handedly at that. Well, no, maybe single-fingeredly with the trigger finger. I don't know if that's...
You need your whole hand on the mouse, so I'll give him that.
You don't play with just one hand. I mean, L plus ratio. Scarred also with the opener. Showstopper.
Yeah, no.
Really stopping that push.
There were like 3 players around. I thought that was going to be one of those just full kill feed bazookas coming through for Scar, and instead it's just a trade out as Isaac Newton looking for one instead. It's going to be Wokefox to snatch away the kill before the bomb lands, and it's suddenly a 4v2. It's Boomer Bandits getting their mojo on this save round from Anthony Calandro.
Spray from Truth, though, finds at least one up from Hookah, but they are immediately traded on, and Gucci's position now more than known. Blast back even to blow them even further away, and that may very well be it. 1 versus 3 with a Bucky. I mean, I've seen some Miracle-esque clutches, and no matter how much of a sniper the Bucky may be, I don't know if this one's a confirmed attempt, also being held from long. Isaac just waiting for the push. We'll find him, but will not be able to find the kill. Truth will either be the one to confirm it, or it's Isaac Newton. Seems to be just a matter of time, and Gucci's going to die to the spike.
Yeah, I think Gucci's happy with that. Doesn't want to give away the extra kill creds. And, of course, we'll get all of that money for the buy the next round. Boomer Bandits looking a lot stronger these past couple rounds. Gotten 3 apiece, little strings for each squad. And confidence, certainly, coming through for the Boomer Bandits, where might have been a bit of a question before, as this is where they're going to take their out, as last time seemed to work for the Bandits.
Pretty good time to call a timeout as well. Still the center stages of this first half. You're in a pretty prime position if you can start off well now to take out the rest of the half. You just have to be able to string a couple rounds together. You put 2 together, and Boomer Bandits are out of cash. You put another, you at least guarantee a 6-6 split, and then you're looking at a full gun round in round number 12. Boomer Bandits, you said it worked out fairly well for them. When they called a timeout, 3 rounds in a row and a 2-round lead at this point. Anthony Calandro now looking for something similar.
Yeah, and just the fact that we can see the immediate impact from the timeout, from the reset, goes to show how much depth there is, of course, to the game. And at this high level, where you just need that breather, go back to your basics sometimes, or attempt a set piece. Because right now, with that tripwire dropped by PQ, assuming it stays, have to see if that's for a flank or if that's just to wrap. They're going to hold down that midfield, get this early camera, get some early information, see if that will help stymie whatever Anthony Calandro have planned.
Gucci spray does a small amount of damage. Nothing to really write home about, but damage nonetheless. Maybe peppering him down for a headshot later on in this matchup. And now Anthony Calandro again disengaging from a lot of these fights, and this has seemingly been the meta as of late from a lot of teams. You don't play overly aggressive on the defensive side, rather if you have to, give away the site and play for later engagements, but Tone still playing in a corner, just not really ratting, but also not playing aggressive either. Seems like, again, Boomer Bandits want to split B, but they have to walk straight through the Viper of Tone to do so.
Yeah, and I really like this wall. It's designed for this aggressive hookah take where you get that immediate wall decay, cancels out some of these positions, and you never expect someone to just be sitting here waiting like a little rat in the corner as Tone takes down 3. And he shuts down the push, looking for more around the side as Dagger just unsure what to do. Gets a little wall bang onto Gucci, but still Tone completely taking over the round.
30 seconds left.
Not only Tone having that wall up prior, but the Poison Cloud set up in the front side of Hookah really masks the fact that anybody's playing in that position. The orb is really just set up for a lack of information, and Tone may very well be able to pick up an ace here. Low HP for both players, Isaac Newton swinging into another, and Tone will find the ace, shutting him down from Hookah. Every single player dead from the same position. And Anthony, well, anything you could do, we could do better, and they will bring a round back after the timeout.
Oh my goodness.
By the way, Tone had 1 kill to start out the round.
Yep. And in our last map of the day, of course, we get 2 aces, as we're gonna get an in-zone replay of that moment, and Tone just using the misdirection, the misinformation to max effect. There's even a wall bang through the box that clips him in the moment, and then these final 2, just the cherry on top. But what a showing, what poise in that moment. I mean, the timeout showing its due diligence.
Gucci's position is known, but I'm not sure if they're aware that there's a second player in the general vicinity. They should be, considering the Viper's Pit is still up. But what's the call? The Boomer Bandits have the entirety of the B site and are playing a ring around the Rosie and heading themselves over towards A. The problem is, they may not know it's still fairly decently defended from the site itself. You can see Cash is just playing on the inside of triple, holding for the push to come through. If they can clear this Cypher out of position, they're in such a better position. But if that Cypher can deny the spike plant, they're in even better of a spot. They look to swing forward, will find a first, may very well be taken out, but the Neural Theft will be used before they go down. A 4v3 and a retake now required of Anthony Calandro as they have the man advantage.
Yeah, but the channel got canceled off of the debt, so I don't think that information goes through.
It doesn't.
Doesn't matter for Gucci, who's crossed the side. Orbital strike used to try and flush out the pit. Woke Fox will survive out of lamps, but that clears away Spike for the moment. It's going to be a 4v1 attempted. Spike's already being defused. First duel goes his way, but Truth shuts it down as we're all tied up as soon as the Spike gets defused.
So, personal opinion, I still think the Neural Theft should be able to be used, even if you throw it and then you die before it fully activates.
Because it's like a little robot, right?
Yeah.
Who's, you know, doing the digging. So it shouldn't be attaching if he's going...
It's not like the hat has to come back to your head to gain the information. You don't have the hat for the rest of the round. That's like, if you use a showstopper and you shoot the showstopper and then you die in thin air, the showstopper is still utilized. It's still a rocket in thin air.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I don't know. Balancing change at Riot Games, please and thank you.
Yes.
Oh, and anyway, Anthony Calandro with now back-to-back rounds tie us up. That timeout worked wonders for him, and now, instead of that round 12 being the full buy, it looks like round 11 will be the determining factor of who guarantees themselves that tied-up scoreline at the half. And, well, an introductory fact, it's Skarn to open things away, but a clean kill from Isaac Newton through the smoke.
Oh, very well done, just blasting on forward with those packs. Now, Boomer Bandits finding themselves with the man advantage for once in what feels like quite a while, as Nightfall used to just clear out bathrooms, and now the Neural Theft on the other side reveals Gucci, Truth, around the corner, and Tone pushing up lamps. Prowler's going out, and it's finally the trades coming through as Tone manages to get one off of the lineup. Truth finds the wrong side of a Phantom, and Boomer Bandits guarantee themselves an even half.
That may very well have been the round anyway. You had the lineups being played from the short side. You could see Dagger throw in the incendiary grenade and then rotate over towards showers. The opening kill was good from Skarn, but how in the world is this kill found in return? Isaac Newton, just off of generic information, is able to line him up through smoke. That's the only kill they find in the round, by the way, and the Boomer Bandits now take 6.
That is a big one. And now you can see, I mean, as you mentioned, right? We were expecting that decisive full buy, and now we're seeing SMGs picked up with an operator for the side of Anthony Calandro. So definitely going to be a different round from them, but certainly have the potential to still bring this one back. Give us a dead even half as it feels these teams deserve.
Boomer Bandits are completely switching things up, though. They were originally looking to split A, but now want to fully dedicate themselves towards B, and mostly from main, at least 2 or 3 players from that direction. Odd decision for them, especially so late in the game. Or in the round, at least. And, oh, Truth has seen one. That should at least bring over 1 rotation. If they take too long, the rotation's going to get here, and they're going to lose that possibility of a massive man advantage on the site itself.
Yeah, and it looks like just the race on over means there will be a Viper here for some extra contest. And even with the smoke wall going up, feels like maybe it's just an extended over to A site.
Isaac being shot out of thin air, though, and with Skarn here on the operator, holding long term. The Cypher Cage does deny their line of sight, but it may not matter. They still have help from Cash on the site itself, who's looking to just hold with the Stinger. If they can deny this spike plant and hold for long enough of time, then they're in a good spot. But for some reason, the spike now transitions back over to B, and it's been heard with the teleporter going off. 3 players are already directly on the outside of the site. They may very well be able to deny this from the elbow position. If they take too long, it may not matter, though. Opted quickly taken care of, and a 5v2 is the Boomer Bandits need to hold to guarantee themselves a halftime lead.
And it looks like Dagger's just trying to get away, play lineup, so that leaves PQ all alone. And sure, you've got a lineup, but how much time is that really going to buy you? Instead, no, he's just wrapping around a hookah as his molly burns. But I don't think it's enough. I don't think he's fast enough, and that spike's getting defused before he can even get around the corner, as we are going to be dead even. But it feels more like Boomer Bandits lost that round than Anthony Calandra won it.
Yeah, that was a game of indecisiveness. And granted, if they were playing that game, Boomer Bandits more than won. But they did not win the round. And that was the more important game to win, or in this case, round maybe, to win. I also think Dagger kind of shot themselves in the foot, or stabbed themselves in the back with a dagger of their own. Trying to play lineups is good. Trying to play for time, sure, just the same. But if you have lineups, put yourself in a position to use them. Play for a 2-for-2 or 2-for-1 trade with your teammate. If you just kind of bait out PQ, like we saw them do, you're not going to find all that much out of the round. We saw them put in a 1 versus 4 because PQ was only able to find 1 kill, and at no fault of their own, but you can't force yourself to be put in a 1v4 with 30 seconds left on the spike. And that's what we saw. That's the main reason the round went as convincingly as it did. Also, some nice information from PQ. Weird lineup with a Cypher cam, but hey, it does its job.
That's a nice camera. Oh my. I'm going to have to write that one down for later.
Ranked demon.
Hey. Watching all these Valorant games today makes me want to just hop on and grind. Get as good as these guys, but I mean, really, I could never do that. These players are incredible. We've had an amazing day of games, and there's going to be even more tomorrow as the top 16 from group stages today will be moving on, and a winner will be crowned alongside that $5,000 grand prize. And top 4 all walking away with cash prizes of the total 10K event held out in the Belong Arena in, of course, Chicago, the Windy City, as we see some extra damage dealt from the paint shells.
Isaac Newton also playing inside of that Sky Smoke, looking for the kill. We'll find at least one, and a second set of paint shells now built up because of the back-to-back kills. One, of course, with the utility. The second on the headshot with the Ghost. They're actually shot through the door, but it's not going to matter. Opted dropping Skarn. Incendiary behind, but a carbon copy of our previous round. It's just this time, it's Gucci on the attack. We'll get the spike down, and we'll secure some extra cash, but 1 versus 4 with only a Ghost and no utility to speak of. Granted, 3 of those players are low, so it's more than possible, especially with that shot through the smoke, or through the wall, sorry, but it's not going to matter. Isaac Newton will find a refrag, a 3K on the round, and the Boomer Bandits will win the second half pistol.
Yeah, very, very close. I got scared for a second when I saw just you calling out how low those members were, the real potential to turn around the time, but good pickup from Isaac Newton. And we saw that pistol, I think, once again, really defined by the paint shells and the Viper mirror kills, but still very impressive performance from Newton. And now, right, because obviously this next round, it's going to be the buy-up Phantom Spectres, expecting this to just be clean for the Boomer Bandits. Although, the invested pistols for Anthony Calandro could be a little unexpected.
With that spike plant, they were able to secure at least enough extra funding to be able to warrant that upgraded pistol buy, but it's not going to be anything, again, that's round changing by a large margin. Line up to create some space here for the attacking side. They want to try for another spike plant if they can, or at least a few kills to make that bonus even more difficult, but a double with the paint shells, a third as well. Truth is evaporated, and Anthony Calandro, your upgraded pistols are no match for my colorful explosives, and Tone in a 1 versus 5 will find thin air. The Boomer Bandits, a flawless conversion round victory to go up 2.
I am no longer writing down that cipher cam. I'm just going to do what I've done since beta, and that is play the Rays and just pull off plays like that. Isaac Newton already almost dropping 20 kills in only 14 rounds. Absolutely insane performance from the Duelist out of the Boomer Bandits so far, but also have to wonder if this star player is on the wrong site, isn't able to have their desired impact. What does that mean of the team?
Similar situation here for Anthony Calandro. Win the bonus, albeit in a difficult fashion, but win it nonetheless, and you are putting yourselves in a little bit of a better situation later on. But the attacking side of Bind is more than difficult when you're up against full weaponry and utility. And it seems like the Boomer Bandits are a fairly well put together team, despite their lack of notable results in the previous recent history at least. Showstopper is going to be used to absolutely no effect. Everybody from Anthony Calandro has ran away, and they will find thin air with it, but hey, it's still an opening kill for the Boomer Bandits, and they're more than happy with it.
And that's really what you need when you're operating on that inferior weaponry. Here and there. Of course, WokeFox still close, pretty low for the moment, just off of that decay. We'll quickly get that on back. And this just hold from Anthony Calandro. I'm a little confused just as far as decision. Right here, right out of showers, we're seeing 2 so close, and WokeFox getting rid of Cash.
Oh no.
Off of the Sheriff, almost opening the door, but instead it's going to be a flurry of kills back and forth, and Tone attempting to race by, but it's going to wind up on the wrong side of Dagger as Boomer Bandits grab themselves a bonus up.
Bonus and rifles. Well, rifle singular, I suppose. PQ was not able to retain one as they were still on the B side when everything was going down on A. And just unfortunate timing. Ironically enough, if Tone decided to stay on A, they would have had a significantly better shot at that. We can look at the map. Nobody's there. But, unfortunately, they rotate straight into the waiting arms of the Brimstone of Dagger, who finds their 7th kill of the game. And the Boomer Bandits, now their 9th, a 6-9 scoreline. Pretty nice position for the Boomer Bandits, if I do say so myself, and they're looking to make it even better later on.
Absolutely. We've gotten, like, everything we asked for in this last map today. We've had competitive rounds, we've had aces, we've had paint shells, we've had some great score lines, and of course an even half and 2 evenly matched teams. This is a brutal position, the side of Anthony Calandro, losing that buy up, not able to shut down that bonus and give yourself at least a little stop to the initial momentum. So now they're having to save down, play this a little safer, look for these advantageous positions. We see the race in off of Brimstone stimulus check. Still doesn't seem to be enough as Isaac Newton off of that first frag. The continuation up as the rest of the team starting to swarm in. Truth gaining a little bit of space. That's just going to be the back away from the rest of the team to play post plant.
Or before, Truth is landed on through the wall, but not guaranteed. The shot lands on a Dagger as well, looking for another onto Isaac Newton, but will just disengage and play for the haunt, but they're immediately taken care of. That's a lot of time that the Boomer Bandits don't have to play with, though. And with this Brimstone still alive, they still have the lineup with the Incendiary Grenade, and most importantly, the Orbital Strike to play off of. There is not enough time for the Boomer Bandit side. If they continue to hold, they're going to run out of it. They may very well just run out of health sooner rather than later. WokeFox tries to deny the Incendiary landing, but instead will be taken care of straight off a gun skill. And Anthony Calandro, odd first round to win in the second half, but hey, better late than never.
Better late than never indeed, and I mean, what a showing, just using their smoke lines so very well. So now we're going to get a replay of that. I mean, Tone just sneaking all the way up to Lamps, completely shutting down this setup, and then, of course, Cash just able to use that Sheriff like it's a Guardian. And it's the patience in those final moments, and as you also noted, there was the orbital strike. There were all of these extra resources they had on top of it, and now a race out as Gucci and Truth just take the first two.
5v3 already for Anthony Calandro. Really playing off the momentum of that thrifty round victory in our previous round. The problem is they've left Spike all the way in spawn, and I believe they've just realized that, as you can see, the turn tail and run back on the map. But with that extra time, it could give the Boomer Bandits a shot. Albeit not a great one, but a shot nonetheless if they want to retake. It doesn't look like they're going to try, though, with the Spike going to go down over here on this B side. And the Neural Theft just a guarantee, albeit an unnecessary one, but it's a fairly useless ultimate anyway, so might as well use it when you can.
It's only useless when the bug doesn't go off after Cypher dies. That's the one messed up part.
True.
Again, Riot,
Still
at Riot. If the hat's off, let the Neural Theft go through. The computer's just doing its thing. But yeah, in that position, round's already wrapped up. So not too much to worry about. Again, that extra safety. Confirm it's a save. Don't do anything too risky. And in this spot, Anthony Calandro, they're playing it perfectly, saving up, making sure they have as many rifles as possible going forward. As the later this goes, that bank's going to matter more and more.
And with back-to-back rounds now for Anthony Calandro. Odd position for the Boomer Bandits to be in. Isaac Newton's been seen, but has been seen by multiple players and knows that they cannot 1vx around towards defender spawn. There is absolutely no natural cover. They had a few blast packs if they really wanted to get out of dodge, but it is all for naught. Anthony Calandro, back-to-back rounds, we're now just one away from being tied up once more. Seems like these teams cannot get enough of each other. Not only do they have the same record at 1-1, not only are they in the exact same position of win and in, but they're sitting a single round from each other, showing how close they've been throughout.
Main difference I see so far? Judge instead of a Vandal. Most everyone going for the Phantoms. We're not going to see those one-taps. That spray, especially useful here on Bind, especially with the kind of cloud cover we've seen out of the double controller setup. Just gives so many avenues for that Phantom to just spray and pray away. Even in close quarters, we saw Tone on the defense and Hookah earlier on make maximum effect of that spray ability. Now, the lean from the side of Anthony Calandro over towards this B site, but maybe getting sussed out a bit as some util showing there's not too many players A.
Not sure if this Prowler's going to see the Brimstone. It's not. The walk straight through.
Oh,
it's a kill for Dagger. The only player without a rifle into the round is the only one to find one inside a hookah, and Isaac finds a casual double around towards long as well. Anthony Calandro finds absolutely nothing. They find a single kill, and an inconsequential one at that, and the Boomer Bandits finally interrupt that double-up streak.
That is a big bit of momentum stop is all. We're just going to see Dagger right over top, gets the extra information, and the spray down from Garden also just perfectly played, and I think a very well-timed timeout coming here for Calandro, as after that last round, you got beat by a Judge, you're getting out-dueled by Garden, and their hits are getting dissected a bit, and also Bandits hitting 10 rounds, you're starting to really feel the pressure of that win and in situation. You want to come back tomorrow for a chance to fight for it all, but instead, it's just been Boomer Bandits edging them out just here and there. Nothing too significant, but a couple decisive rounds keeping their economy up. It's a couple situations where one pick goes one way, and moments like that, where the corners just have to be cleared, and Boomer Bandits wind out coming out on top just about every time.
Some of these closer rounds as well, you can see it's seemingly coming down to a combination of team cohesion and utility usage. That's obviously the case more often than not, but especially in some of these closer rounds, the way that's becoming the case, where Anthony Calandro is playing around their utility rather than playing off of it, and the Boomer Bandits are playing with their utility rather than around it. Minorly different adjectives, but still applicable in the conversation as a whole. And Isaac Newton, now playing in the close corner again on top of Tetris, just waiting for the push to come in on towards the A side. And the Boomer Bandits have played a lot more of a disengaged defensive setup. Not too many aggressive fights unless they know for a fact that Anthony Calandro has lesser than ideal weaponry or utility. And you can see the fact they've disengaged fully here. They're holding long angles onto, what, 2 entryways? But mostly from safe positions where they have natural cover.
Yeah, it's just Isaac Newton taking this forward Tetris position. Likely will get hit by this Nightfall if it's committed. as that's going to be the trigger to step forward. Newton going to get spotted out. That tether not quite pulling him in. And the counter Nightfall actually straight out of main. Try and slow things down as the Prowler does spot it. But the counter utility, it's been a game of inches on util usage, traded back and forth. So far, seems to be going the way of the Boomer Bandits, but this Viper's Pit could swing things in Calandro's favor. As Gucci goes down, that prevents the spike. Neural Theft coming through and will spot out a couple members this time round. The Boomer Bandits falling to Cash. That could be the difference maker as PQ evens things once again. And it's all up to Opted. Spots Truth through the theft. And Tone's there for the refrag. A 1v1 to end it all. Cypher on one side, Viper on the other, playing against the clock as she has to plant. Tone turning the corner, wants the duel instead, and PQ wins it.
Through the wall, no less, with a headshot on seemingly the final bullet they were even planning on using. And not even a sweat. You can see they didn't even move after finding the kill. That is fist bumps on LAN personified. Boomer Bandits now just 2 rounds away from guaranteeing themselves a playoff berth and a shot forward. And the shots coming through that smoke were really what set them apart. You don't find that opening kill before it's brought down to a 1v1. Then this is an Anthony Calandro round every day of the week. But because you find that gamble shot, not even on a correct read, no real rhyme or reason to shooting, just because you can, that's what really brings you forward. And now Anthony Calandro up against the ropes. Shorty looking to try and take in towards this hookah side, but wow, Opted just got evaporated. What a shot.
What a turnaround, but does seem it's still going the way of the Boomer Bandits as there's a Boombot kill onto Truth as he tries to escape that strike from up above. And Dagger getting rid of Tone. Seems that's going to be the round, and the Boomer Bandits have hit their stride as they are setting themselves up for a qualification point.
Tactical timeout. Pseudo one, at least. Anthony Calandro is going to have Cash just wait. They're going to talk this out. They have forever and a day to do so. They basically could take a timeout after this and take back-to-back tactical timeouts, and I think that would be the correct decision, to be completely honest with you. These last couple rounds for Anthony Calandro have seemed like they're out to lunch, and it may very well be 10:30 in Central Time, but that seems to be the case. Boomer Bandits are just dominantly taking every single gunfight. They're playing around each other and each other's utility to near perfection. And most importantly, Anthony Calandro is not crossing their T's, dotting their I's, or doing their due diligence. They're not doing what they need. Clearing a close corner, for instance, when there's a Brimstone just casually chilling there. Not using ultimates when it would probably be better to use them rather than to not even use them in correct positions. Or, if you're Cash, possibly get caught out when the rotation's coming in from the other side of defender spawn. Isaac Newton walking down the hill. You will die from behind every day of the week. Not a single gun carried over. Boomer Bandits with 4 consecutive match points should they need them to qualify for day 2.
4 more chances with mostly a built-up bank. Of course, Opted just getting flicked down last round, not having as much change to play with. But the pressure is on this scrappy buy from Anthony Calandro. It's been a long day. And now at the end of it, they've got a couple Bulldogs, as much utility as they can scrap, light shields, and up against those Phantoms turns them into sprayable Vandals. As this could be the final round of the night. Both teams playing safe, playing cautious, not wanting to potentially give away a position, give away just the slightest tactical edge. It's Truth. Just trying to make sure they don't get flanked. Some early pressure being built up, but Spike's left alone mid, so we'll see if that's the right decision as the round goes on.
And early in the round, the Boomer Bandits went for a feign of shower control, where they put a decent bit of utility on that side and made a lot of noise, baiting over the rotation from the mid side. And now looking at this, wow, nice shot through the jump of Isaac Newton, but a return of paint shells, that's a decent bit of damage done in return. And it seems like they want to try and take it, but Cash finding the opener, and now having the neural theft, that's a lot of information, and most importantly, an opening kill now for Anthony Calandro.
Yeah, now smoke's coming down, but Isaac Newton knows there's at least one sitting in showers. And it will be the trade 1-for-1.
It's in mid.
Still up. Yeah, but they don't have the spike. They have no way to actually pressure the plant here. They have to fight their way back to it. Fortunate for them, they wind up still trading down, now getting one for free. But there's a couple moments of just misdirection here from Calandro. A couple mistakes that they're not punished for yet, but those can lose you rounds.
PQ will have information that the spike is indeed going over towards the B side, but they are going to die here. It's just a matter of how they do so. I believe they've heard the rotation, courtesy of Gucci, over towards the vent side. But Gucci's sitting inside defender spawn, the spike being planted over towards that B side. And it seems like PQ's going to save here. And honestly, understandably so. Playing patiently, again, playing for some information, just to screw a little bit with the BB side. And they will finally find the Cypher camera and remove the torture that was indeed information gathering. But one more round, we will see at least 20 here in our final map of the day.
They're bringing it closer. 3 rounds now is the requirement. But there's still, again, full rebuy is going to be coming through for Boomer Bandits. Anthony Calandra still not in a perfect spot. The fact that carrying over 3 guns is very, very good for them. They have the Showstopper available. There's no ultimates up for Boomer Bandits, but they're 1 away from the Nightfall, so there's some real potential.
That's the only ultimate they may very well have for the rest of the game. At least rest of regulation.
Oh, yeah.
PQ
maybe
is
you get the
somewhat
theft.
close to the Neural Theft, but yeah, that's about it. You're really relying on multi-frags and losing rounds for those multi-frags for your ultimates to be built up, but if you find a lot of multi-frags, you may not have to lose the round. So you're in a pretty good spot and you win the game anyway.
Yeah, looks like the idea is going to be shower pressure, get that ult orb, try and fight for it, maybe get an early pick, but already spotting that potential, opt not to go for the orb and just try and get that Nightfall naturally. Once again, Spike left out in mid, and this is just a true default coming through from Calandro.
The patience for Anthony Calandro really has to work for them. Prowler will find information, knowing that at least one player is over towards the B short side. But it's really down to how Anthony Calandro wants to collapse and which side they want to collapse on. Obviously, with 2 players around showers, that's a lot of A-side control that they have, and they can quickly rotate over. And that, as of right now, seems to be the case. As soon as this Poison Cloud falls, I can almost guarantee you that Anthony Calandro is going to be, as a team, sending it. They want to go, but with it not being used to its fullest extent, Woke Fox will still have some extra poison left over and can regenerate it should it be required.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough spot. We do see the one-way dropped, and maybe that's the trigger, but Newton with the operator completely takes away the showstopper. And this stops the push in its tracks. That was the way in, and it's been stopped before it can land, and now looks like Anthony Calandro, they're confused, not sure what to do. Gucci getting the opening pick. That might be enough. 2 back-to-back. That should secure the spike plan as the seconds tick down. Smoke's gonna come from the sky, and Orbital Strike almost online. Nothing extra gonna come through for Boomer Bandits, just raw gun skill in this moment. Couple smokes, maybe a paint shell. That's all you can hope for. The cages are dropped. Space is taken. Gucci around the side, doesn't spot one as he was so lethal earlier. Sprayed through the smoke, we're down to even. Traded down from Truth and Tone as they look to extend, punching themselves to double digits. The op shot goes wide. It feels there's no way back into this round for Isaac Newton as the gravity of the moment is upon him. And Tone will try to take one back. Hit with a shorty to the face. But that's still another round up.
Ash dies too. That's actually a problem for Anthony Calandro now.
Yeah, that is.
They did save over 3 weapons the round prior, but looking at their cash, there's not enough. Cash was the only person that could not die there, and somehow they managed to do so. Poetic Justice, I believe, for some over-aggression, and that's a problem. Looking at their money, Cash is bought up for, so Tone's now the one who's broke and does have only half shields. Everybody other than Tone should have their utility of choice. But this is an odd position for Anthony Calandro. Granted, Boomer Bandit's only saving over the operator. It's now a judge, a specter, a sheriff, and a shorty. So not the greatest of purchases, but Hero Up may very well decide this map.
Oh, it might. And to have such a round where you're going to 20, you're on 23, could go to 24. Overtime feeling more and more possible. Orbital Strike and Nightfall both popped so early on. Those big ultimates taken off the table, but the fact is, Boomer Bandits, they have that one-member lead.
Recycling guns now, just trying to make sure they cannot be retrieved. Isaac Newton just very lucky to be alive. Tone pixels away from opening things up and removing that hero operator that could very well still decide this round and subsequently the map. But it seems like Anthony Calandro know where they want to go, and B is indeed the call in what may very well be the final round. But Gucci finds the opener.
That's very, very, very big. It was an anchor with just a sheriff in hand.
Going A.
It's a race over, and the counter switch as everyone's rotated, and you don't want to just teleport again, as this is great, just the teleport wrap around from both teams, and it seems we will get the move around back for a few, and actually, yeah, everyone's just going back through spawns. This is going to be a very, very long walk.
It's going to take too long. That may very well be the problem. Man disadvantage, sure, but Anthony Calandro have the time in their favor. No ultimates available, but it may very well not be the case. Opted taken care of. That could be the opener they need.
Oh, I think it is. As these duels just aren't going the right way, they feel the pressure of time. They can't check angles, and Gucci grabs 3 to take us to 1 round away from OT, or 1 round away from the Boomer Bandits punching their ticket into tomorrow. Out bracket tournament.
And Isaac Newton is near a 30 bomb in 23 rounds. All of regulations now required, but Anthony Calandro, with now 3 consecutive to match the Boomer Bandits 3 in a row just the same. They've done it twice thus far in this half. Anthony Calandro now only once. They're looking for that 4th to become the great equalizer. Make both halves a 6-6 split, and send us to OT here in round 24, and it seems like they know what they want to do. The good old-fashioned rush B, don't stop, as the Nightfall will look to initiate, and PP's going to get caught out with it.
Oh, and this could be huge. Paint shells explode high, but Gucci getting that opening, quickly traded by Opted, as that Nightfall looks to have been the opener necessary, secures sight. Now there's going to be the attempt back, as Viper's Pit is well present, and the extra space, the extra smoke, as you have to wonder for Boomer Bandits. In so many of these last few rounds, it's felt close, but
no spike
spray through the smoke. It was free, and the spike hasn't gone down yet, and now you're getting sprayed down. Spike doesn't drop. The pit is gone. And the round, everything could be over for the side of Anthony Calandro. They got 3 in a row, needed 4, and now Cash has to get a few more. He spotted 1. Knows the crossfire setup, gets Newton, knows where Dagger has to be, but is sprayed down the box as we went to 24 to end the day, but the Boomer Bandits punched their way forward.
And the way they do so is off of a snake bite. Not the Viper's Pit, the snake bite. What it did was it forced Gucci off of the plant into the tube, of which was not safe because they did not have defender spawn control. And then they die from defender spawn. The second attempt was denied after the jump out from Hookah, and somehow, in a round that was a 4v3 and should have been a guaranteed spike plant, and sending us to OT, we see a combination of 4 separate semi-professional teams and a collegiate player at the University of Illinois Chicago, what may have been a home favorite, dropped out in groups on day 1.
That is just, that feels absurd to think about, that a team of that caliber at this open getting shut down in groups by the Boomer Bandits, but they came to play and they put it all out on the map. As we've gone through this Sony in-zone replay, this recap of, I want to say, one of our closest and tightest and most consequential maps of the day.
One single round decided who heads to the LAN tomorrow and who is headed to an early flight and has to be a spectator or just exit of their own volition. You gotta feel a little bit bad, but it's one of those situations where they had so many opportunities in the earlier stages to make up for it as well. A few rounds that they definitely should have picked up that were not close by any means, but were any, or that shouldn't have been close by any means, but were anyway. And a 4v3, your own Viper's Pit setup, and you're planning default without hookah control.
Yeah. It is, It's tough when you think of just all of those little moments that could have changed things, but it comes down to those final moments at times. As for tomorrow's bracket stage tournament, we have qualified Neptune's Money Crew, Kaiju Core, YFP, SAD, Maryville University, Night Watch, Ambrosia, Forerunners, Core, 10X, Schomburgers, Illini Esports, Last Resistance Gold, the Boomer Bandits, Paid to Be Here, and Yonkos. Coverage starts tomorrow very, very early, and time to light. You're going to be there. So any final words before you hit the hay before coming back and doing it all again?
Bye, I'm going to sleep.
All right, we're going to sleep. Everyone, see you tomorrow for the bracket, and have a fantastic night.